and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the Atlantic Dialogues. Our first session will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will now begin. Please take your seats.
a decade has passed since the global financial crisis, but the age of unconventional monetary policy has not ended. More recently, monetary policy has eased in 70% of the world economy. Negative yielding debt has reached 15 trillion US dollars, and financial conditions could ease further. As tends to happen when the search for yield persists over long periods, financial system vulnerabilities have continued to build. Where are the key rising vulnerabilities in the global financial system? To what extent has heightened trade and policy uncertainty affected financial flows? What should policymakers do to address rising financial vulnerabilities? Are we on the verge of the next financial crisis?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our moderator for the next financial crisis session, lead presenter of Newsday at BBC News, Alan Kasuja.
Good morning.
Bonjour.
I expect a very responsive audience. So you're going to work with me, aren't you? This is an area, secret between me and you. This is a bit too complicated for me, so I will rely on your input to make this work for all of us. Thank you very much for coming in. I'd like you to meet my panel. My panel is very distinguished, and I'd like to introduce it to you without wasting any more time. Let's meet Professor Reem Ayadi. She's an economist and also an international expert on inclusive and sustainable socio-economic models, financial architecture, and stability. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up. She's also professor at Cass Business School and a member of the Center for Banking Research at the City University of London, and she's a founder and president of the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association. Another round of applause for her. Ottaviano Canuto is a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, previously known as OCP Policy Center. He's also the principal at the Center for Macroeconomics and Development and non-resident fellow at Brookings Institute. Let's give him a round of applause as well, ladies and gentlemen. And he was a former vice president and executive director at the World Bank, executive director at the IMF, president and vice president at the Inter-American Development Bank, and a very accomplished man indeed. Next, I'd like to introduce you to Harinder Kohli. He's the current editor of Global Journal for Emerging Markets Economies, and he's also served some 28 years in various senior managerial positions at the World Bank, in private sector in India, and also in France. He's written extensively on the emergence of Asia, Latin America, Africa, and other emerging market economies, financial development, and infrastructure. And last but not least, Edward Shikluna. He is the Minister of Finance of Malta. He's been doing that since 2013, and is a former chairman of the European Investment Bank Board of Governors and the vice chairman of the European Bank for Reconstruction Development. And he has served as a member of the European Parliament and in the capacity of Vice Chair of Economic and Monetary Affairs, and also a member of the European Statistical Advisory Committee, professor and former head of Department of Economics, University of Malta. This is a really, really distinguished panel. Don't you agree? Yes. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And again, feel free to ask questions, feel free to put up your hands. This is a conversation, an engagement. Amongst you are experts who understand this stuff more than I do, and I'm here to facilitate a conversation. So we are going to get started, and I'm going to start by asking you, Professor Ayadi, just share your thoughts about the vulnerabilities that we're talking about at the moment. Would you say that, where would you say the rising vulnerabilities are?
First of all, good morning, everybody. On a Saturday, we're discussing the financial crisis or the next financial crisis, which we don't know yet when it's coming. Most importantly is clearly the global economy nowadays is in transformation, whereby there are trade tensions, which we've been seeing them over the last few months, and actually since last year, we've been talking about those. These have increased the vulnerability in terms of multilateralism and trade negotiations between the different players, economic players. Obviously, the key point here is also we can see that with the lax monetary policy that the developed countries have been really opting for over the last few years, and since the 2008 financial crisis, this has increased dramatically the risks. In fact, the risk premiums, not only in the corporate sectors, but also in the sovereign sector. But also we've seen a tremendous increase of debt worldwide, and this is also something which has to be really very carefully assessed, because at a point in time when you have a large increase of debt, then there is a problem and the risks are huge. If we look, for example, at the corporate sector, especially, for example, if we look at China, China has increased dramatically its level of debt, and this will pose at a point in time serious vulnerabilities and risks into the global economy. But also, if we look at the low interest rates that have been now persistent over the few years, because again, this dovish monetary policy, then clearly there is an increase of risk premium, and then the investors are really pushing as much as possible to enhance the risk taking. And then, for example, if we look at the case of Europe, the commercial real estate is really increasing very much the risk. Now, at the same time, we are seeing trends at the global economy, the global regulators, whereby the banking regulation has been relaxed. There is no really the same push as it was a few years ago, where you need to increase capital ratios, and this is also creating serious problems into the financial system. The third point, which for me is key, and this is probably more medium term, is the climate change risk on the balance sheet of the financial institutions. There is a transition risk, which is coming slowly, with moving into a scenario of climate change decarbonization, so decarbonization of the economy. And this transition risk is coming quicker than anticipated, together with the physical risks, which in fact we are seeing the frequency of hurricanes and earthquakes and all of this are really going up. So it means that insurance companies will have to have hits on their reserves. It means they have to have much more reserves on the liability side. This will have some strains on them. So really I see the risk accumulating. There are some new sources of systemic risk at the global level, but then unfortunately up to today, there is no, I would call it a global institution that can really monitor carefully all these risks together. They are all fragmented, and we can see that when it hits, it will hit somewhere, but up to now, we do not know where it's going to hit and who is going to deal with it.
That's interesting. And Mr. Minister, do you know where it's going to hit?
Well, sometimes I ask myself, why are we discussing this topic? Is it because economics is truly a dismal profession? Always, we can never say we're okay, or it's always doom and gloom somehow. Or is it because it's real, or because we feel we're not yet prepared? It's not that the danger is there, but if it is there, we're not sure we're prepared. And this is, ironically, 11 years after the crisis hit. And we did so many things, and we think that the banks are stronger. We did, the capital injections, the requirements, you name it. I mean, I spent 5 years between 2009 and 2013 in the European Parliament, and we're churning legislation one after the other. We're the busiest people in the Parliament at that time. So, but still, there are so many the landscape has changed, so many new things, as has been mentioned, technology, migration, climate change, on top of what we have. So I think it's an uncertain period. We're wobbling, and
Talk to
therefore
me about migration.
We see dangers, wherever they lurk. And when you're not prepared, then it becomes a real danger.
Yeah, let's talk about migration for a bit. Just could you expound on what you're trying to say there?
Yes, I mean, migration is an international phenomenon that existed for many, many years past, but somehow, especially in Europe, where I come from, we are not prepared. It's not managed. It's unlike Australia, US, and Canada in the good old days. Europe is not prepared for it. So you get wave after wave. It's like a tsunami, and you panic. Merkel paid a very high price when she tried to be more humane and understanding, but she paid a political price for that. So yes, migration, especially in Europe, we haven't, and even in the US, but anyway, we haven't come to terms with it. We haven't managed it properly. And this, again, is very ironic because in Europe, it's an aging society. There's a big demand for labor. And still, so many walls are being built, especially in the eastern part of Europe. It just goes to show, and there's no burden sharing as well in Europe. I mean, whoever is on the border, like Malta and Italy, will have to bear the brunt, and that's not really fair. So it is a big issue, causing Brexit, the populism and the right. I mean, migration is always at the top of their concerns. So it is a concern.
And again, I wonder what has the direct impact been on Malta's economy, and also factor in climate change and talk about that a bit more. Let me hear how you've been affected.
Very short. We are the exception because it's a very fast-growing economy, for 7% for each year for the last 6, 7 years. So, and there's a limit. It's a small island with a small population. So, were it not that we are part of the EU, with an inflow of labor taking the jobs which are in demand, so we have now 25% of the labor force is from outside Malta. 50% is European, and 50 from 100 or 120 nationalities from around the world. No, we're quite easy with them, with the phenomena that we understand you can't grow and you can't have the standard of living were it not for external labor who comes as partners joining you in the initiative. So we don't suffer from that phenomenon.
Yeah, let me then turn to you now. Collie, what are you seeing at the moment?
Well, first let me say, I live in Washington. And so let me try to give you a global perspective because that's my work. And to go back to the topic of financial crisis, so I think we should step back and look at it from a longer-term perspective and look at recent history of financial crisis and what we have learned with globalization of financial systems. One, that there's a history of financial crisis occurring and reoccurring, and they're becoming more global. And they come back roughly every 10 years or so. And they're becoming more and more global and deeper and costly. What we know is that they happen. You don't know where they will originate. But
not China? You can't say China at the moment.
They could be China. They used to be southern core of Latin America. There they went to Asia, and they spread. And then they happened 11 years ago at the very core of the global financial system in the US. And people had not imagined that it will happen in the very core of the global financial system. And they're more painful. And it is not possible to predict, even though the professor outlined where the risks are. It's now 11 years from the last crisis. So the history teaches us it may happen again. But we don't know where it will happen, but the risks are there. That's the first lesson we're learning. The second thing is that even though, as the minister said, a lot has been done, in my view, not enough has been done, including on the issue of accountability. The world paid a tremendous amount of price, not only in the US, in the world economy. And as Mrs. Lagarde said, reportedly, because I was not there when she said it,
Yeah.
even though the world has paid a tremendous price, not a single senior banker ever went to prison. In my view, the global monetary system has not yet been fully reformed. The eminent persons group of G20 had a tremendous opportunity to fix it. But in my view, they failed. It was a golden opportunity which has been lost, including reform of the IMF. The IMF is, in my view, not yet equipped to handle the next big global crisis. So if the crisis occurs, we don't have the tools, in my view, to fight it. Unfortunately, also, the G20 will not be capable, unlike 11 years ago, in terms of leadership, in terms of consensus. The tools are not there. So the big message that, in my view, we have to learn, because prevention is cheaper than cure in this case. Individual countries will have to take actions themselves.
Dans les pays originaux, il va falloir qu'une action soit entreprise au niveau national au lieu de compter sur l'expertise internationale, car les solutions pourraient être mises en œuvre rapidement. Donc les pays individuels devraient en fait penser d'eux-mêmes, y compris dans la région du Sahel, parce que la crise deviendra de plus en plus exacerbée.
To ask Mr. Canuto, who knows the IMF very well, whether it's actually indeed true that the IMF is not prepared for the next financial crisis. And then just go ahead and tell me what your other thoughts are.
Right. It is because, in fact, as of today, nobody is perfectly apt to answer promptly to whatever be the place for the next financial crisis. And Professor Heidner is quite right when he observes that the environment is not conducive to cooperation as we had after the global financial crisis. But I want to give a step back, trying to provide my views, my answer to a question that is also important. Heidner is fully right. No one can anticipate fully where the next financial crisis will come. Otherwise, it would be avoided. But
And we'll be much richer if we knew where it's coming.
That's right. But it's worth trying to pinpoint which, if any, are the vulnerable spots, because some macroprudential policies can be taken to try to avoid. And we have some idea. And I'm going to tell you the following. As we speak, we are already ongoing over a big liquidity crisis in the repurchase agreement market of the U.S. On Thursday, while we were starting our Atlantic dialogues, there was a big announcement by the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a very significant one, revealing that there is something more of concern underlying. Now, which are the vulnerable spots that one can, let's say, at least most analysts have pointed out? China has been mentioned, but I must confess that among those who don't believe China represents a systemic risk, because it's self-contained, it has huge saving rates, the fiscal position allows, with some difficulties, but they can even bail out their SOEs, which doesn't mean that they will not have defaults. We had a default of a state-owned enterprise this week, so it's happening, but not systemically. But people have also referred to the levels of indebtedness of the non-financial corporate system in the US and in Europe, but there are mitigating factors. These companies are still full of cash and so on. They use the issuance of corporate debt to swap for shares. The institutional investors have been obliged to search for yield because their liabilities, pensions, insurance, and so on, oblige them to look for some sort of remuneration compatible with their liabilities. They have been delving into riskier and illiquid securities and so on. But none of this may have, let's say, a dramatic outcome as the thing that suddenly happened on September 17th, when the repurchase agreement, secondary market, the secured market in the US, one day, suddenly, had a sudden stop. And we're talking about $1 trillion that are rolled over on a daily basis. And for this to function normally, the rate of interest cannot be very far from the federal funds. And on that day, suddenly the banks said, did not offer the treasuries necessary for the market to function. And the interest rate went up from 2% to 10%. It was a disaster. The Federal Reserve Bank was obliged to introduce emergency acts, injecting $75 billion. And guess what? 3 months later, the Federal Reserve Bank has the emergency ceased to be emergential and became permanent. And that's why on Thursday, while we were here opening our discussions, Jeremy Powell was announcing a package that amounts to $500 billion given not to the banks, it's to the repurchase market, the repo market, which is comprised by the rollover on a daily basis of securities held and issued by hedge funds, by institutional investors. Not talk about bank. The banks seem to be fine. Well, you had the regulation post-crisis, so they are tightened. They have to maintain their liquidity cushions. But the point, as highlighted by the Bank for International Settlements on its quarterly report last Sunday, is that 10 years of quantitative easing, 10 years of very unconventional monetary policy have changed dramatically the structure, the composition of the financial markets, with the development of shadow banking and other structures, the functioning of which nobody can claim to exactly know by now. That's what the BIS said.
Right.
And we have gone through this liquidity crisis. So we are in a liquidity crisis, which has not become systemic, has not become a solvency one because of the action of the Federal Reserve. But the point to make is that we are dealing with things that nobody can claim to understand exactly right now.
Fascinating stuff. Anybody else with thoughts to add to that at all?
I just want to add, I mean, another fear is that we are very low on firepower. In other words, we've used so much monetary policy. I mean, we're in negative interest territory, and we fear that we're out of ammunition, so to speak. And there's always, at least in EU, tug of war between the European Central Bank telling governments, now it's your turn, do something on the fiscal front. But again, there's a big reluctancy in Europe, especially from Germany, Netherlands, and the rest, that they wouldn't want to use their surpluses to stimulate the economy from the fiscal. That's a reluctance. So again, we rely on the European Central Bank, and the European Central Bank, I've done what I can, Drug has said it, do what it takes. But now, if ever there would be, a crisis, we're fearing it more than before, because we're lacking the instruments and, as I said, the firepower.
I agree with that, if I may add. And that's what I meant, that the eminent persons group of G20 had not really tackled the real problem. The real problem, in my view, is that the world is awash with liquidity, huge amount of liquidity, and it's not really related only to what the central banks have done in terms of loose monetary policy since 2008, 2009. It really is related to the private sector flows across national borders by private banks. Massive amount, trillions of dollars of money going across national borders by private sector. And the global monetary system is simply not able to manage that. And certainly the IMF is not equipped to do it.
Yeah.
The IMF was really created originally to handle imbalances in trade, not capital flows.
Fascinating.
And that needs to be fixed. The national central banks are created, they're regulating national banks.
So how does that get fixed? How do you sort
And
that out?
that's why you need fundamental reform of the global monetary system.
Yeah, Aaron, if I may just add something, is right. We need a multilateral, some form of cooperative interaction among authorities, not necessarily the IMF. And I will say why. I was talking about the repo market in the US, but let's keep in mind that the non-US banks all over the world use that market to connect, to organize their foreign exchange swap, their hedge. So, and we're talking about $1.4 trillion. So if something collapses on the repo market in the US, that has ripples over the non-US banks that operate with dollars everywhere, in Nigeria and everywhere. You have to have the monetary and financial regulatory authorities working together with disclosure and so on, so as to step up the regulatory, the macroprudential regulation policy necessary to deal with that. It is not the IMF.
It doesn't have to be IMF, it has to be somebody. The global system, one needs to look at it, how to handle this liquidity in the world, which is going across national borders, and there's a need to look at the whole system. And that opportunity has been missed. It needs to be re-looked at again.
So what are you proposing as a possible solution? Look at it how? How do you sort it out? How do you fix it? Is there, what do you need to put in place?
Well, that's why this G20 eminent person group was created. And they looked at it, and I think one needs to go back and look at the whole global monetary system, because there is huge amount of liquidity. You cannot have individual central banks work on their own. I think all of the central banks need to coordinate, sit down and talk about it. It's BIS, there is IMF, there is European Central Bank, there is Central Bank in Japan, in the US. It's the whole system. And they need to coordinate.
Yes, please,
there
Professor.
is one point. I completely agree with this view, but first of all, we need to understand after more than 11 years how much risks the central banks have in their balance sheet. Because there is a quantitative easing over 11 years now. So what is important is also to understand what types of risks they're hiding in their balance sheet. First, disclosure. So to understand what we are talking about, first we need to understand what is the amount of risks they're sitting in the balance sheet. So that's first of thing is disclosure. So as much as possible to understand on which they are going to collaborate for which solution. Because again, the risk is mounting slowly. We're talking about systemic risk. It can be quantified. Up to today, you do not have a proper quantifications of those systemic risk building in the market. There is a monetary problem that is clear, especially when the central banks, they do not have the capability nowadays to reduce more the interest rate. It's already negative in Europe in some instances. And even some banks are already applying some interest rates on savings, on deposits.
Right.
And this is, in my view, very dangerous if it continues. So on one hand, we have very little information about what's going on the balance sheet, what is the amount of risk, and on the other hand, of course, the risk is mounting, and we are touching a liquidity crisis.
Anybody with any thoughts at all in the audience? Okay, very good to see hands go up. Where are the microphones? Let's get ready to distribute the microphones, please. Let's start with the lady over there, and then we'll come to this gentleman here. What do you want to say, madame? Please introduce yourself.
Merci, je vais m'exprimer en français. Je suis désolée.
Thank you. I'll speak in French. I apologize. You did actually diagnose the state of the world. And your diagnosis cannot be criticized because you did actually focus on the excess of liquidity or the surplus of liquidity with a drop in the top interest rate, and particularly if you have a negative interest rate. So from that point on, you do have economists who do endeavor to provide solutions and who fight for this new monetary theory, which states that as the states can never be declared bankrupt, it would be profitable for the international trade and economy to finance investments by borrowing further, and that debt, both that subscribed to by the states and by corporations, was exaggerated. There is a greater flexibility required for this perception, and therefore, even though countries are deep in debt, we should take advantage of this historical opportunity created by negative interest rates to finance infrastructure and to finance energy transition. And since this is long-term financings, they can only inject growth as well as a new impetus for investments. What do you think of the solution put forth by these economists?
This gentleman over here, please. Let's move the mics as quickly as we can. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Hung Tran from the U.S. One quick comment and one question to the panel. The comment is that you refer to the global monetary system. In my view, there's no such thing as the global monetary system. There's a dollar-based monetary system which everybody uses. This is different from a global system. The problem is that such a system is inherently unstable and unsustainable, to the extent that more and more non-US banks use the dollar to finance their activities. Right now, they have liabilities of up to $15 trillion, $15 trillion, rolled over on a short-term basis. They don't have a lender of last resort, which only the Fed can do. And the Fed, thanks to financial regulatory reform, is severely restricted in helping banks, let alone non-US banks in crisis. So a crisis is happening, waiting to be happen, and we really don't have.
Is it happening or is it waiting to happen? Where are we?
It is waiting to occur, and we don't have a means, the tool to deal with it. The question is, smaller question, sub-Saharan African countries or the least developed low-income countries, many of them have a higher level of debt now compared with the level of debt they had before the previous debt forgiveness exercise, the HIPIC one. So what do you think should be done about them? And what should really be done to make sure that going forward, the inefficiency and corruption associated with using the debt will not occur, so that they don't run into this recurring debt crisis?
That's an interesting question, because there are people suggesting that it's time for HIPIC 2. I wonder if you want to pick up on that.
I would like to tackle the modern monetary theory question, which is very interesting. And look, I will tell you where I and many agree with what is said and what we disagree. There's nothing modern in modern monetary theory. It's, let's say, a radicalized version of ultra-Keynesian policies that tends to, let's say, to underestimate the limits given to economic growth by the supply constraints. Of course, if you are in a situation in which there is very much lack of labor and so on, then the old, simple Keynesian principles apply. Where the modern monetary theory got something right was a experience that we saw during the euro crisis. During the euro crisis, a phenomenon took place. Although the UK had, at the time, a debt to GDP ratio much higher than Spain, the UK was able to fund itself at very much lower rates. And the best explanation for that was that the UK could issue its own currency. So even if there was an inflationary risk, the default risk would be lower than the case of Spain, which had abdicated of the capacity to issue any currency. But then the guys generalized that to lead to the conclusion that the levels of public debt doesn't matter because a sovereign country that has a convertible currency can pay out everything, issue money, which is an extreme oversimplification. Having said that, one way to try to go beyond the exhausted unconventional monetary policy is by connecting fiscal and monetary policies in a way that might, for instance, BlackRock has come with this proposal of having some sort of communicating veins between monetary authorities and the fiscal authorities to guarantee immediate automatic financing of issuance of public debt associated with some special projects. And that's where the new Green Deal comes in. Is there sense for this? Yes, particularly if we, like Minister Edward, believe that one way or another, fiscal policy will step in. So we could do fiscal policy in a more organized way. But the fact of the matter is that there is no magic solution, such as print money and then we live out the crisis.
Okay, well, what about you? What do you think?
I would like to say a few words about the first comment, in fact, or the discussion, in fact. It's still under discussion, and I believe that, yes, having low to negative interest rates could eventually be transferred to the real economy. It means that, okay, as you have high interest rate or middle-level interest rate, you can price your loan in a certain way or price your investment or you price your exposure in a certain way. But then if you have low interest rate, maybe you can use it as a discounted or discounts to eventually finance long-term projects, like, for example, the climate change transition projects to move into decarbonized economy over 2030, 2050. But this means that somebody has to subsidize in a certain way also this type of projects. Nowadays, for example, some investors who are holding German bonds, they are accepting not to get certain level of coupons, or even they are losing on the principal. But why is that? We need to understand what is the underlying of this. It means that the investment community worldwide would have to have a little change in their perception about what is financial performance. You see, over many years since the Washington Consensus, the first thing is the financial performance. Nowadays, we need to rethink the financial performance and really link it to what I call community or sustainable performance. What it means okay, if you make money on a certain exposure and long-term exposure, but then at the same time you are destructing the planet or destructing the society, you have to really think about it in a certain way. And nowadays, the economists, we are trying to think really how to embed environmental performance within the overall financial performance and how to accept certain discounts on that. On the second point, sorry, I wanted to make a point on the sub-Saharan Africa.
Et le deuxième point dont je voulais parler sur l'Afrique subsaharienne. N'oublions pas au passage qu'il y a sur le marché de l'argent bon marché. Et les investisseurs, après tout, sont à la recherche de rendement. Tout le monde, bien sûr, est à la recherche d'un rendement. Ils veulent éviter les risques, éviter des risques, certes. Et avec la capacité...
Non. This is the main. It means that there might be a massive default that we will see. For example, it might even start in some countries in sub-Saharan Africa, whereby their capacity to borrow has been increased.
Are there any particular countries you're thinking about?
There are many countries. I'm not going to point on certain countries because that's not the point. But then if you look at
she could call frontier market.
Yes, I call them the frontier market. But the key point for me is not is the fact that risk is being repriced in a certain way, and nobody knows what way is this. So it means that some countries, they have the capacity to borrow, some investors are going to invest in those countries, but maybe the IMF will bail out certain countries, and they are doing it.
Can I add that a little bit? To your question on Sub-Saharan Africa, I share your concerns. We've done some work on that. I personally think that in number of sub-Saharan countries, more than number, and I think IMF agrees with that, the debt ratios are worrisome. And these are particularly countries which did not adjust after the collapse of the super commodity cycle in 2014. And they kept on, instead of adjusting, borrowing more, running down their reserves. And now the debt levels are at levels which are worrisome. And countries need to adjust.
I think it's just a journalist in me, but I like to work with examples. I like to hear that this country, for example, is just about to go bust. It's about to break. Who's willing to tell me about, who studied something about a specific country and they're willing to share that?
Well, I personally think it will be imprudent to name countries because that will cause unnecessary panic. And I think just the way IMF doesn't name countries.
Okay.
And countries know them.
Okay, so I've heard that Ghana and Kenya are struggling at the moment.
Additionally, let me add something quite important in this regard, in my view. There is lack of transparency as well.
That's it.
So if you ask anyone here, or if you ask the IMF or the World Bank to gauge exactly what is the debt situation in some sub-Saharan Africa, none of these institutions will be able to.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
Because part of the transactions with the private sector have not been duly registered. Secondly, there is China. The following thing, the only ones who know how much Chinese money has been lent to sub-Saharan Africa are two institutions, the Exim Bank of China and the other formal official bank. And there is not by chance a push, a complaint from the international community for the Chinese to disclose those information that they only have.
Yes, Professor.
I just wanted to emphasize on this because nowadays the international community led by the IIF, they're really pushing for more transparency on the debt market. So, and this has been a call in the previous G20 to have more transparency on the sovereign debt market. This is also an important point.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, let's get that gentleman at the back there, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment.
Can you just introduce yourself briefly, please?
Nkosana Moyo from Zimbabwe. I'm also on the board of the Mandela Institute for Development Studies. Whilst I appreciate your journalistic enthusiasm, I think we need to also appreciate that in finance, I think what could be considered as careless treatment of information can actually cause a bigger problem.
I appreciate that.
So, yeah, I think we should just deal with it like that.
Oh, was that the point? Okay, let's give him a round of applause. Anybody else would like to? Yes, this gentleman here put up his hand a while ago. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure, Mustafa Miblouk, I'm running a media company in Morocco. I'm sure that if you ask the question, are you expecting a financial crisis in the future? The answer will be 100% yes. And as we know, the tools used for the last financial crisis were a coordination with all the central banks to reduce the level of the interest cost from 4-5% to lower. What to do when the rates are already at the lowest? Mm-hmm. What are the tools to be used for the future from your perspective? Thank you.
Okay, we shall come to that in a moment. Let this lady ask a question as well, please.
There's a microphone.
There's a microphone.
En español.
Well, I have several questions.
J'ai plusieurs.
About conservative monetary policies, and I have the impression that we were not able to reach a consensus on the Washington consensus, and it seems to have been, to be dated now, to be something from old times. And as a politician, I sometimes have the perception that in economy there is a lack of transparency, and we do not talk about when we talk about finance, we don't talk about corruption, we don't talk about those funds that just go away, the payment to international bureaucracy to fund programs against poverty, and then the funds just disappear. I was a director of a company, the main state company in Chile, for the production of copper, and we have copper until the year 2053. This is guaranteed. What will happen after that? How are we going to innovate? That's why the comment from the lady behind me about sharing resources, talking about the world, and rethinking for the next generations. I think this is paramount and key. I just wanted to say that because I keep hearing about the logic on which the international monetary institutions work, but I don't hear as much about what should be done, what is still to be done. More transparency, more regulation, other agreements. What is lacking to improve? We cannot just sit and wait for the next crisis to be announced between the big powers, and then the smaller countries are somehow submitted to the market, to the actual progress of the markets. I am not an expert, but I want to give that political point of view.
There's a lady at the back there. Let me ask the lady at the back first, and then.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your contributions. That's Annette Tesfaye from IHS Markit in London. Just one point and one question. With regard to looking at the rapid accumulation of debt in sub-Saharan Africa and the nature of that debt being more commercial and less concessional, which defined the previous HIPC relief process, we have to look at the role of the lenders in that case and their engagements with these African countries. And on the African side, lack of experience in trying to procure and manage this type of debt. And so you see that there's an asymmetry in power where commercial lenders are coming forward, negotiating terms that arguably African governments were accepting based on what they think are market protocols or practices. And we've seen this play out in the case of Mozambique, where it's hard to distinguish blame, but you can see it's being investigated in the US and London based on what they consider to be inappropriate behavior. The second point with regard to the credit rating agencies and the influence that they wield there. Madame on the panel referred to how is risk being priced, but financial capital markets are using that as a bellwether as to which emerging or frontier markets they should go into. So if we're looking at that, what's informing that pricing mechanism, should we be looking at how that risk is assessed by these institutions that wield great influence?
Okay, let me come to the panel and then we'll get back to the audience. Yeah, any reactions at all? Starting with you, Professor.
Let me start.
Yeah, please.
On what to do. Look, what to do from central banks or for financial regulators is not simply playing with the interest rates. For instance, several examples of vulnerability spots that I mentioned. Some of them could be tackled by the action of regulators in specific things. For instance, non-financial corporate debt. The requisites in terms of ratios of assets vis-a-vis debt and so on, they can establish cap, they can stimulate, they can, let's say, help manage the speed with which the indebtedness is taking place. One problem with this is partly a response to the other question about do we have a global monetary system or not. I would say, yes, it is a dollar-based system, but it's global. It's global in the sense that there are some dimensions that do not fit into simple country schemes. If you don't have a coordination among the countries, among regulators, about those indicators, about those ratios that comprise the regulation, you create a scope, a big scope for arbitrage, for happening the same thing that happens with taxes. If you, before the world has significant economies, before they have some sort of coordination on tax policies, we'll have what we have nowadays, which is this tax evasion. A similar thing happens in finance, if we don't have a minimum harmony on the action implemented by monetary regulators. So there is a huge scope of coordination which can be tackled. And the same thing I mentioned, the non-financial corporate debt, but the similar reasoning can be applied to institutional investors, pension funds. And as I said, in this repo market that I have been hammering, it's connected. The whole dollar-based non-US bank that provides credit and trade finance from Germany to, not necessarily, I will not refer to Germany, but who give monies to sub-Saharan African countries, even if not done by US banks, it is done with hedging vis-a-vis the dollar. So they are connected. And a minimum of organized action is necessary. On the crisis, very briefly, look, the history of trying to answer the question about why the stock, why don't you guys do something? It's an eternal race in any capitalism. It comes with capitalism, with the good things and the bad things. One of the bad things is the following. We'll always have, since the tulips in Holland, a race between the markets, innovative, creating new risks, circumventing regulation, and the regulators, with usually the regulators coming only after. The things that I'm referring to, they were not on the score, on the screen 10 years ago. Many people thought that by simply upholding the banks and let's make the big banks be obliged to hold only US treasuries. So then we'll have a safe system and let the guys play with risky applications, but the banks will be safe and will be safe. And what has happened? The banks have shrunk, and a whole new system has been created, emerged, surrounding it, a new one through shadow. And we will deal with it only afterwards.
Right. Thank you.
I want to emphasize one point, which also links to the issue of transparency and how to deal with corruption. Because if we look at over the few years, capital flows have been to emerging markets have been flowing and have been also supporting additional borrowing. So if we look at the medium external debt in emerging market economies, in 2008 it was 100%. Nowadays it's more than 160%. And in some countries, 300%, which is as a percentage of exports. So this means that there is more money flowing into the emerging market. Now, you mentioned the management issue of the debt. Yes, that's a key point. Today, you raise debt or you issue debt, but then where the debt goes, nobody knows. So they say it's on budgetary expenditures and projects. But then is there an institution who is managing and saying where this money really goes and what are the different contributions to the real economy and to the overall economy, to the society? Nobody knows it. So it's all broad discussions, but then practically speaking, there is no clear information or transparency on where this money goes. So the more money flows to the emerging markets, the more the possibilities to have some politicians or whoever they're involved in the contracts and so on and so forth, channeling the money into, say, tax havens that nobody knows where the money goes and so on. So this is extremely important. And nowadays, for example, just take the case of Europe, where I am acting here as a chair of the banking stakeholder group. And now the European Banking Authority has the mandate to follow corruption, I wouldn't say corruption, yes, anti-money laundering and aspects related to terrorist financing. It's all linked. And I think up to today, I believe that corruption is not put under this umbrella of anti-money laundering and terrorist financing. I think it's important to touch it into that point, so to put the definition there, and then try to manage over time this, I would call them the illicit flows of money, where it goes, and then everybody has to be accountable.
Professor
From a policy point of view, especially in the European Union, we group all these issues of transparency and similar under a big box called reforms. So we are very aware that besides monetary policy and fiscal policy, there are reforms, and that's where risk reduction before risk sharing is discussed, because they are very, very relevant and they prevent. And this is also, one can expand this, and the elephant in the room is that why should, I mean, a lot of this, I called it firepower, is being used or wasted, for example, to compensate for the trade tensions which exist. So what should you do? I mean, should you put the burden on monetary policy, or should we, as will be discussed later today, get the bull by the horns and say, if these are causing, the slowdown, especially in the manufacturing, vehicles, machinery, and so on, calculated by the IMF at 0.8 of 1% fall in the GDP, caused by trade tensions, rather than wasting whatever is left with monetary policy, you should attack the problem at source, which is trade.
That's interesting.
And multilateralism.
And that's trade. That's
trade.
Interesting point. I'd like to ask him, just prepare to ask a question, but first let's go to the gentleman at the front. If you can briefly introduce yourself and make your point.
Yes, of course. I'm Sérgio Guzmão Chodowski. I'm the president of the Development Bank of Minas Gerais in Brazil. We are a regional development bank, government-owned. My question to the panel is the following. What role for development banks? I'm not talking only about the multilateral development banks, but also the national development banks and, of course, the regional development banks. And my take on this is the following, is execution, right? I mean, I believe that development banks, and this is my take, I just want to see your reaction, have a role in project preparation, in mobilization of private capital, and I think it has a role also in bringing confidence and also in some way creating new asset class that this liquidity can flow into. And just giving you a very precise example, we are taking advantage of low interest rates in Europe, and I'm taking on-lending programs with the European Investment Bank and others, and mobilizing this capital and doing, of course, hedging into local currency in Brazil, and it's working quite well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to come to you, sir, and then just introduce yourself briefly.
My name is Mubarak Lo. I'm from Senegal, and also I am a senior fellow at the Police Center of the New South. Nobody wants to talk about countries. Senegal is among the countries that IMF consider as a country with a viable and sustainable debt. Our indebtedness is around 53.5%, and our community asks us not to go beyond 70%, so we have some margin. Even this year, we have received a lot of investors from the international area, but we told them that we will not issue debt at the international level. So 2020, no Eurobond. All our needs will be funded through the regional financial market, which is West Africa Economic and Monetary Union. So it will be in the local currency, franc CFA. So
that makes a big difference, whether it's local debt or foreign debt.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting point. This gentleman here has a point.
I just wanted to know one thing quickly. One, a new financial crisis, how will it affect the dollar as a reserve currency in the world? And second, the fact that we haven't had any changes in global governance of these institutions. A new financial crisis is going to deteriorate them even more or not? In the sense that, the players, the new ones, are not effectively participating as much.
All right, thank you very much. And one more question. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Uida Douche, Policy Center for the New South. So I just wanted to say, you can always have a financial crisis. Doesn't matter what the financial system is like, just about, because in the end, the issue is confidence. And all sorts of things can cause a loss of confidence in situation of high leverage, loss of confidence will cause a financial crisis. So that's clear, okay? We all understand that. I have specific questions of the panel. The first is, what specific measure are you advocating, would you like to advocate, in order to strengthen the resilience of the global financial system? Can you be specific? Like, for example, raise the capital requirement of banks above 10%, whatever it is. Can you be more specific? And the second is, forgive me, but I do think in terms of, when I'm thinking financial crisis, I have to think in terms of where is the unsustainability of the situation. Okay, that's the heart of trying to predict, difficult as it is, where things might happen. And therefore, I'd like to ask a question about countries I'm worried about. In the case of Europe, I'm worried about Italy. Do you have a view on the sustainability of the Italian situation? In emerging markets, I'm worried about Argentina. Do you have a view on the sustainability of the Argentinian situation and how the IMF issue will be resolved? And frankly, at the global level, I reside in Washington, I'm worried about the United States. The United States has now a debt to GDP which is above 100% and has a budget deficit of close to 4%, between 4 and 5%, in a situation where the US economy is expanding. What happens in a recession, and what will be the implications for the system?
Okay, we don't have too much time left. I'm going to start.
So can I quickly come to 2 points here?
Yeah, but I need someone to actually address those questions. Who is volunteering to take those?
I will.
Okay. Okay, so there's a lot of appetite for them.
Right.
So let's start with you.
So I think I want to emphasize a point about debt being domestic or in foreign currency. Because like what you said, sir, if you issue debt in domestic currency, it makes a difference whether you take debt in foreign currency. For example, Japan and China have huge amount of debt in their domestic currency, Japan being the champion in the world. I think it makes a difference. If you have huge domestic savings like China and Japan do, and you have domestic debt, it makes a difference. I think the point about development banks, domestic development finance institutions is a very important one, because the rest of the discussion has been about international systems. I do believe that domestic finance institutions are very important. They perform tremendous service to the countries in terms of development. And you emphasize the critical role of vetting projects. Very critical. Domestic resource mobilization, leveraging foreign savings with your domestic savings. Ratio normally is 3 to 4 times. But project appraisal, creating assets domestically is critical. And I think it links back to the professor's point about what happens to money, that people who are overseas, the point which was raised by the journalist from London, very, very critical. And it's linked to somebody who was raising the issue about Chinese debt in Africa. So I think what you're doing in Brazil is critical, and it should be continued and should be done by more and more countries to have development banks. This is how it started 60 years ago, countries after countries. And I hope more and more countries will strengthen their development banks. This is how development works.
Okay, Mr. Minister, what do you...
No, in the European context, I mean, the country which was mentioned with high risk, it's not just the problem with the risk itself in that country, but also it's keeping the European Union going for risk-sharing measures and you know, just like the European Deposit Guarantee, a Euro bond, and also an unemployment insurance scheme and so on, because Germany insists, and correctly, that there should be first reduction and the level playing field, and then you go for, otherwise there will be the moral hazard question all the time. So it's keeping the EU going forward and finishing the banking union itself, and then after that the capital markets union. So that's the effect of a particular country being weak in the European Union context.
Okay, let me hear from Professor, then I'll come to you.
I would like to give some elements of the answer. First of all, is to have stricter supervisory actions via the use of stress tests for increasing the level of capital for banks and reserves for the insurance companies. So stress test up to today has been a transparency tool. It's very interesting, but it has not yet been explicitly used as increasing the level of capital. But they do it for problematic banks. They do it, but I think it has to be much more explicit, then the market knows it, and then it is clear. So this is one point. And also more generalized use for macroprudential tools. It is extremely also important to link the microprudential and the macroprudential. This is very essential, because then when you see some systemic risks accumulating over time, then you can hit with certain buffers. At least you delay and sort of you prevent. So you mentioned the prevention. This prevention is important. It's cheaper in reality than crisis management, because nowadays, as you mentioned carefully, there is no. I don't know who is going to manage the next crisis, and maybe there would be a new, innovative, collaborative action of all the. But it's very hopeful rather than realistic. So the second point is, again, to enhance disclosure and transparency on debt issuance and where the money goes. There is news, for example, all the green bonds and green loans, everybody knows where the money goes in green projects. More granularity is needed, but there is knowledge now on how to track exposures and how to track the funds. And also implement more prudent debt management practices. And then if countries that are incapable or, they need more enhancement of their capacity to manage their debt, I think it's important to, to enforce their capacity using, for example, regional or bank organizations or the IMF or the World Bank. They are already doing it, but they have to step further effort into this.
Marcus asked a number of questions. Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, but I want to answer to touch upon the provocative. First, as of now, we have 25% of all bonds in the world yielding negative interest rates in real terms, 25%. Part of which, of course, related to the Eurozone, and Italy is currently financing itself at an interest rate lower than the US. Can you imagine? The Italy that you mentioned. Greece is financing itself with negative interest rates. So there's something odd. You mentioned Argentina. Argentina is already in default. Not officially, because the only thing it's suspended, but technically it's already a default. The issue now is whether it will manage to have a reprofiling, an organized default, or a chaotic one. I, frankly, am among those who don't expect any orderly thing out of it. But it's not systemically significant. Like the frontier markets. The frontier markets, we do seem to have a problem. Many of the countries that cease to receive foreign aid, and they indulge in indebtedness. Is there a problem for the countries? It might be, but not systemically. Systemically, where the issue is and what to do is the following, Uri, in my view. Go beyond Volcker's, Paul Volcker's approach. It doesn't suffice to regulate, to tackle, to domesticate the banks. That was done. That has guaranteed solvent, small, liquid banks. But then you have had a new universe that has developed itself without being regulated in the shadow bank, and now it may explode in front of us. On development banks, we face this paradox, a world in which we are awash with liquidity, term premium down, interest rates, negative interest rates, and you have a dearth of infrastructure investment and so on. What's wrong with that? The fact is that if we open up the chain of value of infrastructure in other fixed-term, long-term investments, there are risks there that the private sector, we will find private agents there able to manage and willing to take on, and some others not. So the role for development banks, in my view, instead of do like they did in the past, that it was to substitute, to replace the markets, is to focus on exactly those points of the chain of value where there is no private agent interested in managing those. If the development bank does this, it makes possible the building up of the whole financing structure.
Okay. What about his questions?
See, there is no real change in leadership, in the sense that it's not a matter of the person individually or the nationality of whoever is running the IMF or the World Bank. That won't make any difference. The governance of these institutions is framed by its evolution since its birth. And it is the fact that they were not very much prone to ramping up their size because that would demand a drastic change in the structure of governance, that the Chinese and the BRICS decided to go on their own. This new financial architecture, it runs an intrinsic risk of fragmentation. And this, fortunately, on the development, long-term financing side, cooperation has prevailed. I am a testimony on how the AIIB and the World Bank are co-financing projects in the Philippines and so on. On the monetary and financial side, there's only one. Even the Chinese, and the BRICS, when they decided to develop their contingency sharing facility, they established a threshold above which, if any of the BRICS countries want to use it, it has to go to the IMF. It's there in the China-led BRICS arrangement.
Okay.
So there is no dramatic change in the structure in that regard.
Let's give my panel a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Reem Ayadi, and she's from Cass Business School, as you had. Ottaviano Canuto, from the Policy Center for the New South. Arinda Kohli, who is the founding director and chief executive of Emerging Markets Forum. And last but not least, Edward Shikluna, who is the finance minister of Malta. My name is Alan Kasuja. Thank you very much. How's it going, Ma?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a coffee break and reconvene at 11:15. Thank you.
Welcome to Atlantic Dialogue Television. We have a very gifted and well-informed Indian expert with us. Mr. Joshi, tell me, we are living now in a world of turmoil, as we have seen. We have seen a lot of chaos politically, but do we see the same thing now on the internet? If you talk about Russian intervention in elections, fake news, Twitter of 11,000 plus by Mr. Trump. Is the internet something today as you like it?
The world has always been in turmoil. It's not that the world is in turmoil today. The internet as a tool reflects that turmoil. It mirrors that turmoil. And yes, has been used very effectively as an instrument to instigate, nudge bits and pieces of that turmoil. But the turmoil is fundamental to the societies we're living in.
Even on this scale?
Even on this scale, yes.
We always...
Internet is not the cause of this turmoil. Internet has exacerbated certain parts of it. Internet has been used by certain powerful individuals, corporates, countries in certain ways. But at the core of it, it remains a tool.
But there are a lot of excesses on racism, hate, messages which are false, denial of the Holocaust. That can't be the aim of the internet.
The internet itself does not have any aim. As I said, the internet reflects society.
Yes.
If there are prejudices within society, yes, internet amplifies many of those prejudices. What the internet has done, and what social media platforms have done, what new messaging platforms have done, is that they have increased certain tendencies towards tribalism. Tribalism is a human fact. People then tend to band together. Now, this has amplified the power of tribalism, where what is fundamentally tribalism? Tribalism means that people band together on the basis of their loyalties.
Yes, but is tribalism also a reaction to the global power of the global reach, let's say, of Facebook with 2.3 billion users a month? Is that a reaction towards or for tribalism?
It is, as I said, an amplification.
Okay.
It is Facebook becomes an amplification of the tribalism. More than Facebook, for example, messaging applications like WhatsApp. WhatsApp becomes where people tend to band together in similar groups where they share common thoughts. So that becomes a kind of reinforcement of certain tribal tendencies.
Which means also that the digital revolution, let's call it that way, or the fourth industrial revolution, will change our politics basically as well.
Every communications revolution has changed politics. If you start with the Gutenberg press,
yes,
that also dramatically changed politics. It changed systems of governance. It changed ways people interacted with their rulers. It ultimately led to the demise of the feudal hierarchies and led to the rise of democracies.
Yes, yes.
And if you remember, at that time also, there was an elite which protested against the rise of the Gutenberg press. They felt that if the ability of people to be able to publish, to disseminate information, would become a disaster.
But they were protesting Gutenberg, who developed his press in 1430 or 1438. But they all protested also because they didn't want to lose the power.
Exactly. So you're seeing similar, in a way, amplification of certain similar tendencies, that there is in certain ways an elite which does get threatened by these transformations. An elite starts losing power. So there is a certain apprehension which is very, very visible about what is happening in the world of the internet, what is happening in the world of social media. But the way I see it, this is a process of education. Any tech tool will tend to get both used and misused.
In India, your country, which is very well known of having great people in the industry of digital development, internet, is it affecting your society?
It is affecting. India also is witnessing the kind of polarization which you see in the rest of the world happening because of social media platforms. People are then tending to reinforce each other's extreme views. But then you have also the second industry come up, which is the fact-check industry, which is becoming also increasingly more active. And ultimately, the young will have to be taught as to, earlier the narrator of a story was not paid much attention to. The story was relevant. Today, you start going back, people start learning to see why certain stories are disseminating, who is disseminating them, what is the agenda behind those stories being disseminated.
But do the young people have the time and the patience to do that?
Do not underestimate the young. This is their medium. They have built this medium. And they are over time. It does not. See, if you start looking at social media platforms, the growth of social media platforms, they are barely 10, 12 years old. They are actually very new.
They were military based.
Yes.
The first internet was military.
Well, it was military based, but social media itself, if you start looking at the rise of Facebook, if you start looking at some of the applications like WhatsApp, the messaging tools.
Google.
Well, Google began as a search tool. Google has a much longer history. But I'm talking of social media as social media.
Okay.
When people start connecting to each other, social media gives everyone the power to broadcast. Each one becomes both an absorber of information and a disseminator of information. And many times, you disseminate information even before you absorb it. You forward a message to your entire contact list, which may be 1,000 people, without even analyzing or understanding what that message is saying.
The so-called self-mass communication.
Self-mass communication.
Yes.
So this is the world you are in.
Explain to me why India has so many very talented programmers, mathematicians in the world of the internet. Is there a reason for that?
India has 1.3 billion people.
They
So
have
even
more-
if 1% of them become programmers, the number becomes huge. So I would not say that Indians are specially talented. What I would say is that at a certain point in time, Indian entrepreneurs realized the opportunities in the digital age and they invested in them. Now, the remarkable story about India is how India is a country which actually, you will not believe it, in the 1970s said no to technology. They said we don't want computers because computers take away jobs.
But then you had nuclear bombs also. So,
but they said no to computers because they thought computers took away jobs. But that changed. In the 80s, policies changed. And certain entrepreneurs realized the value of where the world was heading and what was happening in the world of the internet. So they started investing in creating the resources, the human resources, the human capital. It was not a government-driven program. There were a whole lot of agencies, private sector agencies, which started coming up to train people in digital literacy. You had a whole cohort of people who started getting trained as programmers, as coders.
let me ask you a final question. Are you optimist or pessimist about the internet?
It should be obvious I'm an optimist.
Optimist
I know there are
in
challenges.
general.
I know there are challenges, and there are severe challenges. We are going to take time to overcome them. The biggest challenge which the internet today poses, which digital technologies today pose, is that digital technologies, in a sense, yes, empower people. They take away the power of information arbitrage, which is a very strong instrument of power. So they upset the information hierarchies. They enable everybody to reach out and access information and develop their own applications, develop their own ideas, and it democratizes innovation. That is one good factor. But there is a flip side to it also. Technology is also a divider. The divide between the haves and the have-nots in technology, if there are not the right intervention, the right policy interventions, or the right even entrepreneurial interventions, that divide not just widens, it also deepens with every technology shifts. Now that is a challenge which everyone faces. So there are certain people who get excluded from technology. Gender, on the basis of gender, on the basis of their social caste, on the basis of where they are located, whether they are in a rural space, whether they're in a small town, whether they have access to 5G or 4G or 3G or 2G, starts making a difference. So it actually has a tendency, if it is not handled properly, to increase inequality. And that is a big challenge the world is facing today.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure. I wish we had many more hours and do a book.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenthal, thank you for coming to Atlantic Dialogue Television. And we are talking about turmoil in the world here at this conference. Is there turmoil sustainable in Latin America? Is there a chance to stop the violence in Latin America?
I think it depends very much on the country.
Let's start with your country, Mexico.
Okay. With my country, Mexico, which is probably right now one of the more violent and more difficult countries where the situation has deteriorated considerably over the years, mainly because of organized crime, drug trafficking, I think that it's going to be a while before we can reverse the tendency, which has been to have more rather than less violence. We have a new government, Mr. López Obrador, who campaigned and was elected on the promise of changing that situation. But at the end of his first year of government, which was last December 1st, the situation has worsened, not improved.
Yes, as one sees on television all the time. And I always ask myself, do I want to go on vacation in Mexico?
A lot of people ask the question, but we still get millions and millions of visitors that come to Mexico, because I think fundamentally this is a localized issue, mainly along the U.S.-Mexico border, where most of the organized criminal activity takes place, and in some of the southern states, but not the ones where tourists tend to go, not at the beaches and so on. Those are still fine and safe, and so is Mexico City.
You can go to Guadalajara and you can go to all these places.
There's no problem there.
How much, you mentioned the American-Mexican border, how much of the violence is a responsibility also of the United States? Now they don't let anybody in anymore, or very difficult, as we know, all these camps and all these procedures of asking for asylum, and they all remain in Mexico. So isn't there, a source of crime growing in Mexico because of that blockade?
Definitely. I think it's a shared problem, not only because of what the Trump administration is doing regarding closing the border, but also, I think, fundamentally because Mexico is a country where you're not allowed to own firearms. And the U.S. is a country where everyone owns firearms. And so the movement of weapons from the U.S. to Mexico is one of the serious problems, because that's what arms the organized criminal cartels and so on. And I think that the Americans realize that, but like many things in the U.S., it's a domestic political issue. They've not been able even to reinstate the assault weapons ban that they had some years ago. And I think that as long as the U.S. is, one, an exporter, major exporter of weapons, and two, the major consumer of drugs.
That's just one of the...
And we're right there at the south of the U.S., it's going to be very difficult to change the dynamics. We're hopeful. I think that in the case of the U.S., states that have already liberalized their laws regarding drugs and marijuana and so on will change a federal policy which still remains to prohibit all of these substances.
But the Mexican people, do they have still confidence in the government? If you look at the battles, gun battles the other day, they wanted to arrest somebody who was important, the child of...
The son
of
Chapo.
Voila, they wanted to arrest him, and I remember these images. They had him, and they let him go because they were afraid of more violence. Isn't it terrible if you see that the government is, ceding, the field to crime elements?
From my perspective, what I would say it was a very poor decision to do that. But perceptions in Mexico among public opinion is that he did the right thing. The president did the right thing.
To save lives.
To save lives, because these cartel members had gone to the compound where the families of the police and the military live, and they were threatening children and women and so on. And so the perception is that he did the right thing. I, of course, think that violence begets violence, and if you don't take care of it, if you don't attack it straight on, it becomes a worse problem. We don't have the resources in Mexico that can equate to the resources that the criminal gangs have,
but the
money and people.
The Americans are not willing to assist you on that? Or is the government of Mexico refusing, saying we have our own agenda and we don't need American meddling in our affairs?
They are saying that. That's a traditional policy for Mexico. But the Americans could help without interfering with Mexico, without doing anything in Mexico, by stopping these trafficking of arms between the US and Mexico. And they could also help by decriminalizing their drug consumption, which is unfortunately what feeds these criminal activities, most of them.
But I'm amazed what you're saying is the traffic coming in, which is logic. You have the feeling there are so many guards now at the borders. There are so many controls now at the borders, and it still comes in.
It still comes in,
So-
and there will and it'll still come in even if you build a 30-foot high wall the way Trump said he would. There's always ways to go around, under, or over.
Yeah, but also the other way around to the United States.
Absolutely, absolutely. But when the expectations of especially of economic migrants, not talking now about refugees or
Yes.
people who need asylum.
People who come from Guatemala.
But people
or
who are
from-
economic migrants, they have now gotten the message from the Trump administration that they won't be let into the U.S. Before, U.S. policy was rather liberal.
Yes.
As long as you got there, you could stay, waiting perhaps some years for your hearing to determine whether you could stay permanently or not, and then they just melted into the society in the U.S. Today, that's much more difficult. So the message has gotten across, and we have many fewer Central Americans.
But they're in Mexico. Many of them who can't
all,
go
all
their way
the
to
ones,
Mexico.
all the ones who tried to get into the United States and asked for asylum
Yeah.
are now back in Mexico, waiting in Mexico at the border, which is a very explosive situation because the border is not prepared for these migrants to live. Many of them in the streets, and they're not really being taken care of.
And the Mexican population will not like to. them to
And
be
the
there,
Mexican
so-
population has backlashed against it because, again, they take jobs or they take money or they become petty criminals to be able to survive. There are now about maybe 40,000 of those at the border, which is not many for a country of 125 million. But they are massed in a very small corridor
And the
along
potential-
the border, and the potential for violence, the potential for problems there is quite high. I think that the hope of the Americans, in any case, with this policy, is that all of these people will go home eventually. They'll be tired. They'll get tired of sitting
They
there.
probably settle in Mexico before they go home.
Well, some will settle in Mexico, which is fine. I mean, we
Yeah.
can absorb that without any difficulty. But already a fair number have gone home because they are not fleeing particular persecutions or
Gangs or
violence or
whatever.
gangs.
Yeah.
Most of them are economic migrants or families that want to meet up with their families in the U.S. who are already there legally and so on. So family reunification is one of the drivers of the migration flows.
Let me ask you a last question on the part of your neighbors of Mexico. If you go to the problems in Guatemala, in San Salvador, El Salvador, is there no way of finding a solution there?
Yeah, the solution is the solution of most emerging countries, that's development. So if we could find ways to develop that northern triangle of Central America, that would probably go a long way towards helping. The Mexican president has proposed this to Mr. Trump. Mexico doesn't have resources really to be able to plow into the northern part of Central America, and the U.S. has done the exact opposite. They have cut their aid.
They cut aid to
They
these
cut the
countries.
aid.
Yes.
So, they're shooting themselves in the foot at the end of the day because these people, when they no longer see any future for themselves in Guatemala, Salvador, Honduras, because they move up north, even just to Mexico, where they have better opportunities than back home.
So, as a conclusion, one has to say that violence, turmoil will continue for some time to come in these regions.
Well, I think the situation is different. Mexico, because of its neighborhood to the U.S., because of the migration issue, is a different case, for example, than Chile, where we saw an upsurge of totally spontaneous violence and unrest as a result of I think failed aspirations, promises made by the former government that were not kept. If you look at other parts of Latin America, you'll see different reasons.
Yeah.
What they all have in common is very much what the world unrest has in common among young people, among the middle classes, people who feel that they've been left aside, people who've not benefited from the globalized world in which we've been living for the last few decades, people who have no leadership. There is no leadership, it's rather spontaneous. Social media is what brings them out on the streets, and there's usually something that detonates the beginning, no? So in Hong Kong or in Beirut.
Like an Arab Spring.
Like an Arab Spring.
Yeah.
And that's happening very much in Latin America. It's happening in Colombia. It's happening in Chile. It's happening, obviously, we have the problem of Venezuela, not where there the demonstrations are against the government because of what Mr. Maduro has been doing. So it depends on the country. But I think we will see an unstable Latin America for the immediate future.
On these pessimistic notes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trois choses m'intéressent dans ce Atlantic Dialogue. D'abord, il y a un effort de conceptualisation. Le sujet actuel, parlant de la crise, parlant du Sud, il est évident que ce sont là des vocables qui demandent à être redéfinis et le dialogue permet de le redéfinir. L'autre chose qui m'intéresse, c'est qu'il y a un message qui sort de ces rencontres. Et le message, c'est qu'au fond, il n'y a pas de fatalité historique à laquelle les sociétés ne sauraient échapper. Il y a certes des défis à relever, mais les opportunités ne manquent pas pour qui est animé de la volonté d'affronter le réel et de se donner les moyens de le changer. Et la troisième chose, évidemment, qui découle de ce que j'ai dit, c'est que quelque part, même si l'OCP semble être en première ligne, il y a une volonté de transformation de la réalité. Il y a des soucis opérationnels qui amènent à s'interroger sur ce qu'il est possible de faire et pas simplement sur ce qui peut advenir de la réalité.
Hi, my name is Chika Owazie, and it's such a pleasure to be back at the 2019 Atlantic Dialogues. I was an Adele alumni in 2017, and it's really great just to see another set of emerging leaders talking about gender, talking about diversity, and talking about the turmoil across the Atlantic. And so I feel like this is one of the places where you can actually come and see a diverse audience, people from public and private coming together to really share about how they can move the agenda forward.
I just got done with my panel titled Democracy in Crisis at the Atlantic Dialogues. South at the Time of Turmoil conference. The reason I was really interested to come here and attend this conference was because this conversation was being led by the Global South. The truth is, democracy is in crisis. We are in the times of crisis of failed leadership, where we're seeing a rise of hyper-nationalist rhetoric, and we're seeing a decline in multilateralism and faith in institutions, which is why I think it's so important to for spaces like this, where conversations are being raised by the people who are most affected by these issues and the relevant key stakeholders in the governance space who are coming here and debating on very real issues and the nuances to democracy and how can we safeguard democracy. Also, for me, the biggest takeaway is our role as active citizens. I think very often we do a sort of raise a point of contention in terms of thinking democracy is for the elite, or democracy is a point of conversation solely that starts and ends with leadership. But for me, the biggest takeaway is what is our role as civil society or as people in general to make sure we're active citizens to safeguard the tenets of democracy. So I'm really glad to be here and to have had the conversation with the fellow panelists and learn and unlearn from their perspective.
So I'm Andreas Krämer from Ecologic Institute and the Oceano Azul Foundation in Lisbon, and I'm here for the 9th time at the Atlantic Dialogues. And when I look at what happened over the years is that at the beginning everybody was surprised that Morocco organized the Atlantic Dialogues and positioned itself in the pan-Atlantic discussion among all the countries around the Atlantic basin, and put a focus onto not just the North Atlantic but onto the wider Atlantic, looking at the all-Atlantic in that context. At the beginning the discussions were very difficult because people were not used to using the Atlantic as a frame and having Morocco as a host for this discussion. But now, 9 years later, we find that there is a community building, that we're building on the progress of on the discussions from last year, and we are really processing issues with an element of respect and an element of understanding that has been built up over a decade. So I can only congratulate the OCP Foundation that has set up the dialogues and the Policy Center for the New South for arranging all of this in such a way that brings the world to Morocco and explains Morocco to the world.
Atlantic Dialogues is one of the most amazing experience I've actually been given the chance to participate into. This is my third participation, and every time the quality of the people you meet here, the quality of the speakers, and especially the themes that are actually we are engaging on makes me want to come back. It is, I think, the only place where the 4 continents that are bordering the Atlantic are actually engaging in a real and true dialogue. And I've been here for the third time. I had the opportunity to participate in the writing of at least 2 or 3 reports. And yeah, I always look forward to engage with my fellows and to be back in Marrakesh in December. It's a yearly day that I wouldn't miss.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for hanging in there with us, and I hope that you are enjoying the Atlantic Dialogues. I just want to just say a few things, both to you and to folks watching around the world, that this is an extremely important conversation we're about to have, and it's affected just about everybody, not only in here, but also who are watching us at home, because these trade institutions, whether they survive, is something that ultimately would depend on how fat your pocketbook and wallet is ultimately. So we'll get into some of that, but I also want to let you know that I want this conversation we're about to have to be about you, and I want you to be very much a part of this conversation, which is one of the things that we do here at the Atlantic Dialogues. It isn't just about the folks on stage. I'll help guide the conversation, but we want you, everyone in here, to be very much involved, which is why we'll have a question that you'll be able to answer here in a few minutes, and then have questions for our panelists. So as we get started, I'll call our panelists to the stage. We'll start with Uru Dadush, who is the Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South and a consultant to the World Bank and other institutions. Then we have Matthias Feckel. Matthias is a former Minister of the Interior and State Secretary of Foreign Trade with the government of France. And last but certainly not least, we have Renato Flores, who is the economist and former member of the group of experts with the WTO. Please help me welcome our guests. And as Renato makes his way to the stage, please take out your various, your iPad or your iPhone or other devices. We have a question that we'd like you to answer so we can get a sense of the room as we begin the conversation about rules-based institutions. The question, which should be popping up here in a second, is, will the rules-based system survive? And if you would vote yes or no, will the rules-based trading system survive? And we'll have a few seconds. We're almost there. Wow.
Oh, voila.
Okay,
that's why we have the panel. That's why we have the panel.
This is, gentlemen, welcome. Hopefully, and we'll return to this question at the end of our conversation. Gentlemen, let's start, Uri, with you and rules-based trade system. There are a lot of issues that have come up, and maybe one of the issues that some people are concerned about. You look, for example, at China in the WTO. China is considered a developing country within the WTO, although it is the world's it has the world's second largest economy. So what we're looking at is a country that is both the oppressor and the oppressed. Is that not laughable?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't describe China either as oppressor or as oppressed. But it is true that one of the issues we are confronting in the sustainability of the system, of the trading system, is the explosion of China onto the world scene since its accession to the WTO in 2001, and even before that. And how China fits into the system is one of the big problems. It's by far, in my view, not the biggest problem. There are other problems. But the fact is that you have an economy that is now the largest trading nation of the world in a rules-based, liberal, free trade economic system, which is still very much a state-driven economy, and with a huge state sector, less big than it was in the past, and furthermore, a state sector that is guided by a central authority, which is the Communist Party and the head of the Communist Party in that country. Moreover, while China made a lot of progress in terms of liberalizing its economy, relying more on the private sector in the many years, several years post-accession to the WTO in recent years, that reform process has slowed. And that is one of the tension points because a lot of countries are very worried about China. If you look at the trade deficit of Morocco, you will see that one of the reasons that has been widening trade deficit in Morocco is, in fact, a very important reason is that the trade deficit with China has increased a lot. Okay? Now, I'm a trade economist and a free trader, and I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but in political terms, it's complicated.
I want to turn to Matthias and ask you about, I know I want to touch on the China question, but also I want you to also address some issues involving what's happening with Brexit. But I know you were very much involved in some of the conversations, negotiations with China in France. What do you think in terms of China and getting a lot of preferences within, for example, the WTO, but at the same time has a ginormous economy?
First of all, let me thank you for having me here and congratulate and thank the great staff of the Policy Center for this organization and this event. Concerning China, I think that we could mean a lot of people, have been quite naive since the beginning of the years 2000, when China integrated the WTO. I was trade minister when we had to discuss the accession of China to a developed economic status, and you know there was a big debate about is it automatic after 15 years, or does China have to meet precise criteria? And we were discussing that in the European Council. But when you look at the accession protocol of 2001, there is lots of ambiguity. And on such issues, I think it is a problem for Europe, but also for southern countries, and today for the US, to be ambiguous. And 20 years passed, I think everybody was in the idea, maybe even ideology, that trade would bring peace, would bring democracy, and would bring sustainable development everywhere. And it is true that trade has reduced inequalities between countries, but at the same time, it has increased, very much increased, inequalities amongst countries. And this is why, within countries. And this is why today, this is one of the reasons at least, why we have the rise of populism, why we have doubt about globalization, why we have in the US, in the UK with Brexit, but also in France, maybe not yet in Germany, but it might come, more and more doubt about did we make the good choices? I think that's where we stand today, a complete shift of paradigm, a complete shift of approaches within amongst political leaders, but also in the world of theory and thinking.
But that's a good question if you can answer it before I go up to Renato. Did we make did you make the best decision because you were very much involved in the China discussions, among others?
It's not for me to judge, but in 2001 I was studying, so I don't know. In 2015-16, I think that Europe as such, Europe as a whole, the European Union, made a balanced approach, and that we were able to implement criteria so that we can implement trade defense measures. That's the key. Of course we need trade, of course we need fair, balanced trade, but we need to have the tools to answer, and to answer in due time when there is an unequal approach, when there is unequal competition. And I think today Europe is stronger. It's not enough. Things are still too slow. But the European Union is conscious now that we have to stop being naive, and that public power at the European level needs to be able to answer and to defend our core interests.
Renato, I want to ask you about, since you're representing, to some extent, the South on our little panel, what would happen to many of the smaller, some undiversified states, should we have a collapse, if you will, of the world trading system?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, in about 4 hours, I believe the Chinese are going to bed, to sleep. So may I suggest that we wish them sweet dreams and a nice sleep, and leave them aside for a while. I'll address your question, but before, let me address the panel's question, which I think maybe could be interesting. My answer has two parts. The first one is, yes, it's going to survive. There is no doubt that in a multipolar world, interconnected as it is, we need to have a minimally rules-based trade system. So there will be one. So first part, yes. Second part, no. No. The present architecture of the WTO and its related developments won't survive. There will be a huge change. And until we have the new rules-based system, there will be apathy, there will be chaos, and then, here I address your question, because I think the right question is not the survival of the rules-based system, but which will be the winning coalition that will set the new rules? Will developing countries play a role? Will we witness an alliance of the European Union with China against the US? Or will the US eventually prevail? Or will the European Union, as usual, by the way, will eventually side with the EU and go against China? But China nowadays, good sleep, they present themselves as the champions of multilateralism. So I think the question, which is related to what you said, is what's going to be the winning coalition? How are the big powers, the smaller ones, and the little ones, but which can get together and have an impact, remember the Cancun Ministerial, going to arrange themselves and have a voice in the new rules?
I want to get back, and I'll get back to that, and probably I'll ask everyone the question of what do they see as an alternative to what we have now, if they're in terms of what will survive. But Uri, I wanted to ask you about the United States, and some people have said that they have seen a lot of the turmoil, if you will, within the rules-based system can go back to 3 years ago when a certain New Yorker became president. I wanted to ask you, spending a lot of time and living in the United States, do you see a justification for what President Trump is doing? Whether it's with China or, Mexico and Canada, as we've just seen, and others.
I'm not going to justify anything that President Trump is doing, and certainly not in public. But you're now dealing with the core question, which in my view is not China. The core question is the United States and the attitude of the United States towards the rules-based system. What has changed, because there's been a big change, right? 3 years ago, you wouldn't have predicted this kind of attitude from the United States, at least I didn't. And basically what has changed is a number of things. You need to understand just sort of schematically. The first has already been mentioned throughout this conference, and the minister just indicated it again. The rising inequality in the United States, and particularly the failure of a very large part of the population not to make progress, combined with the weakness of the safety nets in the United States. This is what makes it different from France and other European countries. A large part of the population is not seeing progress, and at the same time is in a high state of uncertainty because of the high cost of healthcare in the United States, and because of the high and rising cost of education in the United States. So that's one aspect that explains the rise of a populist administration. The second aspect, which is, I think, also very important and often misunderstood or not appreciated, is the fact that the United States used to absolutely need a rules-based trading system, which at that time was the GATT, but eventually became the WTO, because of the Cold War, Cold War I. We are now in Cold War II. Cold War I was against the former Soviet Union. Cold War II is the one we've already been discussing, which is China. But during Cold War I, which ended with the fall of the Berlin Wall, the United States needed the rules-based system because it was the underpinning of capitalism, which the Soviet Union wanted to, at least for a while, to destroy. This has changed. So the geopolitics that was underpinning the rules-based system, with the United States subjecting itself as a sovereign nation and the most powerful one in the world, willingly, to a system of rules, that geopolitical situation is radically transformed today, where China is certainly not trying to undermine the multilateral trading system. It is a champion of the multilateral trading system, but China is what the United States sees as the big rival. So you have the combination of those two things. And that explains a large part of the problem that we're facing at the moment. Now, I also believe, as Mr. Flores has said, that this does not spell the end of the rules-based trading system, in part because we have to understand that the rules-based trading system is a lot deeper than the WTO appellate body, which the United States now is set on eliminating. That the rules-based trading system should be understood as a combination of WTO rules, regional arrangements, and domestic laws. And one thing is certain, and that is that the regional arrangements are increasing in importance. And we could list the very important regional arrangements that have been struck in the course of the last 2 to 3 years by the European Union, Japan, China itself, and now the United States is about to ratify NAFTA, which is by far the most important regional trading arrangement for the United States, accounting for a huge part of its trade.
But let's go back to WTO for a second. I just want to push you for a bit on China and whether or not, do you not think China needs to bear more of the blame for what we're seeing now? Because China was had given lip service to a lot of the agreements that it had signed on to and had not been, in many cases, fulfilling its responsibility.
Look, I am determined to underscore in front of this audience that the biggest issue is not China, it's the United States. And you can push me on China, I will tell you about China. But the real issue today is the United States. Now, on China, absolutely, it's been said, okay? And China is everybody's favorite beating boy at the moment. But the fact is, the numbers, you have to look at the numbers. And the numbers say China has gone from a current account surplus of 10% of GDP in 2007, 2008, to essentially 0.5% of GDP last year. So it's very difficult to, well, before I say that, the other number you should look at is, the Germans are some of the people that are most concerned about China within the European Union, as well as my country, France. Germany, the average German exports 12 times as much as the average Chinese. And of course, Germany has a huge current account surplus of 8% of GDP, whereas China is nearly imbalanced. So it's very difficult today, and the Chinese currency is appreciated by about 40% in real terms vis-à-vis the euro in the last 10 years. It's very difficult today to characterize China as the big predator on international markets. China is a huge export market and the largest export market for a large part of the developing countries. Okay, so that's my point on China, and that doesn't negate in any way the point that China has a different system and it needs to evolve, and it needs to ensure that its different system is not translated into artificial competitive advantages on international markets, for which there are some provisions in the WTO, including anti-dumping, countervailing duties, safeguards. All this stuff is perfectly WTO legal to impose, so it's not like the crisis is out of control. China needs to make its changes, but let's underscore the fact that China has already done a lot.
If I can go to Renato for a minute, and I wanted to come back, do you not think that Yuri has a point about really the problem is the United States? You're in Brazil, you're looking at what the United States is doing very closely, and let's just take one example, the appellate court. We had a president in the U.S. who has never met someone he didn't want to sue, and but in this case, he is saying that the appellate court has a problem because it's better to negotiate your way out of issues instead of taking people to court or taking countries to court. Is there not a point to what you were saying?
Well, I think that the United States, and nowadays the president is Mr. Trump, but this comes from also Mr. Obama and even before, the United States is doing what the hegemon would do. The system has no benefit or the amount of benefits it gave to him doesn't work anymore. So they want to change the system. Right. Appellate body, refusal to approve the judges started with Mr. Obama many times. More than 10 years ago, or maybe even 20 years ago, you have lots of papers and people from the US State Department saying that they were not happy with the judges in the appellate body overdoing their functions and exactly starting to improve in the Marrakesh Agreement, in the DSU, Dispute Settlement Understanding. There's a very interesting GATT language. They say the judges can't neither diminish or amend WTO rules. But it's true that in many rulings, they are contributing to enlarge the rules. And complaints about this are at least 15 years old. So in this case, if I were the United States, I would do the same thing. The point, I think, is that which countries they are going to alienate in the creation of this new order. But up to now, and well, the DSU is not shut, but the AB, the appellate body, has been shut the middle of this week. And this gives them leverage. We are going to undergo about, I don't know, 2 or 3 months of a lame duck WTO. But it's part of their strategy. I think it's part of the game, no problem. But what are going to be the rules, and who are going to be their partners? That's the point. Or are they going to be defeated? Because the hegemon, someone said before, the hegemon also needs rules. It's not good for the hegemon to go and move freely without rules. The hegemon needs rules so that he can be credible. And the hegemon wants to be credible. So they will need rules, but who is going to help them?
I wanted to, unless Matthias wanted to address this issue, but you can actually in answering my question, it has to do with Brexit. we saw some news, I think yesterday, we have a new continuing prime minister, and he comes in with a far more secure position, given his larger majority for the Conservatives. What impact do you see that happening on rules-based institutions?
I'd be happy after that to come back quickly maybe to the dispute settlement, if it's not too technical, but I think it's a key issue. On Brexit, first now things are clear. Since the referendum, everybody, lots of people in the UK, but also lots of people in the European Union thought that things might change, there might be a second referendum, maybe we could work on deals and so on. Now I think that things are very clear because the Prime Minister has a clear majority, and the British people who voted in a referendum on a difficult issue now confirmed this position. What's important now is the future of the relationship. It's not the divorce. The divorce is not yet done, but I mean everybody agrees that it will be done in a few months. In 2016, lots of commentators, analysts said, you know, since they entered the European Union, the UK had 1 foot inside the EU, 1 foot outside, and now it will be the opposite. That was quite interesting approach. But I think that now it's clear that things will work quite differently. And you have different scenarios. You can be a common law partner, let's say, or a partner amongst other partners in WTA rules, nothing else. Then you can have a free trade agreement like we have with Canada. We have more than 40 free trade agreements with the whole world and the European Union. And then you can have something specific. But what's important for the Union, it's survival. Because if tomorrow other countries think that when you leave, you get rid of disciplines, you get rid of constraints, of rules, and you still keep all the benefits, then it's the end of the European project. And I think that it would weaken, maybe not all our countries, but at least the main countries of today's Union. That's why it's so important to be strong in the discussions, to be strong in the negotiations, and to find a good way to associate. I mean, we will remain partners. We are partners, as I experienced in other responsibilities, for anti-terrorism, for cooperation between our secret services. This will not change. But economically, we'll have to make clear that there is not the same access to the European market as was granted right now, and that the European Union will define its own priorities, its own values, and its own interests.
I know as we... Okay, Renato.
Just an observation, Mr. Chairman. I thought that the European Union was paradise, and if someone wants to quit paradise, he goes to hell. Just leave him. So why to be so fierce and harsh against this person? I don't understand.
I don't think that in politics being too binary brings to a good solution. I never thought that Europe was...
That's what the rhetoric of the European Union says.
No, but I never agreed to that rhetoric, and I don't think that it's paradise. I think there are lots of things to be changed. I think, as I said before, that we've been naive for too much time, and I think at the same time that we are stronger together than we would be if we are completely separate. So that's all the difficulty of the European project. Yeah. Maybe just one word on the appellate body, because the key question, including here in this panel, is, and it's very timely scheduled, when you see that since 2 or 3 days now, the WTO dispute settlement body will be paralyzed.
The appellate body.
Yes, but the whole dispute settlement body will then be paralyzed. When you cannot make an appeal, what's the first instance? I mean,
we could have a judicial panels. You can submit panels.
Yes, of course.
You can open panels. You can negotiate.
Yeah.
I know how it
it's hard.
Works.
It's hard, but not paralyzed.
Let's admit that it weakens the only place in globalization where rules can be implemented and where the parties have to respect them. I think that's a good way to put it. So the future, there are several scenarios. You can have a scenario where WTO slowly dies. I think it would be terrible, but it's possible. You can have a WTO without the US. Does it make sense?
Impossible.
I don't think so. You can have a WTO that reforms itself, and Director General Roberto Azevedo is working a lot on that. And then we will come back to the question you raised about what will be the winning coalition, even though, as you know, we need consensus at the WTO. And then you can have new approaches. You can have enhanced regional agreements, be it European Union, Mercosur, and so on, and you can have integration between regions. I believe that integration between Europe and Africa, Northern Africa and Africa as a whole, is a very important thing. And you can have, as started for 2 or 3 examples at the WTO, agreements that are not done by consensus amongst all members, but agreements that are plurilateral, not universal, but plurilateral, and then you have opt-in clauses and others can join. But I'm convinced that in the future we will need places to implement rules, be they public, WTO being the main place, be they private, but that's why we worked a lot on the reform on the investment arbitration, which is to put rules between private parties, and there too we need a public power worldwide to be able to implement principles, rules, and values. Otherwise, and I will conclude on that, otherwise you go back to the 1920s, 1930s, where recession, then protectionism, nationalism resulted in a contraction of the world markets, and then you know what happened. So things never happen exactly the same way, of course, but it's interesting to note that WTO global trade rules that in the beginning were challenged more from the left might now be killed from quite tough right. I think everybody should reflect on that.
Well, that chaos of the 1920s and 30s also produced the system that we have now.
Yes,
which is, which may, in some cases,
but everybody, I think, hopes that we will avoid what happened in between, which was the worst tragedy in human history.
Exactly. We don't want to necessarily go back there. But I want to go to Yuri. But before that, I just want to mention that I'll be coming to the audience next, and those of you with questions, particularly the ones who said no, that the system is not going to survive, I'd love to get your input and your intervention in our conversation. So you wanted to add?
There's one point I want to underscore, because I'm very conscious of the fact that, you know, we are dealing with an audience of decision makers. And I think it's important not to give the wrong message about, you know, the collapse of the system and stuff like that. I'll be specific. If you are a European country, let's say you're France, and you're looking at the new world, you can be sure of one thing, pretty sure of one thing. You can negotiate an agreement with the United Kingdom if you want to, and very likely it's going to happen. We don't know what shape it's going to have. Overall, your trade is protected probably to a level of, I haven't seen the numbers for France, but if you add up trade within the European Union, trade with the United Kingdom, which is still free, and trade with the 40 countries and territories with which the European Union has a free trade agreement, then the trade of France is protected by very well-established rules to about 80% of the total. It is trade with the United States and trade with China. Those are the big trading partners, even now with Japan and Canada, that is not protected. In the case of Morocco, because Morocco has a free trade agreement with the European Union, number one, it has a free trade agreement with the Arab world. It has a free trade agreement with the United States. It has a controversial free trade agreement with Turkey at this point. Something like 85%, I don't know the exact number, of Moroccan trade is under the aegis of these trade agreements, okay? So the WTO, the multilateral trading system, remains very, very important because it underpins in all sorts of ways the global system. But in a scenario where the WTO falters, which is unlikely, in my view, but in a scenario where the WTO falters, certainly countries like France and countries like Morocco will be very protected with rules for a large part of their trade. The countries that really need to worry are Brazil, for example, which has very few free trade agreements. The free trade agreement it has, Mercosur, which, by the way, is not working well, covers only a small part of its trade. And a country like India, which has just recently refused to join RCEP, the big regional agreement that is going to be signed in Asia, where China is the center. India is a country where, you know, a lot of its trade is basically governed by the WTO, and that's about it. So you have to look very specifically at the countries, and certainly I have no prediction that this rules-based system, broadly defined, is going to collapse. It will not collapse. It will continue to underpin globalization, and globalization will continue to advance.
Well, Renato, I guess Brazil doesn't have much to worry about, does it? Since it's going to survive.
Just two observations, if I may. One, all the free trade agreements existing, they are backed by the WTO. Without the WTO, they become much weaker. So that's an important point. Second point, I think it's very difficult to speculate on what's going to happen. But my guess, one guess I'm pretty sure, is that regional systems of rules won't happen because they are not in the interest of any country. Questions?
We have a question from, could you please stand and identify yourself?
I'm the research coordinator at ESP Milan.
Sorry, can't hear.
Okay, let's see. Okay, is there another one that's working? Okay.
But they have
I'm Antonio Villa again. So it's me.
It's not working? There we go.
Okay. So I'm Antonio Villafranca. I'm the research coordinator at ESP Milan. So far, we have been discussing, the support to WTO to multilateral trade system by states. But the point is that states and political leaders are not supporting this system because, some negative effects of these systems are not taken into account. I make an example, and of course, I'm addressing in particular the former French minister. What we do in the European Union. I mean, when the European Commission negotiates a trade agreement with South Korea, Canada, and so on, the European Commission must take into consideration the interest of the European Union as a whole, because this is what is written in the treaty. It is for, absolutely forced to do so. But what about the local impact of these trade agreements? I mean, the only preliminary assessment we do in the European Union on trade agreements is possibly on the impact on industries, okay? The point is that these industries in many European countries are specially located. So there could be a very negative aspect. And then I conclude. And in the European Union, we are not serious when we talk about cohesion policy and territorial policies, because you know perfectly that we only use a small percentage of the EU budget for cohesion policy. And the EU budget is just 1% of the EU GDP. It's just peanuts for cohesion, for problems which are related to trade agreements. Thank you.
Matthijs, do you want to address that?
I completely agree, and that's part of the growing inequalities within countries. In 2016, I proposed, I don't think it's yet done, but that when we assess impacts, we do not only assess it globally for the Union as such, with sometimes numbers you don't really know where they come from, be it in favor of the agreement or against the agreement, but to have a precise impact on territories. In my country, in France, including in my former constituency, you see exactly what happens when when territories get disindustrialized. The link with populism is absolutely evident. And a second proposal I made is to have, on the European level, and it concerns Europe, but it could be elsewhere, to have adjustment mechanisms. We already have some, but adjustment mechanisms to globalization. If you want people to agree to globalization, they have to be winners. If you tell them they will win, and they see that their jobs are going away, that their children will live a worse life than them, how do you want them to vote for that? So I think this is a very, very important point. Second point, I'll be very short, Europe is not implementing, is not taking care enough of the implementation of its agreement. I looked at the numbers when I was in government. At the European level, for negotiation, you have civil servants doing it. All of them are great. They are not corrupt, they are competent, and they are doing what they are asked to, so that there be no ambiguity on that. But in numbers, you have people negotiating agreements, and you have people in charge of implementation. And the numbers are exactly the opposite in the US. We have more people to negotiate, so they spend their time negotiating more and more agreements without priorities, without really analyzing if we need them. And then on implementation, it's quite weak. In the US, and they are doing their job, they are very tough on implementation, and when something goes wrong, they react.
Question? Could you please stand? You know, you've got a lot of stuff.
Merci.
I think people want to see it from around the room, if you can stand up.
Je voudrais ajouter...
Thank you. I'd like to add a couple of elements from the outset. First of all, it is possible to view with relativity the impact of the war trade between China and the United States, because customs duty, as imposed by Trump, represent a very low percentage, 0.5% of global trade. But in a trade war, you only have losers, no winners. Either it's the consumer or the producer that would tally the bill. So therefore, through history, we can see that such an issue would be settled. The other issue is that it's a serious global industrial crisis, because the world is turning into an economy of services, because traditional economies are experiencing recession. China, for example, has its growth rate dropping, and Germany is in recession. That's the first point. Second is that you have a change of value or having a regional impact. In other words, we are entering a new phase of regionalization. I'm not going to say that it's actually a kickback, or rather the return of protectionism, but it should maybe impact the review of architecture, as you've so well put it, the architecture of WTO. Clearly, conflicts always have to be settled in a legal and organized framework. We do agree in this regard, and I did not answer no to the question that was asked.
Thank you. The panel seems to be very positive on the need for a rule-based system. Of course, the rules need to be updated and changed and reformed and all of that. But the way I look at it, it is the system with one set of rules for everybody, and among the everybody is a big country with a different system, different economic, social, political system. And therefore, the crisis we have now is fundamentally come from the incompatibility between one rule for all and different system participating in the marketplace. How about, in your view, we move from a rule-based system to an outcome-based system, where every country has an obligation to make correction so that the outcome can be seen by citizens everywhere as being fair, reciprocal, and therefore more sustainable.
Thank you. Renato, do you want to take that?
Yes. Just take one more question.
Do you want to,
Oh, okay. Then I can address your point, because this is always at the root of, was at the root of GATT and was at the root of WTO. WTO was created in 1994. In 1998, there was this first clash, because membership was increasing, and so you could have, it's not so easy, coalitions of developing countries against the big one. So green room techniques and all that would fail, because if you had a strong coalition, the G20 in agriculture was an example of this. So I think one of the big issues in the coming fight will be this, because I believe the big powers will want to change the voting system. We want to move swiftly, smoothly, nice and easy, but to something which is not exactly multilateral. This was aired after Cancun. Many people wrote about this. On the other hand, and here I'm speculating, I think that China will support multilateralism. So a big clash is going to be exactly this one.
Okay. Question?
I'm Francisco from Colombia, an emerging leader. I work in financial technology. The question goes, in a world where Christine Lagarde is talking about Bitcoin cryptocurrencies, then you have the Facebook Libra, and now in the future, you will have the Chinese government issue a new digital cryptocurrency. What will happen if they issue this cryptocurrency in the One Belt, One Road countries, and they start implementing that? What will be the consequences for international trade, for the US dollar, and what the other countries could do about it?
Thank you. Since you want to take that again, Renata, since you're in his region?
No, I just profit what he said to join with the lady. Another issue that is going to come to the front when you rediscuss the rules is going to be internet trade, and then you have cryptocurrencies and all that. This is going to be a big issue because it's affecting trade. And the lady mentioned services, which the Uruguay round, we had a general agreement of trade on services, but we did not work very well, and services will come to the fore in the new discussion. So there is also the question of, beyond representativeness, new issues.
Hi, my name is Sarah La Morsapalli. I'm from the United States of America and India. So I just wanted to say that it's incredibly, incredibly reassuring to see that the panel echoes the sentiment that developing countries need to be prioritized, especially when it comes to pressure that's put by countries like the United States of America on countries like India. So my question is, when you see situations where the United States is finds new ways to impose regressive standards, such as saying that countries who are a part of the G20 or the OECD should not avail special benefits for being developing countries by the WTO. And you see this coming from, as you mentioned, majorly populist states. How do you sort of tackle that? And do you think there's a need for higher income countries to especially stand up in light of this and sort of push back on situations like that?
Thank you. Uri?
Did you ask me?
Yeah,
Oh.
yes, could you answer the question?
Okay,
please?
sorry. Yeah, actually, of all the countries, I would not pick India as being sort of, the victim. India is a highly, highly protected economy and has been a protectionist force, really, in the world now and in its own region for now many years. And you give me the opportunity to say one good thing about, the present American administration's attitude towards international trade, which is, there is a good thing. I think overall it's a bad thing because they're undermining the system in a very major way. But if there is a good thing, if there is a silver lining in this cloud, it is that there is some shakeup going on of the system because of the Trump administration's positions. And India is a good example of a country that is availing itself of developing country status and certain preferences. They're actually the biggest beneficiary of the general system of preferences of the United States. But at the same time has a highly protectionist attitude, has delayed the conclusion of RCEP for years, and then at the last moment pulled out of this very important agreement. And I think, the decision of the United States recently to take India off special and differential treatment of the GSP program is giving a signal to India that, it needs to change. Similarly, I think and we are certainly not at the end of this situation, the Trump administration vis-à-vis the Europeans, vis-à-vis the current account surplus of the Europeans, vis-à-vis the German current account surplus, and the threat of imposing tariffs on cars, which is an incendiary measure and would create a big problem, will confront eventually, because it's not going to happen before the election, the imposition of tariffs on cars coming from Europe. That's not going to happen before the election. That's clear to me. But after the election, if Trump is reelected, this issue will come to the fore again. And then the Europeans will themselves be confronted with the changes that they need to make. And these changes include, greater demand stimulus in Germany. They include modification of the tariff regimes of the Europeans, which have a 10% tariff on cars at the moment, whereas the United States has a 2% tariff on cars. And of course, it will include confronting some of the agricultural interests in Europe, which continue to have, the most cosseted and protected agricultural trade regime in the world, bar one or two exceptions. So these are some of the positive things. On net, it's a negative picture, but this is some of the positive things, in my view, that are coming out of the current debates. A lot of countries are having to say, well, let's look at what we are doing, yeah? Let's not only look at what China is doing or what the United States is doing, but what about our own policies, beginning with the Indians and the Europeans.
Thank you, Yuri. There are some people who say, I heard you on the shake-up, but there are some people who say that if you shake the trees too much, you destroy it.
You destroy it,
so
indeed.
That's something to keep in mind.
I agree.
A question?
I'm Plamen Dodger from the Institute of International Economic Relations in Athens, Greece. I fully agree with Mr. Dadouche that the United States is a core problem, if not the main culprit for today's mess in the rules-based order. But I don't intend to defend the United States or this United States with this particular leadership. But we may have to take a step back in time and remember that when China joined the WTO, it was on the premise that it would carry out major reforms between 2005 and 2016, over 12 years. Towards the end of 2016, both the United States and the EU decided that, in fact, those reforms had not been carried out within China's market, China's economy. And then Donald Trump was elected in late 2016. It doesn't seem to be a coincidence. Could it be that Donald Trump, despite his personal style and his temperament, whatever, may actually reflect a school of thought which opposes this type of Chinese economy and the competition that China poses? Thank you.
I agree. Yeah.
Thank you. A question. Do you want to address that really briefly, Matthias? I know that you were.
No, very quickly. I think that China became very uncomfortable at the WTO. It was accepted during the euphoria of the new liberal order, the end of history, and all that. The reforms, it's difficult to evaluate whether they comply to all of them or not, to 80%, 70%, or 60%. The point is that the context changed. It's not interesting. I agree with you. The blame is not on the United States, but only the system became uninteresting to it. That's all.
Okay. We'll take a couple comments from this side, questions, and then we'll toss it back to the panel.
Journaliste marocain.
I'm a Moroccan reporter. I do have two questions. My first one pertains to the phasing out of the dollar as a currency of international currencies, and what would be the impact on international trade. The second is the sanction-based policy that is being implemented today and which actually burdens international trade, be it in the Mashrek or in Latin America. So how do you view prospects of global trade in light of these two elements? Thank you.
I was one of the people involved in the development of the California, Ontario, Quebec cap-and-trade system. I just wanted to ask a question to the gentleman in the middle. You were talking about the link between deindustrialization and populism. In Ontario, which has the vast majority of industry, there was a great intention by previous provincial governments and the federal government to introduce carbon pricing in a way that massively reinvested in the existing industrial infrastructure, looking at the United Kingdom and steel and similar economy that deindustrialized, buys much of its steel from Turkey with a higher carbon footprint. But I'm interested in something very specifically, sort of the intersection of decarbonization, countries that are offshoring that, the trade confusion, the intersection of all of these things, and the rise of rather xenophobic nationalist politics. Where do you see that going, and how do you see us managing these very different trade-based, market-based systems in the future to avoid these kinds of things?
Thank you. Matthias, Mr. Minister?
Thank you. There are lots of key questions, I think, in what has been raised. First, on de-dollarization.
De-dollarization or dollarization?
I can speak on that briefly from a European perspective, only, and it's linked with sanctions, by the way, saying that what we need to work on is to have the euro as a reference currency on the global stage. Without that, all the talk, which is legitimate and which is very future-oriented about European sovereignty, will be completely abstract and not followed in reality. If we want to be able to answer to extraterritorial sanctions, which is for us, and I think for lots of countries represented here in this room, a key issue. If we want to be able to answer to that quickly and effectively, we need reference currencies that are able to respond. And there have been some reflections in Europe on extraterritoriality. You know, when the US decide to sanction for non-respect of US laws, even if it's abroad by countries not based in the US and so on, it goes very far, very far. And we have to be able to construct our own tools on that. Then, just briefly, on, I think we should all have in mind that in the two countries who invented liberalism and made it a worldwide ideology, the UK and the US, today we have as head of state or government Mr. Trump and Mr. Johnson, and it means something very profound. I mean, it's not countries where you have a powerful state ideology for 200, 300 years and so on. It's quite different from my country. And so it means that the effect go very deep into our economies and into our societies.
Dominique Boquet, I'm Senior Fellow in the Policy Center. My question will deal with the US and their stand as to the future of the rule-based system. I think the question is not only their position towards WTO, but their position to the MFN, the most favored nation clause, because they feel like they would like to get rid of it. Of course, it's an insurance very important for them too. But is it not too early for them to make a position on that, given that they are having some gains in their bilateral relation and discussion and tensions with China? So is it not too early to know what the stance of the US will be towards the MFN clause? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll come here and then give you a chance.
What's the question now? Hi, morning, and thank you very much. Thanks, John. Thanks for the panel. My name is Saeed El Hashimi. I work for the World Trade Organization, so you can understand this is a vital conversation for me, whether the WTO stays next year or no. But also, having been a trade official for my country, Morocco, one of the learning processes is that you reach outcomes in negotiations through constructive ambiguity. So I liked when you used ambiguity. And I think when the parents conceived the baby here in Marrakesh in 1994, creating the WTO, there was a constructive ambiguity on the role of the dispute settlement. So for one part, it was an international court for trade, but for the others, the Americans from that time, it was just a quasi-judiciary system that should read the law only. So I want maybe your views. These seeds were planted then, and maybe this is just a... the second thing is,
what's the question, though, Saeed? You want our views on what?
On how do you see this, and will be these two positions reconcilable ever? How do you see that? And the second thing is on the future. I mean, with Uri, we discussed yesterday, I said, well, WTO has been always in a hole. We're just digging deeper this time. But I think in the conversation, maybe two things are missing, maybe, and maybe these are the seeds for a WTO reform. One is the role of the state in the economy, subsidies, public subsidies in all, maybe many of our members, not only China. The second thing is technology. And as you know, I mean, we discussed this a lot of times, the notion of data has different meanings in different parts of the world. So if one country, I don't name countries because I'm an international civil servant, I don't do that, otherwise you lose your job. In one big country, it can be treated as any other thing. In one big country, big ensemble of countries, data is an individual right. And in one other big country, which is we talked about a lot, the data is the property of the state. So how do you see this reconcilable again? So I think part of the reform of the WTO is how we handle these conversations.
Thank you, Said. Did you want to tackle any of those questions, Jürgen?
Yeah. So I think both sets of questions relate to the United States, the interest and the position of the United States. Let me state that if there is a country that has a rules-based system, it's the United States. Okay, Americans sue each other more frequently than any other country, but by a huge margin. The United States is based on rules. It is based on laws. Okay, and it would be inconceivable to everybody, with the possible exception of one person, that the United States would favor a global system where rules do not apply. I mean, this is the way companies operate. I used to be in the private sector. You cannot operate in the private sector in an international market if you don't have forecastable rules. Or actually, more simply, where you don't have predictability in business relation, you know what you do? You don't do business if you don't have predictability in business relations. And that applies to European companies, but it certainly applies, or Japanese companies, but it certainly applies to American companies. So one way or another, sorry?
Just finish your thought.
Well, okay, so just to finish then, one way or another, the United States will revert to a rules-based system. But as Mr. Flores has said, what will be the shape of this rules-based system? Okay, it may be very different than it is today, and there may be an element of rules-based where business will be conducted in a major way, and there may be areas that the United States will decide that, the rules don't apply, in which case that will have very far-reaching consequences with respect to commercial relations. And that's why many Americans today, American firms and Chinese firms, are worried about the concept of decoupling. Taking China and the United States and separating that, and then you have one system, and then you have a non-system on the other side, and that will lead to a collapse of commercial relations.
Thank you. We're almost out of time, but we want to take two thoughts over here.
Okay, thank you. Ahmed Razawi from Morocco. I'm not surprised that Africa has not been mentioned at all. Okay, we all know that Africa has been marginal. Well, Morocco is not a major actor in Africa either, despite its claim. In any case, Africa being marginalized in world trade, 4 to 5% at the most, but recently African countries have decided to create an Africa trade-free area, right? I'm wondering to what extent Africa can leverage its potentially important as a major actor by engaging in some sort of alliance or something like Mercosur or NAFTA with the EU and therefore become a major actor in world trade.
Mashroh, professeur universitaire et senior fellow policy center for the New South. Alors, je voudrais juste m'inscrire en faux par rapport à la démarche.
I would like actually to subscribe to this approach that was adopted whereby one has to focus on America and forget the rest, because I believe that it is the American approach remains open to criticism with regard to the forum. Let me take two main examples. The permanent appellate court and differentiation. The first has actually taken advantage of what Mr. Hashimi refers to as constructive ambiguity so as to overcome the jurisdiction that has been actually conferred upon it through the memorandum of the protocol, a memorandum of understanding on dispute settlement, because you do have various memoirs that were submitted by NGOs so as to extend the membership of the sitting members of the appellate court or appellate bodies beyond their statutory term. However, this appellate body has taken advantage so as to make sure that any resolution made by this appellate body be enforceable, save and except if you have consensus in opposition from the membership, and also the gap with political organs or bodies. So as for such to be adopted, you need to have the support by consensus of all WTO members. So to nowadays, American criticism is to say, and also for the appellate body to say, that there must be a balance between various political bodies. So I can ill imagine how is it that China, that has $14 billion of GDP nowadays, may benefit from the same MFN treatment that is granted to developing countries in the African continent. They represent less than $1.2 trillion. Then you have all of these these countries that would benefit from the same MFN treatment granted to poor countries.
Why you voted no? Anyone who wanted to talk about that? Okay. We'll take one final question from the floor, and then I want to give you a few seconds. We'll have another vote in a few minutes.
I'm Alfredo Valadão. I'm a professor at Sciences Po in Paris and fellow here in the Policy Center. Just a small comment, and I agree with my friend Renato. WTO basically rules on trade on goods, which is primary goods or mass-produced goods that are the basic of trade in the world. But WTO doesn't take into account all the services coming up. The new value chain is much more complex than the ones that are ruled by internet, by many other new technologies, et cetera, et cetera. So my question or my comment is, isn't WTO going slowly to a kind of organization that will rule on old mass-produced products, which is good enough products for good enough consumers, where you have all, more or less, most of the southern countries go inside that, ruled by WTO, but all the new economy that's coming up, all the new digital economy coming up, will be ruled by plurilaterals or bilaterals or whatever of the people who know that and who can master these things. So you could have a two-way system, an old system that is ruled by an old organization and a new system that will be ruled by the big actors and how they organize between themselves.
Okay. As we wrap up, I noticed that someone was talking about sub-Saharan Africa, and I know you had your hand up for a minute. If we can get your comment in about 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
Yes, I will. Mine is very quick. Where does the Africa Free Trade Agreement fall in all this, especially when it comes to issues of around origins of the rules of origin?
Great, thank you. As we return to the panel, please, if you can take out your various devices, we'll have that question back up on the screen about whether you think the rules-based trading system will survive. If you can, please let us know how you think, and as you vote, we'll go down the list of wrap-up comments from our various speakers. We'll start with Yuri.
Yeah, so...
by the way, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, I think it's very important.
That's what you call efficiency.
Okay, right. Good. We got the point across.
Thank you.
Yeah. On the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it's a very important agreement. It is very important for Africa. in a context where the WTO is at risk of faltering. I don't think it's going to happen, but where the rules of the WTO are weakened by the crisis in the appellate body, et cetera, the free trade agreement within Africa becomes more important. It is important anyway for African countries to open up their markets and develop scale. But under the scenarios that we are looking at, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is much more important even than it was before. There was another question by the gentleman. All right. So forget it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, it's very interesting to have the vote beginning and the end.
Yeah,
concerning EU and Africa, I think that we have to completely change paradigm here too, that we have been in the past on an approach maybe inherited from history, and that now we have to be on a partnership approach among equal partners. That means predictability, that means reciprocity, and that means commitment to what we decide together. And when I see the know-how, the education, the dynamism in African countries, when you see now big countries emerging and becoming slowly but surely global players, that's the approach we have to integrate. And I think that things change on the European level in that regard. I would just like to conclude with one point. We listed what was missing in the debate. I think another thing, but it is discussed in other panels, it's how the European Green New Deal will impact the trade rules. It will, and what President von der Leyen just announced, will have a considerable impact when you look at the border adjustment tax on carbon, when you look at the ambition to become carbon neutral in a few decades. All this will reshape trade, and the key question will be, are we able to implement it in a socially fair way? And then things will work. If we fail on that, you will have yellow vests all over Europe and all over the world. And so the key is, how do we link again the issue of trade to the issues of social justice, of labor, and of environmental issues?
Renato?
Very briefly, I would like to address the gentleman from WTO. You raised very interesting points. I have no time to tackle all of them, but only two. First, DSU, you are downright. Nobody anticipated at that time, in '94, what was going to happen with the system. There was positive or constructive ambiguity. That's normal in GATT, no? So nobody anticipated. And there was the euphoria because the veto point had been abolished, which married all the panels. If I put a veto to the panel is not approved. So you're right. Second point, data. You mentioned the most important thing, which links somehow to what my friend Valadon said, especially because I know his paper is a wonderful paper published by German Marshall Fund and OCP. Everybody should read his paper on this, is the following. I think the data issue is an issue by itself. You have data, you have cyber data, you have cybersecurity, you have artificial intelligence. In my view, this won't get into the WTO. WTO is unable to tackle this. This is the most important issue, and we are going to see sooner or later an international organization to tackle this. In my view, it's unavoidable. So, but this is another issue. And third and last point, Africa. The gentleman over there, you mentioned this recent big after free trade agreement. I think this may be a beginning. I look at this, as my Indian friends say, very auspiciously. I think this can be very, very auspicious issue. And Africa, my modest suggestion, as from someone from the South also, is that don't try to do coalitions with anybody. You should strengthen your union, because you are going to be the future. After Asia, now it's the Asian century to a certain extent. Afterwards, it's going to be Africa. You're going to be very powerful. And you can do alliances with the EU, Today, tomorrow with the US, the other day with ASEAN, the other day with China. I think it's very important that Africa becomes more and more powerful, particularly, and coming back to the panel, in this discussion of the new trade rules. You can have a big rule if you improve and move on from this gesture of the Africa Free Trade, which was very, very welcoming.
Thank you very much, Renato, and to everyone for the panel and your really insightful comments and interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Join me in thanking the panel.
Good job, buddy.
Mr. Castaneda, welcome to Atlantic Dialogue Television, if you call it like this. You're coming from an area of the world where we are facing now a lot of turmoil also. What are the reasons, the general reasons, why at this moment there are so many upheavals, protests, changes of government in South America?
Well, I think there are some reasons that are common to several countries, and there are some reasons that are specific to each country. If you look at the protests that are of a social nature or social and economic nature, what you see clearly is that the decade of growth that came with the commodity boom and that ended around 2015 has not been followed by a new type of economic growth.
For the people, for the masses also?
Yeah, for the masses and for the economies in general.
Okay.
So you have economies that were used to growing 3%, 4%, 5%, Chile, Peru, even Brazil, and that now are either flat growth or have had recessions for several years, like Brazil, or Argentina this year. So you have a problem of economic growth that came to an end after a commodity boom, and that always spells trouble. Then you have an issue that during that commodity boom, the traditional Latin American inequality did not diminish enough. It did come down.
Which country did they achieve a diminution of inequality?
Probably the one that did best was Brazil.
Which is now going the other way.
Going the other way, but Chile also did. They all did, even Mexico. But it wasn't enough. And so you have these new middle classes in many of these countries that are a product of these last, let's say, 15 or so years, maybe a little more, but 15 years of economic growth, of the commodity boom, that are now have levels of consumption that, lower middle class. They have a home, they have a car, they have a cell phone.
They have debts.
Well, that's the problem. They have all of this, but they also have debts, and they have very poor public services, poor health care, poor pensions, poor higher education, an environment that is increasingly damaged by different types of depredation, and in some countries, a really serious crime and violence problem.
In Central America?
Central America, Mexico, Brazil, Colombia. Yes. Chile, not so much, but also sometimes it's the change that counts. So you have these causes that are similar. Then you have specifically political issues. For example, in Bolivia. Bolivia, although
the indigenous people...
Well, it was electoral fraud by Evo Morales, who wanted to stay. And half the country said no. And if half the country says no and takes to the streets, you have a serious issue of mass protests, which are not of an economic and social origin. They are purely political. But the people in the street are just as angry.
But the solutions very often in South America are military, like you mentioned. Bolivia, the military intervened. In Venezuela, the military keeps the government properly alive. Is that an old story, or is this a new phenomenon?
It's a little bit more nuanced. In the case of Venezuela, clearly you have a military regime. In the case of Bolivia, the military, along with many other sectors of the country, asked the president to step down after the electoral fraud, but they have not taken power, the military.
No, but they're there to leave the status quo.
Well, it's unclear. There does seem to be a likelihood that there will be a new election in February or March. They have not taken power, so it's somewhat a different situation. That's why I say you have some things that are common, but some things which are very specific to each country.
But you had in South America left-wing governments, right-wing governments changing. You have the military, not the military. What is the solution now?
Well, actually, if you look at most of the countries in the region since the 1980s, there have been very few military regimes. Venezuela.
No, but the military intervenes, or...
Well, before, not really. No, the last 25, 30 years, it hasn't been the case. You've had rotation in power between right of center and left of center, but you have not had any authoritarian regimes, except for Venezuela. Yes, unquestionably. Of course, Cuba, which has always been the same thing. But in a series of countries like Brazil, like Chile, like Argentina, Peru, etc., and Mexico, of course, since the year 2000, you have now had a certain rooting of democracy, of representative democracy at least. And this seems to be something relatively permanent.
But if we look at Brazil, the changes of the old left-wing leader into jail, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, and suddenly he's released, and suddenly how does that work? I mean, is that political opportunities or what?
Well, it's something that perhaps you don't like. I thought that Lula should have been allowed to run, and that regardless of the outcome of the trial of his trials, he should have been allowed to run because, in fact, he was barred from running for legal political reasons. But the fact is that even with Bolsonaro, who's an extremist, who's a quasi-fascist,
he's a Trump. He's a South American Trump.
He's a South American Trump. But the Congress, the media, the state governors, civil society are putting serious restraints on him. He is not being able to do everything he wants. And that's a good sign. It's a very positive sign that these transitions to democracy of the 1980s have taken root. And they are persisting, they're surviving. And they seem to be, some of them at least, stronger than before. Even in Chile, with the terrible repression by the police of the demonstrations, and in particular the mistreatment of women who were arrested, etc. Even there, the institutions seem to be working. They are investigating the police. They will punish the police. They have reached an agreement to write a new constitution. There will be a referendum to say who writes the new constitution. So, if you just look at...
There's hope.
There's hope because these things are working.
But if you look at, let's say, Colombia, they had a peace process, they achieved peace, and now it is falling apart. It looks like it's falling. The FARC is re-entering into another phase, maybe a minor phase, but still there is a rebellious reaction.
I would say that the peace agreements did not turn out to be everything people wanted. That's why Santos lost the referendum on the peace agreements. He then modified them, got them approved by Congress, but the resistance to them was so great that Álvaro Uribe,
and there are a lot of shootings.
Well, there are still fewer shootings than before, far fewer. Colombia had one of the highest rates of violence in the whole region, well over, at some point, over 50 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants. Then it went down to 30, and now it's in the low 20s, which for a European country is very high. For Colombia, it's very low. So, all of this is progress. It's not sufficient. It's below expectations, but it is there.
Is there a danger, since you wrote a book about our friend Che Guevara, is there a danger of rebellion of that kind in South America? Or is it uprooted, it's not possible anymore? It is romantic to even think about it.
I think it is very difficult for an armed group to take power anywhere in Latin America today. I think one of the main changes, the most positive changes that have taken place over the last 40 years are that everybody pretty much agrees that you win power, you reach power through the ballot box, and you lose power through the ballot box.
That has been accepted.
I think so. So I think this notion that you can reach power through the barrel of a gun is no longer viable in Latin America. I may be mistaken, but my impression is that this is pretty much the case today.
Final question, because the Americans, which were known by history of aiding through the CIA and other elements, governments to fall in Nicaragua or wherever, has their behavior or their politics towards South America influenced anything? Meaning, for example, Venezuela, they said in 3 months the government of Venezuela, Maduro, will fall. It didn't fall.
It didn't fall.
Wherever, is it better they keep their hands out, or is it better if they take more interest?
It's, I think the blanket statement is very complicated because if you say they should not get involved in anything, well, then you are in a sense tying your hands behind your back, because if you have, let's say, as occurred in Honduras in 2009, let's call it a right-wing coup against a left-of-center regime, if the Americans are not on board with sanctions, with censure, or if they do not condemn and punish multilaterally human rights violations, or they do not participate in promoting the Inter-American Charter where constitutional rule is interrupted, everything else is ineffective. Without the Americans, nothing happens. With the Americans, very often, bad things happen. Well,
you as a Mexican, you know the front line.
That's why you can't have a blanket statement, because the Americans should stay out. First of all, it's not possible. But secondly, it's not necessarily desirable. If you also say the Americans should do everything and be in everything, well, that is certainly not desirable, even if it's possible.
In Cuba, they are very active all the time, since the beginning of Castro. There have been sanctions, tariffs. Has that changed anything?
No, it hasn't changed. It's just made life miserable for the Cuban people, unquestionably. But on the other hand, if you don't have the sanctions against massive human rights violations agreed to by everybody, the point is that it not be the United States unilaterally, that it be the region. That's why we have the Inter-American Democratic Charter, which was signed on 9/11/2001 in Lima. That's why we have the San Jose Convention on Human Rights from 1968. That's why we have a series of these instruments, because Latin Americans believe that we need a collective defense of human rights and a collective defense of democracy.
But does that happen in Honduras?
There have been, it happened in Honduras in 2009. Yes, it did.
Today?
In 2009.
Yeah.
And I think that, it's a question of ironing this out. But it's a long process, and we're working on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Castaneda. Great pleasure.
Thank you, Helmut.
Thank you much. if you look around the world and you see all this turmoil, is there any part of the world not touched by chaos?
Well, it's a very messy world. No, we are going through times of turmoil all around. I'm coming from Chile, my country, which in a very surprising way in recent weeks has been under turmoil. Now, we don't have to idealize the past. For example, we've had an authoritarian past in many countries and regions of the world. We are living in a post-authoritarian setting. So let us not lose sight of the fact that in spite of everything, there's some resilience of democracy. No? But certainly we're going through very, very messy times.
Is that true to South America, Central America, the same way? Is it worse today than it was?
No, it is not worse. Look, I was raised under a dictatorship, the Pinochet dictatorship.
Yes.
That practiced state terrorism, torture, desaparecidos, political executions. So I was a human rights lawyer at the age of 23 under Pinochet. No? So when I look around and I talk to my kids, I now have a grandson of 6 years old, no? I realize that today there's much more freedom and democracy than we used to have. Only one example. There was a report this week by IDEA, a think tank, no? Which says that 97 countries out of 158, they leave aside the countries that have less than 1 million inhabitants. So out of 158 countries that they cover in the world, 97, that means 62%, are, in spite of everything, democracies. 62%. That figure was 27% in 1975, when I was 19. So let us not lose sight of what we have achieved in spite of everything.
Aren't the democracies now not also threatened by the development of the so-called digital revolution? That suddenly whatever happens in Chile or suddenly happens in Bolivia or wherever, the whole world knows and the whole world is aware. Do you think it was always like this, or does the internet and the communication, new communication, change the realities?
Well, we don't have to demonize the technologies, including internet, no? So a click here, no, in the smartphone can do very good, and it can do very bad.
And you're connected with Beijing.
Oh yes, we are connected everywhere, no? Especially the younger generations, no? But of course, with that click, you can do a lot of damage, no? In many ways. But it brings people together, especially the young people. It brings and makes thrives some businesses.
But it also brings protesters together, as in Hong Kong or as in Bolivia or
wherever.
But
protest is part of democracy, no? So the right to protest peacefully, because democracy is the open space, the public square, including the streets, no? So you don't have to demonize the internet, and you don't have to demonize protests, as long as they're peaceful, because a country, especially a democracy, a state, cannot allow for the privatization of violence.
Right.
That's a disease, no? The state is still the monopoly of force. You cannot give up on that, because you have to produce a secure, peaceful environment for the day-to-day lives of the people that may come predictable lives.
Yeah, but if you look at South America, which you are really an expert, there have been left-wing governments, there have been right-wing governments, there have been military governments, there has been Pinochet, people like him, there's Maduro. Has South America developed out of this extremism?
Oh yes, in many ways. Let me tell you one example.
Yeah.
In the late 70s, there were only 3 democracies in Latin America: Colombia, Venezuela, Costa Rica. That was it. Everything else was authoritarian, all South America. And Mexico was not precisely a democracy until the year 2000. So 3 countries were democracies. Today, all Latin American countries, in spite of everything, of poverty, of inequality, of violence, and of corruption, which are the major challenges, all countries, except Cuba, which is a dictatorship, Venezuela, which is a dictatorship, no? And semi-authoritarian regimes, hybrid regimes like Nicaragua. No? Until recently, Bolivia, in spite of many achievements. So most of the region, in spite of everything, is formally under a democratic regime, facing many challenges, with many contradictions. But you see what I mean? The last 20, 30 years, under this third wave of democratization. Samuel Huntington.
But if you look at Brazil, one of the richest countries of South America, very, very rich in many ways, with a new president who is on the tracks of Mr. Trump and is on the track of destroying, for example, the Amazon.
I don't like Jair Bolsonaro, the president of Brazil. I don't like Donald Trump, the president of the United States. I don't like very much, to tell you the truth, Boris Johnson in UK, okay? Because they represent a nationalist, populist, right-wing wave, which is very much at odds with freedom of expression, independence of the judiciaries, checks and balances in a democracy. So that's not my motto. I'm critical of all of them, but the three were democratically elected. So the question, as it was posed and raised by Michael Sandel, the philosopher,
yes.
He raised the question, do populists have a point? Because they did not come out of the blue. And his answer, which I share, is that political elites, we political elites, some politicians like to point to the political elites as if they lived in the limbo. No, I'm a politician. I belong to the political elites. And he says political elites must take responsibility of having created the conditions that allowed for the emergence of populist leaders.
Yes, but populist leaders look for the cheapest promises which they never can realize.
That's
in many ways, Adolf Hitler was a populist.
Of course.
And other dictators have been populist. There is nothing positive in populism.
That's why I hold the view, as I said yesterday in my talk, that the most important threat of the institutions of representative democracy today is this nationalist, populist wave, whether from the right or the left. The left is Hugo Chavez or Nicolás Maduro, and the right is Donald Trump, Boris Johnson, Jair Bolsonaro. That's the most important threat on the institutions of representative democracy today.
So the last question is, what is the solution against these people? Because they are winning at the moment. It's not excluded that
Yes.
Mr. Trump will be re-elected.
There are two solutions. No magical solutions. But I would point to two elements. One is the strengthening of institutions. Because populist leaders, by definition, emerge in conditions of weakening of institutions, including the United States. How Democracies Die. That was the bestseller last year. Steve Levitsky and Ziblatt. How Democracies Die out of internal erosion, including their institutions.
Right.
No? So there's a trade-off between institution and populism. If we want to get rid of populists, we don't have to kill them or shoot them. We must strengthen institutions, parties, parliaments, with accountability, with transparency, with modes of financing that may allow for that probity and transparency. And the second element is that we have to deal with the social conditions, no, in terms of equality, against abuse and privileges, and so on, that create the conditions for the discredit of we politicians and parties and parliaments.
Thank you very much. It was
My
a great
pleasure.
pleasure. Thank you. Mills, welcome to Atlantic Dialogue Television, our perfect studios here.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here and wonderful to be in this incredible city of Marrakesh.
It is a great town, and you have to do a lot of public relation for it in South Africa. But let's talk about this theme of this conference is turmoil. But we also have turmoil in South Africa, but recently we had very festive mood in South Africa. You won the World Cup in rugby. What does the success of the team with the black captain mean to South Africa and integration in South Africa?
Well, of course, it's not the first time we've won the World Cup. We won it in 1995 at that famous moment in Francois Pienaar and Nelson Mandela lifting the trophy aloft. And then again in 2007. And in both those occasions, of course, there was a white captain. Different era in each of those. And today we have a much more integrated team. And I think it shows a number of different things. It shows that change takes time. So a whole generation has gone by since that original victory in 1995. And with that, of course, has come the deeper integration of our sport and to a related extent our society. But also shows that what you can do in spite of diversity, in spite of the past history of inequality and division, when we pull together. There's a strong message here, which is that we are all South Africans, no matter our origins. And I think the feeling around the World Cup was, of course, amplified by the economic conditions in South Africa. So it was a bit of light in a very dark moment in South Africa's economic history. But it showed that if we get organized, if we stop thinking about the things that divide us and think about the issues that unite us, we're a much stronger nation.
Is this just the moment, the instant of this black captain showing the trophy, arriving, that made the nation altogether happy and maybe united for that moment? But is it enough, a symbol like this, to change the very deep economic problems, violence in South Africa?
Well, I don't think it's enough, no. I believe that the problems in South Africa are deeply structural and they're related to a series of policy choices. But no one really before this World Cup gave us much of a hope. They said basically South Africa was maybe at best the second best team behind the All Blacks. Maybe it was even behind England and a few other sides. But there was a level of organization in the preparation of the Springbok team which was I think unsurpassed. And they had a game plan and they stuck to it. Now leadership is about doing that. It's about having the courage of your convictions, having a game plan and sticking to it and not being pushed off course by political elements. And I think what we've seen in the ruling African National Congress over the last decade is this sort of this period of state capture under Jacob Zuma, and now the attempts to try and pull the party and thus the country back on course once more. It's an exceptionally difficult job for President Cyril Ramaphosa, but it's one that he has to do. Otherwise, South Africa will continue to slide into failure and disappointment. So the rugby side shows the importance of leadership, if nothing else.
The white minority, does the white minority have problems with accepting a black government?
Not at all. I mean, it's of course on the extremes of every society there are going to be racial divisions, but South Africa is actually characterized, I think, by increasing coincidence around the center in terms of what people stand for. Those whites who remain in South Africa, now less than 10% of the overall population, are people who are by and large committed to the country and its future. And the same applies to other racial groups. We don't see ourselves a generation on from the end of apartheid as one thing or another. Of course, there are those who seek to profit from the past, who seek to profit from division, who want to seek to make preferences forever enduring around racial issues in the economy. That I understand, given from whence we have come. But I think by and large, the majority of South Africans coalesce around the center. What is necessary, however, is for a new narrative. We had a narrative under Nelson Mandela, which was about democracy, liberation,
yes.
Reconciliation. We had a narrative around Thabo Mbeki, which was a more technocratic government dealing with some of the deep issues around inequality of the past, growing the economy. We had a very high rate of economic growth, at least for South Africa's, by South Africa's standards, during Thabo Mbeki's period. And then it all fell apart under Jacob Zuma, the sort of double whammy of Jacob Zuma's rise to the presidency.
The apparent corruption which existed.
And the corruption which existed, and the global financial crisis, all of which occurred more or less at the same time, around 2008, 2009. And then this 9-year period of really just disintegrating governance, and with it, falling fortunes of the South African economy, and now the process of rebuilding. The unfortunate truism, the axiom in state recovery, is that the period of recovery is normally at least as long as the period of decline. And hopefully we're going to defeat that in South Africa's case, but we've got to make some very tough choices right now. They're tough choices around what to do with the energy utility, which threatens to drag the whole country down, what to do with some of the other parastatals like the locomotive or the rail agency, PROSA, which has just gone into liquidation, South African Airways, which has just gone into business rescue. These are indicators of the problems of governance that we have had to endure.
Plus the violence, which you have, armed violence also.
Well, we have high levels of criminality.
Yes.
It tends to be very topical. So it's not countrywide. People look at South Africa and they go, oh, well, you have a very high murder rate, which is true. Not every country, of course, is measured in terms of murder rate, so that changes that picture somewhat. And it's very topical in certain areas. 10 out of 150 police precincts in the Western Cape, for example, is not all of the Western Cape. It's certain key areas. But violence tends to happen where there's economic deprivation. So we remain a highly unequal society. We remain probably most unequal among the black community in South Africa, between the black elite and the rest of black society, which tends to be congregate around the bottom income levels. These are very deep problems which we have to resolve over the long term through better education, over the short term through better choices.
The black elite is a little decoupled from the masses, from the black masses? Are they away from them? Do they still understand what is happening to them?
I think they still understand. Whether they care enough to be able to give up some of their preferences and some of their position in the economy remains to be seen. I think just as the elites have always been a problem in South Africa in terms of whether it was a white elite or the whites being the elite during the apartheid years, unwilling to give up some of their control of the economy, some of their monopoly preferences to advantage the entire population. That was problematic during the apartheid years. And I think today, with black economic empowerment in South Africa and the legislated privileges around race, which still remain, there's a set of preferences which is clearly not benefiting our economy overall. Our unemployment remains stuck at an effective rate of 40%. Our economic growth has essentially disintegrated. We don't have any economic growth, and we haven't had for some time. And it seems like we won't have any for some time to come because of Eskom.
No,
so some of these preferences have to give way to a wider policy that assists the majority of people in the country.
You're painting a picture which is not very optimistic, but also realistic, probably. To ask you a last question on South African problems, is there fear among the white minority that they may have to leave, that they may face a Zimbabwe situation of turmoil of worse kind, that you have to depart because you're not accepted anymore by the black majority?
Well, of course, there are those who might believe that in South African society, and the absence of economic growth and some of the pronouncements on land expropriation and the changing of the constitution, which is unclear why that's necessary. These things concern a minority, but I think they're probably fears that are unfounded. I think there's space in South Africa for everybody. I think it's a tremendous country in terms of the opportunities still today. but they require everybody giving up on some things and everybody making a bit more effort. It's not just government's role to get things right. It's not just businesses' role to take the pain or to take the blame. And it's not just the role of the unions to relinquish their demands. Everybody has to give up a bit and everybody has to contribute a bit more. But the government is, of course, the lead agency. It sets the tone. It sets the image of South Africa, both domestically and abroad. And probably its first challenge is to try and improve the sentiment, the confidence of the business community. And disproportionately, of course, that means addressing some of those white fears and insecurities to enable businesses, to encourage businesses to reinvest back in the economy. And when locals invest, of course, foreigners invest. The foreign investment community tends to follow locals, whether it's in South Africa or anywhere else for that matter.
So we still have to hope that rugby continues to go as well as it does, and the next world champion, you will champion again.
Well, to take the metaphor a little further, I think rugby shows that we can sidestep our problems and cross that try line more easily than we have done in the past. It's a country which has always been defined by a can-do attitude. We've always our obituary has been written many times. We were going to fall apart during apartheid. We're going to fall apart during the negotiations that led to the end of apartheid. We were going to fall apart on the election in 1994. We were never going to be able to deliver the World Cup in 2010. We continuously confound our critics. But it's time that we don't just confound our critics and try and pull the victory from defeat at the last minute, but that we institutionalize the terms and conditions and structures of government that ensure victory. And that's really centers at the moment around leadership and policy choices.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure. Welcome to Atlantic Dialogue Television. We have a very gifted and well-informed Indian expert with us. Mr. Joshi, tell me, we are living now in a world of turmoil, as we have seen. We have seen a lot of chaos politically, but do we see the same thing now on the internet? If you talk about Russian intervention in elections, fake news, Twitter of 11,000 plus by Mr. Trump. Is the internet something today as you like it?
The world has always been in turmoil. It's not that the world is in turmoil today. The internet as a tool reflects that turmoil. It mirrors that turmoil. And yes, has been used very effectively as an instrument to instigate, nudge bits and pieces of that turmoil. But the turmoil is fundamental to the societies we're living in.
Even on this scale?
Even on this scale, yes.
The
internet is not the cause of this turmoil. Internet has exacerbated certain parts of it. Internet has been used by certain powerful individuals, corporates, countries in certain ways. But at the core of it, it remains a tool.
But there are a lot of excesses on racism, hate, messages which are false, denial of the Holocaust. That can't be the aim of the internet.
The internet itself does not have any aim. As I said, the internet reflects society.
Yes.
If there are prejudices within society, yes, internet amplifies many of those prejudices. What the internet has done and what social media platforms have done, what new messaging platforms have done, is that they've increased certain tendencies towards tribalism. Tribalism is a human fact. People then tend to band together. Now, this has amplified the power of tribalism, where what is fundamentally tribalism? Tribalism means that people band together on the basis of their loyalties.
Yes, but is tribalism also a reaction to the global power of the global reach, let's say, of Facebook with 2.3 billion users a month? Is that a reaction towards or for tribalism?
It is, as I said, an amplification.
Okay.
It is Facebook becomes an amplification of the tribalism. More than Facebook, for example, messaging applications like WhatsApp. WhatsApp becomes where people tend to band together in similar groups where they share common thoughts. So that becomes a kind of reinforcement of certain tribal tendencies.
Which means also that the digital revolution, let's call it that way, or the fourth industrial revolution, will change our politics basically as well.
Every communications revolution has changed politics. If you start with the Gutenberg press,
yes,
that also dramatically changed politics. It changed systems of governance, it changed ways people interacted with their rulers. It ultimately led to the demise of the feudal hierarchies,
the Renaissance,
and led to the rise of democracies.
Yes, yes.
And if you remember, at that time also, there was an elite which protested against the rise of the Gutenberg press. They felt that if the ability of people to be able to publish, to disseminate information, would become a disaster.
But they were protesting Gutenberg, who developed his press in 1430 or 1438. But they all protested also because they didn't want to lose the power.
Exactly. So you're seeing similar, in a way, amplification of certain similar tendencies, that there is in certain ways an elite which does get threatened by these transformations. An elite starts losing power. So there is a certain apprehension which is very, very visible about what is happening in the world of the internet, what is happening in the world of social media. But the way I see it, this is a process of education. Any tech tool will tend to get both used and misused.
In India, your country, which is very well known of having great people in the industry of digital development, internet, is it affecting your society?
It is affecting. India also is witnessing the kind of polarization which you see in the rest of the world happening because of social media platforms. People are then tending to reinforce each other's extreme views. But then you have also the second industry come up, which is the fact-check industry, which is becoming also increasingly more active. And ultimately, the young will have to be taught as to, earlier the narrator of a story was not paid much attention to. The story was relevant. Today, you start going back, people start learning to see why certain stories are disseminating, who is disseminating them, what is the agenda behind those stories being disseminated.
But do the young people have the time and the patience to do that?
Do not underestimate the young. This is their medium. They have built this medium. And they are over time. It does not. See, if you start looking at social media platforms, the growth of social media platforms, they are barely 10, 12 years old. They are actually very new.
They were military based.
Yes.
The first internet was military.
Well, it was military based, but social media itself, if you start looking at the rise of Facebook, if you start looking at some of the applications like WhatsApp, the messaging tools.
Google.
Well, Google began as a search tool. Google has a much longer history. But I'm talking of social media as social media.
Okay.
When people start connecting to each other, social media gives everyone the power to broadcast. Each one becomes both an absorber of information and a disseminator of information. And many times, you disseminate information even before you absorb it. You forward a message to an entire contact list, which may be 1,000 people, without even analyzing or understanding what that message is saying.
The so-called self-mass communication.
Self-mass communication.
Yes.
So this is the world you are in.
Explain to me why India has so many very talented programmers, mathematicians in the world of the internet. Is there a reason for that?
India has 1.3 billion people. So even if 1% of them become programmers, the number becomes huge. So I would not say that Indians are specially talented. What I would say is that at a certain point in time, Indian entrepreneurs realize the opportunities in the digital age. and they invested in them. Now, the remarkable story about India is how India is a country which actually, you will not believe it, in the 1970s said no to technology. They said we don't want computers because computers take away jobs.
But then you had nuclear bombs also.
But they said no to computers because they thought computers took away jobs. But that changed. In the 80s, policies changed. And certain entrepreneurs realized the value of where the world was heading and what was happening in the world with the internet. So they started investing in creating the resources, the human resources, the human capital. It was not a government-driven program. There were a whole lot of agencies, private sector agencies, which started coming up to train people in digital literacy. You had a whole cohort of people who started getting trained as programmers, as coders.
Let me ask you a final question. Are you optimist or pessimist about the internet?
It should be obvious I'm an optimist. I know there are challenges.
General.
I know there are challenges, and there are severe challenges. We are going to take time to overcome them. The biggest challenge which the internet today poses, which digital technologies today pose, is that digital technologies, in a sense, yes, empower people. They take away the power of information arbitrage, which is a very strong instrument of power. So they upset the information hierarchies. They enable everybody to reach out and access information and develop their own applications, develop their own ideas, and it democratizes innovation. That is one good factor. But there is a flip side to it also. Technology is also a divider. The divide between the haves and the have-nots in technology, if there are not the right intervention, the right policy interventions, or the right even entrepreneurial interventions, that divide not just widens, it also deepens with every technology shifts. Now that is a challenge which everyone faces. So there are certain people who get excluded from technology. Gender, on the basis of gender, on the basis of their social caste, on the basis of where they are located, whether they are in a rural space, whether they're in a small town, whether they have access to 5G or 4G or 3G or 2G, starts making a difference. So it actually has a tendency, if it is not handled properly, to increase inequality. And that is a big challenge the world is facing today.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure. I wish we had many more hours and do a book.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenthal, thank you for coming to Atlantic Dialogue Television. And we are talking about turmoil in the world here at this conference. Is there turmoil sustainable in Latin America? Is there a chance to stop the violence in Latin America?
I think it depends very much on the country.
Let's start with your country, Mexico.
Okay. With my country, Mexico, which is probably right now one of the more violent and more difficult countries where the situation has deteriorated considerably over the years, mainly because of organized crime, drug trafficking. I think that it's going to be a while before we can reverse the tendency, which has been to have more rather than less violence. We have a new government, Mr. López Obrador, who campaigned and was elected on the promise of changing that situation. But at the end of his first year of government, which was last December 1st, the situation has worsened, not improved.
Yes, as one sees on television all the time. And I always ask myself, do I want to go on vacation in Mexico?
A lot of people ask the question, but we still get millions and millions of visitors that come to Mexico, because I think fundamentally this is a localized issue. mainly along the US-Mexico border, where most of the organized criminal activity takes place, and in some of the southern states, but not the ones where tourists tend to go, not at the beaches and so on. Those are still fine and safe, and so is Mexico City.
You can go to Guadalajara and you can go to all these
There's
places.
no problem there.
How much, you mentioned the American-Mexican border, how much of the violence is a responsibility also of the United States? Now they don't let anybody in anymore, or very difficult, as we know, all these camps and all these procedures of asking for asylum, and they all remain in Mexico. So isn't there, how do you say, a source of crime growing in Mexico because of that blockade?
Definitely. I think it's a shared problem, not only because of what the Trump administration is doing regarding closing the border, but also, I think, fundamentally because Mexico is a country where you're not allowed to own firearms. And the US is a country where everyone owns firearms. And so the movement of weapons from the US to Mexico is one of the serious problems, because that's what arms the organized criminal cartels and so on. And I think that the Americans realize that, but like many things in the US, it's a domestic political issue. They've not been able even to reinstate the assault weapons ban that they had some years ago. And I think that as long as the US is, one, an exporter, major exporter of weapons, and two, the major consumer of drugs.
That's just one of the...
And we're right there at the south of the US. It's going to be very difficult to change the dynamics. We're hopeful. I think that in the case of the US, states that have already liberalized their laws regarding drugs and marijuana and so on will change a federal policy which still remains to prohibit all of these substances.
But the Mexican people, do they have still confidence in the government? If you look at the battles, gun battles, the other day they wanted to arrest somebody who was important, the child of...
The son
of
Chapo.
Voila, they wanted to arrest him, and I remember these images. They had him, and they let him go because they were afraid of more violence. Isn't it terrible if you see that the government is, how do you say, ceding, the field to crime elements?
From my perspective, what I would say it was a very poor decision to do that. But perceptions in Mexico among public opinion is that he did the right thing. The president did the right thing.
To save lives.
To save lives, because these cartel members had gone to the compound where the families of the police and the military live, and they were threatening children and women and so on. And so the perception is that he did the right thing. I, of course, think that violence begets violence, and if you don't take care of it, if you don't attack it straight on, it becomes a worse problem. We don't have the resources in Mexico that can equate to the resources that the criminal gangs have,
but the
money and people.
The Americans are not willing to assist you on that? Or is the government of Mexico refusing, saying we have our own agenda and we don't need American meddling in our affairs?
They are saying that. That's a traditional policy for Mexico. But the Americans could help without interfering with Mexico, without doing anything in Mexico, by stopping these trafficking of arms between the US and Mexico. And they could also help by decriminalizing their drug consumption, which is unfortunately what feeds these criminal activities, most of them.
But I'm amazed what you're saying is the traffic coming in, which is logic. You have the feeling there are so many guards now at the borders, there are so many controls now at the borders, and it still comes in.
It still comes in.
So
and there will and it'll still come in even if you build a 30-foot high wall the way Trump said he would. There's always ways to go around, under, or over.
Yeah, but also the other way around to the United States.
Absolutely. But, when the expectations of especially of economic migrants, not talking now about refugees or
Yes.
people who need asylum.
People who come from Guatemala.
But people
or
who are
from-
economic migrants, they have now gotten the message from the Trump administration that they won't be let into the U.S. Before, U.S. policy was rather liberal.
Yes.
As long as you got there, you could stay, waiting perhaps some years for your hearing to determine whether you could stay permanently or not, and then they just melted into the society in the U.S. Today, that's much more difficult. So the message has gotten across, and we have many fewer Central Americans.
But they're in Mexico. Many of them who can't
all,
go
all
their way
the
to
ones,
Mexico.
all the ones who tried to get into the United States and asked for asylum
Yeah.
are now back in Mexico, waiting in Mexico at the border, which is a very explosive situation because the border is not prepared for these migrants to live. Many of them in the streets, and they're not really being taken care of.
And the Mexican population will not like to. them to
And
be
the
there,
Mexican
so-
population has backlashed against it because, again, they take jobs or they take money or they take or they become petty criminals to be able to survive. There are now about maybe 40,000 of those at the border, which is not many for a country of 125 million. But they are massed in a very small corridor
And the
along
potential-
along
and the
the border, and the
potential.
potential for violence, the potential for problems there is quite high. I think that the hope of the Americans, in any case, with this policy, is that all of these people will go home eventually. They'll be tired. They'll get tired of sitting
They
there.
probably settle in Mexico before they go home.
Well, some will settle in Mexico, which is fine. I mean, we
Yeah.
can absorb that without any difficulty. But already a fair number have gone home because they are not fleeing particular persecutions or
Gangs or
violence or
whatever.
gangs.
Yeah.
Most of them are economic migrants or families that want to meet up with their families in the U.S. who are already there legally and so on. So family reunification is one of the drivers of the migration flows.
Let me ask you a last question on the part of your neighbors of Mexico. If you go to the problems in Guatemala, in San Salvador, El Salvador, is there no way of finding a solution there?
Yeah, the solution is the solution of most emerging countries, that's development. So if we could find ways to develop that northern triangle of Central America, that would probably go a long way towards helping. The Mexican president has proposed this to Mr. Trump. Mexico doesn't have resources really to be able to plow into the northern part of Central America, and the U.S. has done the exact opposite. They have cut their aid.
They cut aid to
They
these
cut the
countries.
aid.
Yes.
So, they're shooting themselves in the foot at the end of the day because these people, when they no longer see any future for themselves in Guatemala, Salvador, Honduras, because they move up north, even just to Mexico, where they have better opportunities than back home.
So, as a conclusion, one has to say that violence, turmoil will continue for some time to come in these regions.
Well, I think the situation is different. Mexico, because of its neighborhood to the U.S., because of the migration issue, is a different case, for example, than Chile, where we saw an upsurge of totally spontaneous violence and unrest as a result of I think failed aspirations, promises made by the former government that were not kept. If you look at other parts of Latin America, you'll see different reasons.
Yeah.
What they all have in common is very much what the world unrest has in common among young people, among the middle classes, people who feel that they've been left aside, people who've not benefited from the globalized world in which we've been living for the last few decades, people who have no leadership. There is no leadership, it's rather spontaneous. Social media is what brings them out on the streets, and there's usually something that detonates the beginning, no? So in Hong Kong or in Beirut.
Like an Arab Spring.
Like an Arab Spring.
Yeah.
And that's happening very much in Latin America. It's happening in Colombia, it's happening in Chile, it's happening, obviously, we have the problem of Venezuela, not where there the demonstrations are against the government because of what Mr. Maduro has been doing. So it depends on the country. But I think we will see an unstable Latin America for the immediate future.
On these pessimistic notes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour mesdames, merci d'être sur ce plateau pour Atlantic Dialogues, la conférence du Policy Center for the New South. Madame Aminata Touré, vous êtes ancienne première ministre du Sénégal j'aurais aimé vous poser une première question sur la place de la femme dans la thématique même de la conférence, le Sud en période de tourmente. Vous avez fait une intervention hier qui était pleine d'optimisme. Est-ce que vous pensez que la cause des femmes avance dans votre région, dans votre pays, on en est sûr, mais dans votre région en Afrique de l'Ouest?
Oui, je pense qu'en réalité, c'est là où ça avance le plus, puisque nous avons eu une femme présidente, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, qui a fait 2 mandats. Mais au-delà de cela, nous avons une plus grande représentation des femmes dans les institutions, notamment au Sénégal, on est 48% à l'Assemblée nationale. Il nous reste encore du progrès à faire, puisqu'il faut qu'on soit également autant ou plus représentés dans le gouvernement, dans les conseils d'administration. Et il faut que la présence des femmes dans ces instances de décision se traduise par une amélioration des conditions des femmes à la base. C'est surtout cela, parce que le progrès n'est pas seulement pour l'élite féminine, mais également il faut que cela se traduise par des politiques qui font avancer les femmes. Et de ce point de vue-là, il y a eu, depuis 2012, beaucoup d'avancées. On peut en citer quelques-unes. Il y a tout le programme sur les bourses familiales. C'est un programme très volontariste du président Macky Sall qui consistait à donner une bourse aux femmes défavorisées qui avaient des enfants, à la condition évidemment que ces enfants aillent à l'école, se présentent au programme de vaccination. Il y a eu également d'autres programmes économiques ciblant particulièrement les femmes et les jeunes. C'est les 2 catégories les plus importantes en réalité en Afrique. Il faudrait qu'elles soient soutenues au maximum pour qu'elles puissent jouer leur plein rôle, parce qu'après tout, elles sont majoritaires sur le continent, elles sont plus de 51%.
D'accord. Au Sénégal, les indicateurs sont plutôt bons par rapport aux autres pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest en termes d'accès à la contraception, de niveau de pratique des mutilations génitales féminines. Est-ce que vous pensez que et de scolarisation des filles, bien sûr, est-ce que vous pensez que sur ces domaines, plus peut être fait? Absolument.
Mais il faut noter, pour s'en réjouir, que cette année, à l'examen d'entrée en 6e pour aller au collège, il y a eu plus de filles que de garçons. Ça, c'est une petite révolution invisible qui s'est passée pour un pays à 95% musulman. C'est de montrer également que dans une société musulmane, on peut donner également l'opportunité aux filles. Il faut les maintenir au niveau secondaire et à l'université. Et là, c'est un autre défi qu'il faut relever. Pour ce qui concerne la contraception et le planning familial, il y a encore beaucoup d'efforts à faire. Ce n'est pas que les femmes ne veulent pas espacer leur naissance, parce qu'elles comprennent qu'il y a un avantage du point de vue de la santé et des opportunités qu'elles peuvent se donner. C'est qu'il faut que l'offre soit également présente, que l'offre de produits contraceptifs soit présente. Et il y a la question du dernier kilomètre qui est étudiée, et ça, c'est le plus difficile, parce que quand les femmes doivent se déplacer très loin pour avoir accès on a vu que c'était un obstacle très, très important. Nous avons l'avantage d'avoir une population jeune en Afrique, j'en ai parlé hier, 70% de la population a moins de 35 ans. Donc, les jeunes filles doivent être également au cœur des programmes voilà, des gouvernements, mais également les hommes. Il y a, et ça également c'est une bonne nouvelle au Sénégal, il va être présenté devant le Parlement une loi criminalisant encore plus fortement le viol et la pédophilie, présentée par le président Macky Sall. Ça, c'est des ouvertures et des progrès importants, portés également par le mouvement des femmes. Mais nous, il reste encore beaucoup à faire. Madame la vice-première ministre d'Espagne, mon amie Maria de la Vega, a également parlé de la technologie tout à l'heure. Il y a encore beaucoup à faire. Les femmes dans les sciences avancent, mais il faut élargir le boulevard des possibilités.
Oui, vous avez parlé, madame, tout à l'heure du côté structurel des inégalités qui sont au nord comme au sud. Vous avez cité des chiffres qui, je crois, sont tirés d'un rapport de l'UNESCO sur la part des femmes dans l'élaboration de la connaissance, donc knowledge industry ou knowledge sector en anglais. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous rappeler ces chiffres et nous parler de ce que ça implique, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire en fait?
Oui, je crois que, merci beaucoup en tout cas, ces chiffres, ça montre la réalité. La réalité est encore tellement mauvaise parce que c'est vrai qu'on a avancé beaucoup, c'est vrai que je suis optimiste parce que je crois à les femmes et alors ce sont les femmes même qu'on sorte des situations très difficiles. C'est pour ça qu'il faut tout l'aide qu'on preste, qu'on donne les femmes, ça se transforme, ça se multiplie pour 1000 millions. Parce que les femmes prennent toujours tout les offres de connaissances, de pouvoir améliorer, pas seulement pour elles, sinon pour sa famille et pour son pays. Parce qu'il y a un engagement avec tout.
D'accord.
Et il faut changer ces chiffres. Mais il faut donner les chiffres pour savoir qu'encore, on reste beaucoup de choses à faire.
Absolument.
Et je critique beaucoup les politiques européennes, même d'autres pays en général, vers l'Afrique, même de mon pays, parce qu'on ne connaît pas l'Afrique. Parce que je suis très optimiste avec l'Afrique. En Afrique, il y en a beaucoup de problèmes, c'est vrai, mais il y en a beaucoup de possibilités. Et il faut travailler avec l'Afrique, et il faut connaître et apprendre, écouter, regarder et appuyer.
Mais on peut se demander si, contrairement aux préjugés qui ont cours en Europe sur l'Afrique, si l'Afrique, en fait, n'a pas une longueur d'avance sur l'Europe en termes de leadership féminin. Parce que quand on regarde le Parlement du Rwanda, le Parlement du Sénégal, le nombre de femmes qui sont devenues chefs d'État, il y a eu aussi une femme présidente au Malawi. Oui. Il y a eu une femme présidente au Libéria, au Malawi. On a une femme présidente en Éthiopie. Ça donne un signal fantastique.
C'est extraordinaire. C'est pour ça qu'il faut regarder, il faut le dire, il faut montrer les femmes africaines parce qu'il y en a beaucoup de choses à apprendre des femmes africaines. J'apprends tous les jours. Et c'est pour ça que c'est très important de le dire. Parce que sinon, on a toujours une vision qui transmet toujours le patriarcat.
Oui.
Parce que toujours les valeurs les transmettent le patriarcat. Même l'opinion sur un pays, c'est une opinion masculine. Ce n'est pas une opinion encore des femmes. Parce que si on parle des femmes, si les femmes nous sommes dans les centres de pouvoir pour répandre même une opinion tout à fait différente, on va changer les choses. On va changer les façons de regarder, les façons d'aborder, d'envisager les problèmes entre nous, mais avec nous, avec l'Afrique, avec tous les continents. Parce que nous avons besoin de l'Afrique. Ce n'est pas seulement que l'Afrique a besoin de nous, est-ce que nous avons besoin de l'Afrique?
Oui, bien sûr.
Alors, moi, je voudrais aborder un autre aspect de la question et rappeler que, avec la colonisation, les femmes africaines ont perdu beaucoup de leur statut qu'on est en train de regagner. Quand, disons, la France est venue avec le Code napoléonien, qui établissait l'autorisation de voyager pour les femmes, c'était un recul. Moi, ma propre arrière-grand-mère était une commerçante qui voyageait avec ses employés et mon grand-père, il restait à la maison. Donc, quand le Code est arrivé, il fallait qu'elle demande l'autorisation pour voyager. Et je peux parler d'autres exemples. Nous avons eu des femmes qui ont régné, qui ont été des résistantes contre la colonisation.
Aline Sitoé-Diatta,
les femmes de des femmes de Nder, qui avaient intimé l'ordre au gouverneur de Saint-Louis de ne plus traverser ces terres sous peine de déclencher une guerre qu'elle a déclenchée, mais qu'elle n'a pas gagnée, mais elle l'a déclenchée. Il y a des exemples de femmes très très fortes, et nous sommes en train de regagner notre histoire, de dire notre propre narratif à nos propres filles également. Et nous avons également le soutien de beaucoup d'hommes. Ça également, il faut le dire, et il faut élargir ces possibilités. Il y a, même au niveau de beaucoup de centres religieux, des perspectives qui sont ouvertes aux jeunes filles qui souhaitent faire des études religieuses et par la suite les continuer. Et tout cela, c'est une excellente chose. C'est au Sénégal où on a ce qu'on appelle un grand magal. Magal, c'est un très grand rassemblement qui rassemble des centaines de milliers de pèlerins dédiés à une femme. C'est Mame Diarra Bousso qui est à Porokhane. Ce sera bientôt d'ailleurs cette grande fête où vous verrez des centaines de milliers de pèlerins qui iront dans sa ville pour la célébrer. Donc il faut que notre histoire, on la remette à jour parce elle a été un peu oubliée et que les femmes reprennent leur position. Mais je suis tout à fait d'accord, il y a encore du chemin à faire dans beaucoup de domaines.
Mais le Sénégal a connu beaucoup de grands hommes, mais aussi de grandes femmes, on l'oublie souvent, dans le cinéma, dans les lettres, et Mariam Abba, qui a écrit une si longue lettre, un livre qui n'a pas pris une ride, sur la polygamie. Donc, c'est pas les icônes qui manquent, en effet. Mais ce que je voulais vous demander à toutes les deux, peut-être vous le demander à vous d'abord, ce serait d'avoir un témoignage un peu plus personnel sur ce que a signifié dans votre parcours professionnel le fait d'être une femme, et peut-être nous dire un peu plus sur les obstacles qui se sont dressés face à vous et que vous avez réussi à surmonter. Si on peut avoir un ou deux exemples, ce serait très bien.
Bon, j'ai une position comme toutes les femmes. Des moments de ma vie, je suis petite, mais je me rendu compte que j'ai reçu les choses d'une façon tout à fait différente des hommes, et bien petite. Et ça m'a posé une situation effacée complètement. Et après, c'est toute ma vie, ce lutte pour arriver à tout le temps en train de montrer que je suis égale, que je suis meilleure, que je suis... Ça, c'est fatigant, hein? Un peu fatigant. Ça, c'est fatigant d'être tout le temps en train de montrer que tu es intelligent, que tu sais de ça, que tu peux faire tout. Mais je le fais. Et j'ai arrivé à la position de pouvoir le faire et de montrer à tout le monde que les femmes, nous sommes en train de faire tout ce que notre liberté, après notre liberté, on va choisir. Et j'ai choisi, et j'ai cherché mon liberté, mais toujours avec des difficultés, avec une grande lutte. C'est vrai que j'ai né dans un ensemble d'une famille de moyens État, et alors un peu privilégié par rapport à d'autres situations sociales plus difficiles. Mais je suis encouragée pour avoir toujours des compromis, pour aider les autres femmes pour arriver à une situation d'égalité.
Merci.
Ça, c'est mon histoire, mais c'est une histoire il y en a beaucoup de petites histoires. Et j'ai connu bientôt les femmes africaines. Et j'ai bougé. Et j'ai dit, bon, il faut travailler avec les femmes parce que les femmes, tout le monde, on doit être ensemble pour arriver à une situation d'égalité. Et il faut le faire ensemble. Il faut le faire du point de vue de la solidarité entre les femmes pour construire un monde meilleur, un monde de droits, un monde de respect, un monde de dignité. Parce que ce n'est pas possible qu'encore, même dans mon pays, il y en a beaucoup de violences. Des violences contre les femmes. Et ça, ce n'est pas possible.
Il y a beaucoup de féminicides.
Il y en a beaucoup. Beaucoup. On ne peut pas résister ça. Il faut dire, c'est fini. Mais encore, nous sommes en train d'aborder ces questions. par tout le monde, c'est ça. Il y en a une question de tout le monde d'inégalité. Et il faut combattre, il faut être dans la première ligne de combat pour pour mettre fin.
Ouais. Et vous, Madame Touré?
Oui, je crois que l'histoire de beaucoup de femmes se ressemble et c'est ça qui justifie ce système qu'on appelle le patriarcat, qu'il s'exerce en Europe, en Afrique ou en Asie. Il y a beaucoup de similitudes. Il faut travailler plus, il faut démontrer plus, il faut avoir plus de qualité, ce qui est injuste. Je vais vous donner une anecdote. Par exemple, quand il fallait voter la loi sur la parité à l'Assemblée nationale, beaucoup d'hommes disaient non, mais ça va baisser le niveau à l'Assemblée nationale, comme si le niveau était plus élevé quand il n'y avait que des hommes. Donc, je ne revendique pas une égalité à la médiocrité, mais on demande beaucoup plus aux femmes, et c'est pas juste. Ce sont des individus à part entière. Donc, souvent, dans un homme et des structures patriarcales, il fallait se battre 2 fois plus, travailler beaucoup plus. Et ça, c'est pas, il faut le changer. Je crois que l'égalité, c'est une égalité de fait et de droit qu'il faut mettre en place. Moi, mon expérience personnelle, et c'est pour ça que je parle souvent de l'apport des hommes, j'ai été très soutenu par mon père, qui avait 6 filles sur une famille de 8. Donc bon, je crois que la nature lui-même le poussait à être un gender advocate et il nous a beaucoup soutenus en nous faisant toujours comprendre qu'on pouvait y arriver et que il n'y avait pas de différence entre les filles et les garçons. Et entendre ça de son père, c'est important aussi. Hein, ça vous renforce, vous démystifiez également la figure féminine, masculine plutôt. Et dans les classes, évidemment, il y avait plus de garçons que de filles, hein, dans les classes que j'ai eu à faire. Et ensuite, on se rend compte que, ils ne sont pas meilleurs forcément. Après, la société s'y met de leur côté, mais là, ça devient encore plus difficile. Et quand vous venez en politique, là, c'est autrement plus difficile. Parce que, évidemment, il y a des coups, comme on dirait en boxe, au-dessus de la ceinture. C'est une mauvaise mère, elle passe pas de temps avec sa famille, et si vous avez le malheur d'avoir un échec familial, c'est parce que vous êtes en politique, etc. Il y a ces obstacles qu'il faut traverser. Ils sont pas évidents, mais il faut justement renforcer les capacités des jeunes filles. Et ça, c'est peut-être ce que je voudrais dire, c'est que les femmes qui ont réussi à se hisser à ce niveau, comme moi, comme Maria, nous avons obligation également de relever vers le haut toutes ces jeunes filles qui ont envie de s'engager publiquement, pas seulement politiquement, mais publiquement, leur donner justement les recettes et un peu les cordes pour esquiver, parce que c'est pas la peine de rendre toujours les coups, parfois il faut savoir les esquiver. Afin qu'elle se fasse une place. Et la contribution des hommes est très très importante, la contribution des pères, P-E-R-E-S, des frères, des amis, des collègues. Et c'est pour ça qu'avec la campagne MeToo, qui dénonce justement les violences sexuelles partout, et c'est là où on se rend compte que le patriarcat, il est universel. Ça se pose à Hollywood, ça se pose dans les bureaux, en Afrique, partout. Et avoir des hommes qui sont contre cette violence, et c'est la majorité. Ça également, il faut le dire. Nous devons, nous, les femmes qui nous battons pour les droits des femmes, apporter également ce soutien des hommes qui ne souhaiteraient pas que leurs filles subissent un harcèlement ou que leurs femmes, et ils sont nombreux, c'est la majorité.
Nous devons aussi peut-être éduquer nos garçons.
Absolument,
c'est
absolument,
très important, hein.
Absolument. Ça, c'est très, très,
toujours.
très, très important. C'est les masculinités même qu'il faut changer.
Et c'est la femme qui transmet toujours les valeurs. C'est pour ça qu'il faut donner d'éducation aux femmes pour transmettre des valeurs d'égalité, des possibilités à tous les enfants.
Dans une société comme la vôtre, le patriarcat est aussi inculqué par la mère.
Bien sûr, le patriarcat, c'est le modèle dans tout le monde.
C'est le modèle universel.
C'est un modèle universel, c'est une domination. Et c'est pour ça qu'il faut travailler. Même quand on parlait, je ne peux pas dire des questions de technologie, il faut envisager toutes les questions de technologie du point de vue de l'éthique. Parce qu'il y en a beaucoup de problèmes qu'il faut poser sur la table pour voir qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire. Par exemple, on peut mettre l'exemple des avions ou des machines incontrôlées, les drones, et beaucoup de choses, des robots assistants. Qu'on construit. On peut mettre attention toutes ces questions. Et pour voir toute cette attention, il faut avoir toujours que la connaissance, il faut l'envisager toujours du point de vue de l'éthique. Il faut mettre les principes éthiques parce que sinon on va construire un monde terrible du point de vue insoutenable.
Je pense que là, c'est tout à fait vrai. Si, pour tous qui ont des enfants ou des petits-enfants, toute l'industrie des jeux vidéo qui véhiculent les valeurs très masculines, de violence, de regard méprisant sur les femmes. Est-ce que ça doit se passer comme ça ou est-ce qu'il faut des instances de régulation qui tiennent en compte le respect justement des valeurs de genre, de non-violence, de tolérance, Ça, c'est très important. On ne peut pas avoir juste de la technologie qu'on lance dehors, qui peut également aggraver des phénomènes qui sont là.
Il faut faire attention.
Et ça, je pense que ça se pose aux États. J'ai bien aimé l'exemple qu'elle a donné, c'est Syrie. Syrie, c'est pas un homme, c'est une femme avec une voix très lancinante. C'est Alexia dans d'autres pays.
Ce sont des femmes
qui leur dit d'ailleurs que les femmes ne voudraient pas entendre une voix plus masculine déjà. Pourquoi pas mais plus sérieusement, il faut que cette technologie-là, je suis tout à fait d'accord, soit orientée dans le sens de construire la paix, la tolérance, le respect entre les hommes et les femmes. Et ça, c'est très, très, très important. Donc, c'est beaucoup de travail qui nous attend.
Je vois. Beaucoup de choses à faire, mais on va les faire. Hein.
Oui, je suis sûre. Et quand vous vous rencontrez toutes les deux, vous parlez de quoi? Par exemple, aujourd'hui, vous êtes parlé de quoi avant de venir?
On s'est parlé de nos tenues. Parce que nous restons quand même... et puis bon, j'apprécie aussi son rouge. Et nous sommes aussi des femmes, hein, faut pas croire.
Les femmes, on parle de tout.
On aime bien... s'occuper de nous-mêmes, affirmer notre féminité, et ça n'enlève rien à notre engagement.
Je veux savoir comment elle se trouve, comment ça marche tout, je les regarde, la souris, et je reste tranquille.
Parce que les femmes, elles ont une force intérieure. On arrive et on se parle évidemment des possibilités de travailler ensemble.
Nous avons beaucoup de projets ensemble. Nous sommes toujours de nouveaux projets pour les faire ensemble avec les femmes africaines et avec les femmes espagnoles.
Votre fondation fait quel type de projet? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous en
Nous travaillons tout ce qui concerne les femmes. Et nous travaillons dans le domaine de l'éducation, dans le domaine de l'agriculture, dans le domaine de la science, dans le domaine de la santé, l'économie, tous les domaines, tout ce qui attache les femmes, que c'est tout, à la fin. On parle de tout. On parle de la politique aussi. On a fait des projets, des débats sur le leadership des femmes dans le domaine de la politique, du gouvernement, de la science. J'ai raconté l'histoire de la science parce qu'en ce moment, je suis très vraiment positionnée à la question des sciences. Je crois que c'est très important de mettre ça. Et c'est pour ça que je travaille avec les femmes africaines parce qu'elles sont extraordinaires. On ne peut pas imaginer.
Et ce que Marianne ne dit pas, c'est que c'est la perspective de la collaboration, qui n'est pas une perspective... c'est une perspective égalitaire. Ça, c'est important parce que nous discutons également des problèmes de l'Espagne et nous donnons un point de vue. C'est très... parce qu'on ne veut pas reproduire justement le modèle patriarcal, qui est un modèle très inégal, basé sur des préjugés. Et c'est pour ça que ça marche, parce que ce qui se passe en Espagne aussi nous intéresse. Nous apportons également... nos recommandations.
Merveilleuse. Avoir pour moi, ça m'a donné la vie de connaître ces femmes extraordinaires parce que j'apprends tellement de choses. Et alors, ça nous invite à faire des choses tout à fait différentes, même avec les femmes espagnoles, de montrer les femmes, mes amis africains. Et je travaille dans le domaine que les femmes africaines veulent travailler. Pour les appuyer, ce sont elles qui montrent. Je vais faire ça. Ça me préoccupe. Quelles sont les préoccupations? Il faut attendre, il faut regarder, il faut l'accompagner.
Et quels seraient vos modèles? Est-ce que vous avez des femmes comme modèles ou des personnes qui vous inspirent particulièrement?
Ces femmes, c'est une inspiration même.
On s'inspire mutuellement, mais il y a beaucoup de femmes dans le monde et beaucoup qui sont inconnues. Moi, je voudrais leur rendre hommage. Il y a des héros comme le soldat inconnu. Il y a beaucoup de femmes en Afrique qui se réveillent et qui tiennent leur famille sur leurs épaules Moi, j'ai été toujours frappée, parce que quand j'étais étudiante, j'ai fait un stage qui m'amenait à me lever très tôt pour aller à l'usine où je faisais mon stage. Et dans les transports en commun, de voir ces femmes qui, à 4 heures du matin, étaient debout, mais étaient aussi enthousiastes, etc., et qui ne rentraient chez elles qu'à 21 heures, parce qu'elles devaient s'occuper de leur famille, elles voulaient que leurs enfants aillent à l'école. Ce sont de formidables leçons de vie quand on les voit. Et elles sont toutes des héroïnes qu'on célèbre. Elles sont la plupart du temps inconnues. Puis bon, moi, ma mère a été un exemple aussi. C'est une sage-femme, elle a 84 ans maintenant. Elle était parmi les premières femmes à aller à l'école, à avoir une profession. Et voilà, c'est important aussi les modèles familiaux, parce qu'on inspire beaucoup la famille. Et j'ai également eu des tantes qui ne sont pas allées à l'école, mais qui ont tenu à ce que leurs filles aillent à l'école et réussissent. Et ça, c'est très important. Maintenant, vous avez toutes celles aussi qui se sont élevées politiquement, sans différence d'idéologie. C'est quand même beaucoup de travail et beaucoup de sacrifices inconnus.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Voilà, et ça, c'est que ce soit dans les sciences, que ce soit ailleurs.
Et des femmes qui sont dans des situations très difficiles aussi, et ce sont héroïnes.
C'est ça, c'est celle que je dis, les héroïnes de l'inconnu.
Qui sont en conflit et qui travaillent pour la paix. Il y en a beaucoup de femmes qui sont pour moi vraiment héroïnes, ils sont extraordinaires. Même scientifiques qui viennent des pays, je l'ai raconté dans mon intervention, qui viennent des pays en conflit et qui ont fait un travail extraordinaire. Pour moi, ça c'est extraordinaire.
Est-ce qu'on peut rêver d'un monde où quand une femme sera nommée Premier ministre quelque part, personne ne relèvera qu'elle est une femme?
Oui. J'espère que ça arrive, mais c'est encore...
Mais le monde avance beaucoup, je dois dire, parce que même s'il y a une partie qui résiste, d'une manière générale, quand même, je pense qu'il y a une avancée importante des mentalités. Ça, il faut le dire.
Surtout parce que la technologie, ça nous permet de voir des femmes qui sont dans d'autres continents, dans d'autres pays qui font d'autres choses. C'est plus facile, la communication, c'est plus facile. Et ça, c'est très positif.
Et les bons exemples se partagent maintenant plus facilement. Et il y a une mixité maintenant, de plus en plus. Ce qui n'était pas le cas peut-être il y a 20 ans, il y a 30 ans.
Nous aimons la diversité aussi. La diversité des femmes tout à fait différentes, qui font... Elles cherchent la liberté comme elles veulent. Et ça, c'est la meilleure chose, non?
Donc il y a un bel avenir pour les femmes et pour les jeunes filles que je voudrais encourager à s'engager publiquement. Voilà, dans les associations, dans les partis politiques, pourquoi pas, à créer leur propre parti si elles le souhaitent et être porteuses de causes qui servent l'intérêt général. Celles qui s'en sentent l'envie, je voudrais vraiment les encourager à le faire. Et appeler les hommes, soit nos fils, nos voisins, nos amis, à être aussi des partenaires dans ce combat, parce que c'est un combat social. C'est une transformation sociétale, c'est de ça qu'il s'agit. Je pense que beaucoup d'hommes n'ont même pas envie de perpétuer les modèles qu'on leur impose, qui sont quand même des modèles lourds.
Oui, aussi pour eux.
Lourds pour eux. Donc il faut également les inviter, les former, définir avec eux d'autres... masculinité, un homme fort, c'est pas un homme qui engueule sa femme, c'est un homme qui est ouvert, qui est gentil, qui ouvre des possibilités pour tout le monde.
Merci beaucoup. Je vous remercie toutes les deux.
Merci à vous. Merci à vous. C'est un grand plaisir de pouvoir parler de toutes ces choses qui sont vraiment importantes.
Merci et bonne conférence Atlantic Dialogue.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Center a organisé cette session de l'Atlantic Dialogue dans d'excellentes conditions. Ça, je peux vous parler de l'aspect accueil, de l'aspect logistique et surtout des conférences qui ont lieu. L'aspect logistique est excellent, l'accueil était d'une qualité exceptionnelle, le cadre de travail est agréable, on ne peut trouver plus agréable. Quant aux conférences, elles traitent des sujets de fond qui se posent à notre sud, pas les temps qui courent, aussi bien en partant de la sécurité, l'énergie, les problèmes sociaux. Les conférenciers sont d'un très haut niveau, les questions sont extrêmement pertinentes et je ne doute pas que le résultat sera d'une qualité exceptionnelle.
Monsieur Bassou, bonjour. Vous êtes Senior Fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il, si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe, et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud, et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras.
Oui.
Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud. Le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, c'est-à-dire, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence? Est-ce que vous allez vous en parler?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Redalia Mouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel, qui est peut-être aujourd'hui... il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme...
Welcome to this session on global governance in the post-American order. We are having an important conversation after lunch. But we have a lineup of panelists that we hope will wake us all up with their insights. I'll call them up to the stage. Ambassador Maged Abdelaziz, he's the permanent observer of the League of Arab States to the United Nations. Welcome. He'll be followed by Madame Binata Diop. She is the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security for the African Union Commission. Welcome, Madame Diop. Followed by General Mohamed Znagi Sidi Ahmed Ali, who's the Permanent Secretary for the G5 in the Sahel. We have Ambassador João Valle de Almeida, the EU Ambassador to the United Nations. Welcome, Ambassador. And last but not least, we have Hubert Védrine, the President of the François Mitterrand Institute in France. He's also former Foreign Minister of France. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, panelists, welcome. As you can see, we have a very distinguished lineup before us, and our conversation is taking place as the result of the British general election underscore the trends we are seeing around the world, the snubs to globalism, isolationism, China's increasing influence on the global and national stages. There are opportunities in this chaos, though, and so I'd like to start with you in the audience. Please take out your phones and go to the app, the Word Cloud app. And the question I'm asking of the audience as we get started is what opportunities exist for the global South, Latin America and Africa, due to the disruption of the existing world order? And I ask this question because in doing my research to prepare for this session, there was no mention of any role for Africa and Latin America. The continents that were centered were Asia, Europe, and North America. I believe the United States, not even Canada. So what opportunities do we see existing for the Global South? Let's see. Development. Young people. Development trade. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The results of this word cloud are actually quite consistent with the conversations we've been having here. We've talked about populism, we've talked about democracy in crisis, and we talked about trade earlier today. And so, Ambassador Valid Almeida, I'll start with you. And the question I'm asking is, we have a sense of why multilateralism is being challenged. We've been hearing about it through this edition of Atlantic Dialogues. But from your perspective as EU ambassador to the United Nations, how best do you think we should respond?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you all for being here with such a nice weather outside. We are honored by your presence. Well, everything I'll say today will be on my personal capacity. Does not necessarily commit the European Union. I will start by saying that I think we are in the middle of times of transition and disruption. These are not normal times, and I think we should be aware of that and act accordingly. We know where we come from. We have had a relatively stable environment since the end of the Cold War, relatively stable. We know what we have achieved, some very good things. We know that not everything is perfect, but we basically got sort of used and accustomed and relatively comfortable, at least in the West, with the situation post the end of the Cold War. We don't know what we are going to get next. And there's a degree of anxiety, of insecurity about what will come next. And I think people like you and those watching us through the internet should be very much aware of the relevance of the times that we're going through. What are the risks? And I try to be short at the request of the moderator. I think the first risk for the international rules-based system, or for multilateralism, as you want to call it, first risk is one of implosion. The system is challenged, is not capable of sustaining itself, and we have something very chaotic instead of a rules-based order. The second risk is that the system is captured by a country or several countries, or is the subject of what we call weaponization, meaning that each country tries to use parts of the multilateral system to its own benefit and corresponding to their interests. The third risk I see is one of splitting. And basically, we could have two different worlds in the same world. One system largely dominated by China, and another one dominated by the United States. Two internets, two rules-based or no rules-based trade, and so on and so forth. And each of these three risks are serious risks. And I think our job, at least that's how we see it in the European Union, is try to prevent these risks from materializing. And for that, we cannot do it alone. For that, and this is something that we could discuss here, and it was touched upon in other panels, we need a coalition of those who are willing to preserve, by adapting and by reforming, the international rules-based system. That's our invitation, that's my invitation for us here to discuss. The situation is critical, requires action, it requires cooperation in order to preserve what I call a global good, which is the fact that we operate and we benefit from a rules-based, and I would add values-based, international system.
Okay, Ambassador, thank you. I think my key takeaway from your intervention is preservation of the existing multilateral system. You're speaking in your personal capacity, but how would you therefore then respond to what I believe it was the EU Commissioner during the Paris Peace Forum, who said that it is Europe's destiny to rescue multilateralism?
We assume fully our responsibilities. I mean, I give you an idea. We are, I think, the most important, and I dare to say the most successful example of multilateralism. We have done among 28 countries, soon 27, an experience of the longest period of peace in this part of the world, raising the levels of prosperity of our people, but also projecting security and prosperity in our neighborhood. It's a laboratory of globalization, a laboratory of multilateralism. But we cannot live in isolation. We cannot survive as an island of globalism in an ocean of nationalism and sovereignty, and the strongest takes it all. And so for us, it's also about survival. So we have this sense of responsibility that we would like to share with others. We'd like to share it with China. We'd like to share it with Russia, with the United States, but also with our developing countries partners, in particular with Africa and the Middle East and the Arab world. I think there are enough common interests to allow us, I would say, to force us to cooperate in establishing, in revamping this international order that is being challenged right now.
Thank you. Ambassador Abdelaziz, what would you add to that picture, given that your fellow ambassador has talked about preserving the status quo?
Preserving the status quo is never going to be a solution. The world is in a case of turmoil, as is evident in the title of this particular conference, and as also was evident in the title of the Mediterranean Dialogue that was in Rome on the 9th of this month, and as also came as a glimpse of hope in the Aswan Forum, where Madame Diop, I understand, came from, also discussing the state of turmoil that the world is. And I don't think that we should go for the coalition of the willing to save multilateralism. I think that multilateralism requires a more extensive and global effort among world leaders. The results that we see now from the withdrawal of the United States from many commitments is that the rise of certain powers, some of it, some good powers, rise of the role of the European Union, rise of the role of the African Union, rise of the role of sub-regional organizations, of other powers. But also we see rise in the role again of the Russian Federation trying to assert itself again, and the examples of what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Syria, are also that war is being done by proxy. We see also the example of Turkey trying to reassert itself, utilizing the American decision to withdraw forces and trying to establish a buffer zone on its own, and trying to have agreements with Libya that would affect the Mediterranean region, and that would affect the maritime boundaries and all these kind of things. We should avoid this kind of chaos that is going to be created by the current status quo. My vision of what should we do is we should strengthen the regional organizations, and in the absence of really good reforms in the United Nations, and particularly in the United Nations Security Council, where the power structure of the United Nations still reflects the power structure in 1945. It does not reflect the emerging powers in all the regions of the world. It does not correct the historical injustices to Africa by having 2 permanent seats and completing the 5 non-permanent seats in the Security Council. And that's why we see coalitions of the willing. We see the African 3 in the Council are having one party. The European 5 in the Council are having another party. The United States is isolating itself vis-à-vis 14 other members of the Security Council, and we can't find common solutions. And we leave it to the coalitions of the willings, and we leave it to individual countries to do based on their might, based on their military capacity, based on their individual relations with other states. So we need to correct this.
Yeah, so it sounds as if the correction that's taking place, the fragmentation you describe, is a response to the imbalance in the world system, one that reflects the world post-World War II. So if we were creating a new world order or world orders, given the historical precedent, what should we be taking into account?
We should be taking into account the need for representation of emerging powers. In Africa, we have emerging powers. We have big countries that can take the responsibility as permanent members of the Security Council and can play their significant role. In the Middle East, must be some representation in the power structure in the United Nations. We appreciate very much what the European Union and the European members, particularly permanent members, are doing in the Security Council against the attacks by the United States particularly on the issue on Palestine, whether it is with regard to Jerusalem, whether it is with regard to the settlements, or with regard to the Golan Heights and the sovereignty and all of this. But it has to come within an overall structure that we have to create, particularly for this purpose.
Okay, Mr. Vidrin, I'll come to you. Because it sounds like, whether you're preserving the status quo or, throwing it out, it sounds like this is a rejection of the post-American world order, one that favored Western countries like France. So to what extent can the disruption we're seeing accommodate China, given that it's China that is supposedly the other center of the emerging, supposedly bipolar world?
Nous sommes censés réfléchir sur les...
We are deemed, and I'm going to continue in French. We are deemed to ponder on the new global governance in a post-American world or order. First, we haven't yet made it to a post-American world. I think the United States are still keeping to their colossal financial, military might and power, plus the capacity of controlling the world economy through a sanctions-based economy, which is an absolute scandal, but no one can control. I'm not sure that there's a new order. In this kind of colloquy, we always think that there's a world order, a new world order. This is an urban legend to think that way. In the current state of things in the world, I'm not of the opinion that the powers that existed before can find a complete hegemony. I think that even in China, despite of its colossal power, may have a hegemony on the system. Even the BRICS is not a consistent geopolitical ensemble. Even the Shanghai group around China will not be enough. The Europeans are not sure about what they want, and they don't want to, they dare not transform themselves in a great power, even if many really so wish. And there are a lot of powers here and there, but no one therefore can control this, which leads to apparently to a US-China system. But it's not a system. It's not an order. It's a conflict that can also lead to armistices from a commercial standpoint, but does not lead to a strategically based compromise between China and the US. And this is not going to control the whole system. There's either no multipolar system, because we will not be able to really set forth the different poles. There is a multilateral system, but all it is a framework. Talking about the UN, it's not a willingness, it's not a power, it's only the name of the room where we meet. So this leads to a semi-chaotic world, not chaotic within the meaning of peace, but from a physical standpoint, it's unstable and unforecastable. So it's a semi-chaotic world. The installed powers powers want to continue to implement their might. The intrant or the incoming powers want to improve, and there's no international community and there's no unity. There's a multilateral system, indeed, which does what it can for things to fare better, but there's no community of work. So what type and form of governance in this system? I'm not of the opinion of having the need to set up a global power system. There's no power. There are no Martians that are going to come in and to set up the equivalent of the United States in 1945. Or before the decade of the 90s that I was talking about, the superpowers, when the Westerns thought to really have a global control. The new American unilateralism, which is not an isolationism, is capable with Trump, yes, but post-Trump, it's would not be possible to block mechanisms within the conflict resolution body of the WTO, which is made of destructions, a part of the system, but this is not conducive to a new world or a new order. Conversely to that, there is a global governance, I think, in the economy, in the enterprise, and the private world through the corporate world, corporate law, and the common law and different laws, including the civil one. And this is therefore a chunk of the globalized, deregulated, financialized economy is governed by by rules of this kind that operates without really having a head on top of them. So this is the economic interdependence. After that, there would be difficulties between different governances, either regional one. The first example is what can the European Union do that has a real wherewithal and power, but which is not global. Regional agreements that are either regional will-based agreement or imposed by regional hegemonies that are going to be made up, and also professional self-governance systems. A lot of professions that work through and within themselves by a certain number of rules that are respected and that need no government to have them imposed on them. Specialized organization in the UN, it's everything at the same. But if you take the International Organization of ICAO, International Aviation Organization, it operates and according to a certain number of rules. So by and large, there is a mixed puzzle, a hodgepodge of all these things, which leads to a fight between the current and the new superpowers are going to continue in all areas. So it's a gigantic challenge here for powers that are neither the United States nor China. For all of the rest, powers, how are they going to preserve their turf land, their values, and their vital interests in the system? It's not really that easy to answer, but that's the challenge anyway.
Talk about a semi-chaotic world, not quite a fully chaotic one. And you describe a picture where, political power is almost confused with corporate power on the rise and with rules that, a rules-based system that thrives in spite of national boundaries. But if we were to go forward, again, given our experience, because you tell us we're not yet in the post-American world, how would you describe or what do you think? You talked about the the emerging countries. What role should they take up in this semi-chaotic world that you describe? Because you referenced them.
Now, each emerging country has its own strategy. It doesn't seem that the emerging countries that are very, very numerous, there is China, India, there are about a dozen emerging countries. It doesn't seem that over and above the Shanghai group, they have a common program. Their program consists in saying the time at which the era of Western control is over, each country is going to follow its own strategy. In some cases, is going to club together to denounce the U.S., etc. So it's a fight between governances. It is a networks-based fight. It is an influence-based fight, as you have said, madam, dominated by China and the U.S., but not solely. This is why we have to really brace ourselves for a longish period, very difficult to manage, because after we've said that, of course, everyone would say which is the least evil decision in respect to that. Hence, we need to go towards a collectively well and better governed ensemble. And we see, of course, the long path before us.
Madame Diop, I'll come to you. because it's almost what's emerging from the panel is, preservation of the status quo, disruption of the status quo, and, semi-chaos. Given your position, speaking for women, young people, peace and security, whether the world that is emerging is bipolar or multilateral, multipolar, what do you think we should take into account as this new system emerges?
So let me just maybe talk about Africa as a continent and the African Union, even though the panel I don't represent the African Union, but where I'm looking at the interests of Africa in the shrinking of multilateralism and see how maybe Africa could organize itself between this America, US, Europe, China. So how Africa should organize to make sure that some of the issue, like peace and security or climate change, we can address those, the issues that are impacting on the continent. This morning I heard Africa is the next continent. I think it's where we find resources, natural resources. We have them. This is the continent that is going to count because of the youth, the women, we have the population, and we have the natural resources that are needed. Our challenge is how do we continue our development agenda, and I think that's why we need to reinforce the UN. The multilateral system within the UN for us is very important. As member state, 55 African countries should continue to challenge the reform of the United Nations because this is where we are negotiating. This is where we look at our development agenda, 2030, but also 2063. Don't forget that Africa have a development agenda, and we need to make priority. We say silencing the gun. It's a process. How do we make sure that we look at what is happening in the Sahel, what's happening in the Lake Chad Basin? It's not just about the security in terms of the military security. We need them, but we need more than that because the root cause of those conflicts are also based on poverty. I don't want to say that it is because people are poor that they go in war. It's because there are fundamental issues on the ground that are underpinning the situation right now. So we need to make sure that we invest in electricity, in water, in health, in education. We need to make sure that we address those. And I think the Agenda 2063 and the 2030 of the UN, we can leapfrog some of those solutions on the ground. So UN is important, but Ambassador, you said it rightly, we need to reform the Security Council. It doesn't respond to the need. It's discriminatory. So how many members said even the Africans sitting at the table in the Security Council are not leading the agenda? That's the reality. Others are leading the agenda. So we don't have really a voice to say that let's maybe equip our military boys and women on the ground to make sure that they respond to the needs of the people. So number one. Number two is, yes, Africa have resources and calling on China, but China have their own interests, that's reality. But are we organizing ourselves to make sure that we are adding value to our product that China like very much? Others also like them very much. But how do we make sure that we build our industries, we make sure that we transform our products to benefit the youth and to benefit the women and the population of this. So I think it's important that we African 55, we have one voice. Somebody this morning said that we are the Africa Free Trade Area. It's one. Because if we say that we are going to do among ourselves, to trade among ourselves, to look at our economy, it's a difficult one, but we don't have any other choice than being one, to challenge some of the issues, security, stability of this continent, but also the economic transformation. Otherwise, we say that Africa is the future of the world, but I don't see it happening if we don't have one voice. We are going every time to China, they call us Japan, we run. America, we run. You know, Moscow, we run. We all go, 55 countries. Sometimes we even attend more of those summits rather than attending our own summit in Africa. We are all running to go to respond to the other people's agenda. Why don't we convene ourselves? We have the means to convene and to decide on this continent on some of those, our own solutions, and build a strong partnership. I like this Atlantic dialogue because Africa is convening. It's south, north-south, but it's in the soil of Africa, and we are talking about critical issues, fundamental issues. So we need to convene. Africa needs to convene and run after others who are, of course, doing what?
Okay, I'm sure there are several people here who feel the same frustration you feel towards Africa. We're talking about global governance in the post-American order. And just reading up on this, you can see, as you have rightly pointed out, that everybody else seems to be preparing except the Africans. Latin America, I suspect, might also be the countries of the Atlantic Basin are left out of this conversation on how to position themselves. So what would you say to African and Latin American countries beyond the convening, which we keep hearing about? What practical steps can we take?
I think we need to have that strong partnership, which we say win-win and coming, and when we build the alliances.
But in the past, we had the non-aligned movement. Okay, how far did that take us? So given the lessons of the past, what should we be thinking about going forward?
You know, when I look at, when we talk about climate change, the new forum that is, and how the young people from Latin America, from Europe, from elsewhere in Africa, are coming together to challenge the status quo. So this is the new form, and they don't need to come around one roof to discuss. You know, the new technology is allowing them to form a movement. So we like it or not, but there are movements going on south-south, but also south-north, that are talking together and making sure, especially the young, the youth population.
Okay, thank you. General, I'll come to you because you are working, your professional life covers an area that is characterized by insecurity. Africa, unfortunately, is dominated by insecurity to some extent. You know, you have pockets of insecurity in the Sahel, you know, terrorism and militant activities present on the continent, as with other parts of the world. Given your experience, what do you think that a multilateral world, a new multipolar world, would have to take into account to forestall these radical incidents of extreme violence?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for the OCP and Atlantic Dialogue. I'm going to talk under the security-related angle, and I am fortunate to belong in a generation that have seen a lot of upheavals in the world. Maybe this is the generation that has seen the highest number of upheavals in a short lapse of time over the planet, on the planet. I recollect back in the 1990s, 1991, I was a probation officer or I was on an intern, in Paris, and I attended to the collapse of the Soviet Empire and also the end of the Berlin Wall. And some years on later, in 1998, I was in Beijing within a framework of another training at the University of National Defense of People's Republic of China, and I attended, and I've seen Chinese to be a world power that claimed themselves to be a third world country, and the highest concern of whom was, of course, to secure a bowl of rice for their family. A couple of months later, I was also appointed a military diplomat attaché in the United States, and I was in a country that has just won the victory of the Storm Desert and the war in Iraq. You would remember there was also a one war in Afghanistan in a triumphant capitalism. And everyone was sure that we now were in a unipolar world, which is for a long period of time is going to be stable. But we had to see that with the advent of new powers, a couple of years later, things have changed. Otherwise, China has asserted itself as an economic power from a global level, and mostly in the countries of the South and in the third world countries. This assertion was not accompanied by the influence that we have hitherto known, the military influence, the diplomatic might, etc., and it was a strong influence indeed, an economic influence at all levels, that also in the local fabric. And also we had to note that a lot of African countries today, I don't know, there is still a country that has no relations with the People's Republic of China. And in the G5 Sahel, the last country to have subverted relations with Taiwan and entered into relations with China was Burkina Faso 2 years ago. China is asserting itself as a development power, an economic power. But what is missing is the attributes of power that can make her a pole of the world, because you know that these attributes are not only the economic might and the diplomatic might, and what is China still willing to assert itself as a world pole? On the other hand, we also have China. After the Soviet collapse, Russia, the last security-related events, the war in Iran, in Ukraine, the war in Syria, show still that Syria is there and that they can count on and with, or we have to reckon Syria. So it tends more and more so to assume a preponderant place on the international chess board. There's the European Union, which is a formal economic power and which has the most important influence, at least in Africa, within the framework of the ODA. It's the first ODA provider. But Europe still is a union of states that has no common diplomacy nor a common defense, but which inexorably, unavoidably is going to go towards that. We have also the setback of the strength and the powers of the United States. Recently, we have seen a setback of the United States' willingness to play its international role, knowing that the United States is the power that has the strong economy, the military might, and the diplomatic and cultural force that allow U.S. to continue today, to allow it to deploy forces on the 5 continents. So, do the United States still want to continue to play their role, which was theirs? our generations was accustomed to having a fallacious ease, an erroneous ease. Up until 1991, we were, of course, in a easy balance. Between 1991 to 2000, we were in a world which is reassuring, unipolar. But since the years 2000, with the emergence of new powers, with the emergence and the advent of new organizations, because new organizations are emerging here and there are TNCs, transnational companies. Because this is not only a state-only purview or possibility of acting, it's also done by us, if I may. You are stopping me. Okay.
Vadrine, in terms of the world that you see, not quite a post-American world order. But my question to you is, this order has given us a lot of the upheaval that we're seeing, and which you are in, you're involved in because you work in the security sector. So whatever new world order or world orders emerge, what do we need to take into account to prevent the scale of insecurity we're seeing at the moment around the world?
Je pense que
that I truly think that the future will be future organizations. If we cannot create organizations of states, just like the African Union we were talking about earlier, just like the regional organizations in Asia or in Latin American countries, it is these organizations that can consolidate and have a greater clout, and to also weigh in against the superpowers and the powers and the emergent powers. So this is the only way whereby we can balance this, because since the 90s up until the years 2000, so these are the years of innovation. Look at what's happening in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, and the current destructuring that will have big consequences. Let's look at the destruction of the Libyan state and what's occurring in the Sahel. There will be no state to say no. They have no power to say no. But if there is no international organization that really would impose themselves and say no and will have their voice heard by the power and the emerging nations, there will be no stability in this world, because the Middle East, one has to know, is the beating heart of the world. It is also the historical world, and it is also the future world heart. So it is fully structured.
And it is completely structured. And the Sahel, it comes between the Mediterranean and the African savanna. And if there is no organization, if there is no new emergence of any solid organizations that can speak the same language, well, I believe that this insecurity will prevail, and for a very long time.
Thank you. I'd like to open up the floor to questions. But I noticed, so put your hands up, there should be mics going up. But I noticed the ambassadors scribbling furiously as Mr. Vadrine spoke. And it seemed to me as if there were some thoughts, no? Around not at all? Around the I think it was the state of the world, whether the post-American world order has emerged or not, but also around the absence of Atlantic Basin countries from these conversations about what the future of the world looks like.
Well, as I said before, I think that it has to be a multilateral effort. It must come with all countries from all the regions concerned, and that would require work to be done at the regional level and maybe on the sub-regional level to start with, moving up to the regional level and then moving up to the international scene if we are going to be correcting the path. But there has to be political will that we reform the international governing system. And the current status quo of the system, whether it is in the UN or even outside the UN, cannot be sustained.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take the questions now, and there's a question right here. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and be as concise as possible. Thank you.
Maurizio Geri from Italy. I work for Three Stones International. My question is about more regiopolar order more than world order. I would like to ask if you think that regions, integrated regions, can represent an alternative to world order, because African Union, Arab League, Latin America and European Union, from where I come from, they have cultural affinities and they don't have regional hegemons or countries that have a vocation for world hegemony, like China, Russia, and others in Asia. So this, I think, is the direction where the world is going, more than world order, more regions that are strong and are more represented and are based on cooperation more than competition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there's a question at the back, right?
Hi, my name is Jordan Cronin from the United States, and I studied in China for a year, looking at the China Belt and Road Initiative, which for people who are not familiar is 10 times the size of the Marshall Plan was. It affects around something like 60% of the world's population, 40% of the world's GDP. Given the context of the Global South, looking at Africa specifically, what can Africa do to find a balance? Do they take the help from China, and how do they try to combat the influence that China might have? There's something called debt diplomacy. So they enter into agreements with countries where they know full well they don't have the resources to make that deal work, and then China comes in and says, no problem, we'll take 100% of the deal, and then they essentially own that project and essentially that land. So how do you find that balance? How do you get the help, but also not have them intrude too much?
Thank you. To the front, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very brief. I think one question that was very lightly touched upon, but I think maybe I would like to hear from our panelists their views on, which is the role of non-state actors. In this post-American orders, we have more and more presence of non-state actors in the GAFAs, the big investment banks, and I think this is a major component of this post-American order, and I would like to...
It was touched on, so what exactly would you like to hear more of?
What their views are for the future of this involvement, and how can countries do and how can regions do in order to not be dominated by the agenda of basically our private agendas.
Okay. And Mr. Walker? Oh, sorry. No, go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Walker.
My name is Len Ishmael. I'm a senior fellow with the Policy Center. Just a couple of quick observations, mainly because we had some of this discussion on the very first day. The first is that I think over the last couple of days, I think there's general agreement that what we are seeking right now is not protection of the status quo, but more by way of accommodation of countries and regions in the world that have economic might that are not necessarily accommodated in the way that they should and they could be. Second quick observation. One of the panelists mentioned the fact that China has presented itself as quite a commercial and economic might, but it's still missing something, and I would argue that China has done a very good job at translating huge amounts of economic power into the sort of soft power and coercive hard power that is allowing it to stand for the last year and a half tit for tat with the United States on a matter of tariffs. Third quick observation, there is, a colleague just mentioned the whole issue of the role of organizations. Organizations, international organizations, usually as secretariats and forum, they are membership run. They don't in any way supplant sovereignty. And quite often there's huge amounts of tension at the reconciling at the regional level, national interest. And we see that in the AU and every other organization. I worked with the UN, it's exactly the same thing. How do you see this ever being accommodated? And last and final comment, many, many years ago when we were dealing with issues pertaining to apartheid and colonialization in Africa and other parts of the world, the Caribbean, the Pan-African movement, the G99 plus Africa, were tremendous. G99 plus China were tremendous in turning these, sorry? G77, I've just increased them, I'm so sorry. Tremendous in turning the tide. And along the way, in the last 30 years, we've done absolutely very little together in a non-structured way. Why aren't we talking more about bringing to light, again, with new mandates, that sort of coalitions that we saw that were so successful many years ago?
Thank you. Mr. Walker.
Ignacio Walker, former Foreign Minister of Chile. Fascinating discussion, by the way. And let me put it this way, as a way of a provocation, perhaps. No? So, in the end, it seems to me, after this wonderful discussion, and all the ones that we've had, that really there is nothing new under the sun in terms of international relations. So, by which I mean, we are still basically in an anarchical society, so to speak. Nation-states competing for power, prestige, and resources without the structure of government or even of governance. So there is still a hierarchy of power in international relations. There has never been an American order. In my view, there was a Cold War, bipolar, East-West, confrontation between two systems and world powers like the US and the USSR, and the very short-lived international liberal order following 1989. Very short-lived, no? So there's an anarchical society, hierarchy of power, there's a balance of power. So very much the nation-state system that we've basically known since the 17th century. So what is new here? What is new in this so-called post-American order, which I don't share that label? What is new is the new structure of that order in terms of the hegemonic powers and the confrontation basically between the United States and China, which put an end to the short-lived liberal order following 1989. With some of us expecting a more strong role from the European Union, but the European Union is not delivering in terms of a more balanced power structure. We wished we could have something like that. I don't see it. And some would expect a more prominent role of India, but the religious nationalism and other considerations conspire in terms of that. And there is the South, we, Africa, Latin America, trying to make our way under the sun. So that's my realist part of the point, and I end up with this. We are still in globalization. I don't buy the post-globalization argument. So let us not give up. Let us not give up on questions like a rules-based society, on trade and finances, and so on and so forth, focusing more in international regimes rather than in heavy organizations or structures. Second, let us not give up on multilateralism, which is the only way of putting some order in this new balance of power with this new hegemonic power struggling for prestige and so on, because we still have to account for the governance of globalization, which is still the major task I think we have ahead of us.
Thank you. Marcus?
Yes. My name is Marcus Freitas. I'm from Brazil. And last night was interesting because we just had a conversation about this in our dinner table. Now, I wanted to say one thing initially. The word that the Chinese use for hegemon is Bachuan, which means a tyrant state.
Tyrant.
Tyrant, right? Ba means tyrant in the way they use it. So if you read the CPC's declaration on the 70th anniversary of China, they clearly state that China does not want to be a hegemon in the sense that we know in the West. So that's the first thing that we need to think. Why? Because China doesn't think that their role will be the same one as the United States has played. First of all, because China lives in a troubled neighborhood. They have 4 nuclear countries. They are their neighbors. They are concerned about an arms race in the region. And what President Xi Jinping really wants is to keep this situation stable so that by 2050, 2049, when they complete 100 years of the PRC, the GDP per capita will be $25,000 per head. So that's the goal. Now, my question to us is this. And the Chinese say that they like the system as it is, but the system as it is will need to change. So what are you thinking and how do you perceive, what are your perceptions on how China sees the world? And because based on the vision that how we understand their understanding of the world, perhaps a lot of this discussion that we're having will need to change on the way we see things.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there's a former ambassador from China here, and so I'd love to hear from him if he's in this room. Yes, go ahead. And then we'll allow the panelists to respond, and then we'll take another round.
Merci, madame.
Thank you, madam. My name is Hassan Taoudi, and I am part of the Royal Institute of Strategic Studies. My question is for Mr. Znaki, and it relates to his current functions in the G5 Sahel coalition, and you didn't address it much, given that we know the events that are taking place today and in this space. So do you have a specific agenda on how the situation will play out, given that this coalition is isn't managing to handle this interoperability and these financial issues? So is there any broadening of the powers? Or my second question is for Mr. Védrine. When we were at the Dakar Forum, the Peace and Security Forum in Dakar, we made an observation. Well, the heads of state and the experts present made the observation that in Africa, the conflict is well, definitely here in French-speaking Africa, in the Great Lakes, in the Sahelian region, and in the 7 peacekeeping operations. Well, the majority are, the 5 are in French-speaking Africa. So is there an issue, and how can we mitigate the conflict in this region? Thank you.
Why don't we start with Ambassador Valle d'Almeida, and then we'll come around the panelists in response.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the excellent comments and questions. I cannot cover all, but I will react to a couple of them. First of all, to slightly correct our moderator, I'm not in favor of status quo.
Okay.
I'm in favor of preserving and protecting the concept of a rules and values-based order. But I fully realize that by keeping the status quo, we are not providing that or achieving that goal. What we need to do is to reform. The Secretary General of the United Nations is starting that process, a difficult one, with our full support. What we need is to adapt the multilateral system to the new realities, and I could take on board some of the comments that were made. And we need to strengthen the rules and values-based order. This is what we have to do. And this is, I think, my generation has to start that job. I don't think we'll necessarily be able to conclude it, but I think that's the message that we need to leave behind. So what will be next? And I take the points from our Italian friend. Of course, like Mr. Védrine says, and I don't even need to take notes from Mr. Védrine because I absorb his wisdom every time I listen to him. But he was very clear about how the world is going to work. We need more flexibility. We need more agility in addressing international relations. We need to be multifunctional. We need to have multilateral, but in some areas we need to have plurilateral. In some areas we need to have regional, sub-regional. The world will be much more complex, and we need to be ready for that complexity. Regional organizations play a role. I speak on behalf of maybe the most important one in the world, and I'm very happy to see the African Union getting momentum, and we fully support that. This being said, let's not kill the United Nations yet, because I'm absolutely sure that we are not capable of building anything as good as the UN, even if we tried today. So before we throw the baby with the bathwater, let's think twice. The UN is too good to be wasted. We need to reform it. We have a great Secretary General who comes from a very nice country, by the way. And we need to support that. That's what we do together with my friend Maged in New York as well. My last point is about the concept which I cherish a lot, which is the one of global goods. there are things in this world that are good for everybody. Prosperity, peace, security, taking care of our planet. These are global goods. These are valid for the Sahel, for China, for Portugal, for France, for Asia, for China, as well for the United States. And that's where we need to concentrate our efforts. And I think that's my call for the coalition of willing, in a sense, let's sell all, and people are meeting in Madrid having difficult times in agreeing on how to fight climate change. This is typically a global good that we need to preserve. Last point on how to qualitatively reform the multilateral system. I think we need to learn from the business people. What I've seen in the last few years in New York... Did you say
learn or run?
Sorry?
Did you say learn or run?
Learn.
Learn, okay.
From the business sector. What is happening in the business sector today, under pressure from the civil society, clearly. Companies, the most lucid ones, are moving from a logic of simply pleasing the shareholders to addressing the needs of the stakeholders. Yeah. And I think the multilateral system could learn from that and move further to reach out to the stakeholders. We tried to do that in New York. There is some resistance, I can tell you, and I know where it comes from, to opening up to civil society, to other partners. But the multilateral system will not survive if it does not open up, like the business sector will not survive if they don't open up. So I think there are links. Someone mentioned the non-state actors. I think there are cross-fertilization here that we can operate.
Thank you. Mr. Vedrine, there was a specific question to you, if I understood it correctly, about the legacy of France and how it is that former French colonies find themselves in turmoil. Yeah?
C'est bien ce qui a été dit, mais ce n'est pas.
Yes, that's what's been said, but that's definitely not my opinion. And so I will address the two previous points. So I will bring together the players and China. So if we were to take a look at China's history Africa's history, excuse me. Well, there's a French legacy. There's also the ferocious disputes between Rwanda and Uganda on different resources, which has nothing to do with the French issue. Also, the long civil wars in Ethiopia. This also is completely unrelated with France. So if the Anglophone colonies were also very prevalent, if they had also prevailed, well, there wouldn't be any Islamic radicalism issues in certain African countries. So there's a ferocious battle within Sunnite Islam and within the small extremist minorities and the rest. So I don't think that this has no direct relationship with the past. Secondly, as far as the different actors, these aren't regions that will be replacing this global system. In this global disorder, there is the state-based system. We can talk about the anarchy of the nation state. This is something we'll definitely regret when we'll have this general anarchy without these nation states. It might be even worse. So there are the different states that are more or less coordinated. There's the non-state actors, starting out with the major corporations that generate income and revenue that goes well beyond GDPs. There's the mafias, the church, and so it's a sort of hustle and bustle, and we can't say that the non-state actors or the states that will be reconstructing this all. And I mean, this is very challenging for all of us who want a better world. So how could we operate in this global disorder, in this world disorder? But there is no solution there's no universal solution. As far as the question on China, we cannot compare the Silk Road. We need to compare that with the road to India. Geopolitically, it's the same concept as when Great Britain wanted to secure the road between Great Britain and India through the Suez Canal and Malta, through etc. through India, and so this is something that crosses the entire world. I don't believe that there is any doubt on the fact that China, after having greatly hesitated, wants to be the #1 power in the world. This is something that China states itself, and they have given up on the cautious position, which is the Deng Xiaoping position, and he's the one who triggered this. However, this is something that China is okay with. It's not being a simple an economic power. It goes well beyond. I mean, it's very similar to it's a sort of modern colonialism with and just like in the history of colonialism, it depends on what they will be faced with. It depends on the capacity of resistance, of negotiation, of union or not. And so which were the countries that had resisted to the colonialism in the past? Well, these were countries that were very consistent. They had that managed to be in alliances. So it's useless to wonder what China intends to do, because it will depend on what China will be faced with then, and China will be faced with then. That if it simply wants to gain power, it will depend on whoever and what the situation China will be faced with then. So I also would like to react to the question on the Dakar Peace and Security Forum and the French-speaking country. Well, the common denominator is the issue of Libya. Because, as you know, when we talk about unilateral actions and why it's important to make decisions together rather than having one power, that and this is the case of Libya. Now that there has been an impact on the Sahel, we can see that Africa definitely took on a different position, and the consequences that we have today that seem to not only spill over into Africa, but these are consequences that are also impacting Europe. For example, migration, armed weapons trafficking, human trafficking, all forms of trafficking. It's a sort of no man's land what we're seeing. And if we aren't cautious about these 5 countries of the Sahel region, and if we don't make any decisions, I mean, not only unilateral decisions regarding the Burkina or the G5 Sahel, but we need to make decisions together, not only the G5 Sahel, but I believe that ECOWAS and others need to get involved, but also the international community as well. I mean, we saw Africa addressing issues such as what I was saying earlier with sending our troops in Somalia. And now we are turning to the United Nations, but it is Africa that has ensured that Somalia could rejoin the international community, Central Africa as well. But it's important to ensure that the UN system can indeed support Africa to find these appropriate solutions. We do have solutions, but unfortunately Africa is not supported. Earlier, Madam said, what are we doing about the sovereignty of our states? But I believe that Africa has no other solution than reforming itself if we wish to continue to exist on the international scene. And this is why we are trying to see with the regional economic communities to implement certain projects. And when I talk about the G5 Sahel, well, maybe we could try to see how our armies can be equipped. And this is not only the countries that are in the front lines, but others as well. We need to focus a little more on sovereignty. I mean, countries cannot continue hiding behind this slogan, which is sort of an empty shell. It is true that these countries are sovereign, but in multilateralism, we need to try to
diplomacy. Because on debt diplomacy, because we know that many of our African countries are carrying unsustainable debt loads, particularly towards China.
I believe that President Sall spoke about this recently in Dakar by bringing many of the actors around this debt, and that this is unsustainable, and we need to have discussions to ensure that our states can release themselves from this debt by bringing in the Bretton Woods institutions. But I believe that transparency with China is extremely important. This is what the populations are requesting, what they're demanding, whether it's players from the private collaborations with the private sector, whatnot. These contracts need to be shared. They need to be made public. Many people don't even know how much this debt amounts to, whether it's China or others. It's not only China, in fact, but our governments are turning to others. But it's this transparency that the youth are demanding, that the populations are demanding, and that's what we need to have. So either where are we investing? I mean, we are loaning millions and billions from development banks, from the IMF and whatnot. But where are we investing? Are we truly investing in the necessary issues? Are we investing in weapons? I don't know. Maybe 80% of sometimes, well, when we see our state's budgets and where we're investing, are these funds being invested in development and health, or are we truly heading in the wrong direction? And so this issue of debt overall must be addressed with these institutions.
Okay, I'm trying to negotiate for more time, but we'll see. General, there was a specific question for you around the specific agenda of the G5 Sahel and how that's playing out. But it would be interesting to also hear your views on the debt diplomacy, but also what the implications are for our security, our peace and security. Thank you.
So first of all, to get back to the topic at hand, our world since 1990 has witnessed some disruptions and some strategic imbalances. But we are once again in this disruption of this strategic balance, and we're trying to seek this balance. And the center of gravity for this balance we haven't found it yet, and everyone's trying to find their place in the checkerboard. And so we, as Africans, need to organize ourselves into a regional organization, into a set of countries such as the G5 or ECOWAS or African Union or others, or the Arab League. We need to organize ourselves to position ourselves on the checkerboard, because in 15 years or even later, if we don't have our role or our position in this checkerboard, we will simply be providers of raw materials as we are today, and we will be this land of experimentation for these emerging powers. This is on the one hand. Now I'd like to turn back to the question that was specifically asked to me on the G5 Sahel, and for which I'm more comfortable addressing. And so, as you know, the G5 Sahel, the Sahel in particular, is threatened by this phenomenon of terrorism, which is not only threatened the region, but it's a planetary phenomenon. It threatens everyone. Wherever we are, well, everyone is threatened by terrorism. But currently, it so happens that the terrorist efforts are focused on the Sahel region after the Middle East. And you know that the intervention of all the superpowers in the Middle East, in Syria, well, haven't managed to put an end to terrorism. And that transited through Libya, which is currently in limbo, and which is the greatest pathway to the Sahel region. Well, you know that Libya has a great supply of weapons, and it's really this bridge and this pathway to the Sahel. And the G5 Sahel is composed of 5 of the poorest countries in the world. In terms of And as such, they are the least populated in the world. It's 5 million square kilometers with 80 million people. And the G5 Sahel is faced with all of the development challenges, climate change, security, poverty, multi-ethnicity, multiracial, but this, I mean, it's also a region of hope, because this is a region of the great rivers of Western Africa. It is around these rivers that all of the great civilizations of Africa have been developed. This is where the great empires have been developed. The empire of Mali, I mean, Mali was the richest country when it existed back then, back when they had the greatest supply of gold in the world. And these populations lived in peace, and unfortunately, these countries, thankfully, joined efforts to face the situation. It is, first of all, the G5 Sahel is, first of all, a development organization. We operate on 4 main issues. The first one is governance, good governance. Secondly, infrastructure. Third, resilience and human development. And finally, defense and the security that I am in charge of. In this regard, which obviously has taken a priority over others, we are very active. We have our joint forces that are already operational in the transborder areas. We also have a defense college, which is at its second or third graduating class. We have a platform for sharing intelligence between our different national polices. We have a think tank based in Ouagadougou. We are also developing, setting up a police academy in Jamena. We had a development roundtable where the donors were very generous, but unfortunately, this has not yet resulted in satisfactory result. As far as the Sahel threats and broadening and whatnot, the question isn't to broaden the G5 Sahel, but to cooperate with all other organizations such as ECOWAS, the Arab Union and the African Union. And the security issue in the Sahel does not only concern the Sahel region, but it concerns the entire world. If there's issues in the Sahel region, this will concern Morocco and the rest of the world. Now, terrorists are trying to reach the Guinea Gulf, and by bypassing Burkina through the east, and they are trying to reach the Gulf of Guinea and to try to join forces with international crime.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that integrated regions could be an option, but it must be connected by the United Nations. And here I agree with Ambassador Almeida that the role of the UN remains essential. You cannot get rid of the UN at this particular juncture. What can Africa find to find the balance? Africa finds China only as the only alternative that it has. We all remember, for instance, in the Sahel region, when Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and the European Union High Commissioner for External Affairs and the African Union and the World Bank went in 2013, and there has been commitments for about 10 or 12 billion US dollars to improve the relation between situations of economy and peace and security in the Sahel. Has this materialized? I don't think so.
Okay. Let's take 1 or 2 more questions. I'm eating into time. There's someone with a microphone there. Yes. No, carry on.
Okay. So that is the question. At the time that Africa is saying domestic resource mobilization, and we would like to have settling African problems by Africans, there must be support from the international community and from the United Nations to these efforts in order to be able to sustain. Also, the same applies with the Middle East. We didn't talk about the League of Arab States and about the situation in our region and others, but I will leave that to another event. On the issue of non-state actors and banks and others, I think this is also a very valid point. Banks and pension funds and sovereign funds and all other economic and commercial actors could act to enhance the linkage between peace and security and development, and thus would have an impact on the strengthening of I can't agree more with Len about China is not pushing anybody to get anything except those who need it. So they are trying to ensure navigation security, and ensure energy cooperation, to ensure infrastructure development in African countries and other developing countries. That's not a shame, but it is all designed and featured by the needs of China. As Madame Diop said, we have in Africa a cooperation with Japan, but it is run by Japan's term. Cooperation with X or Y, it is run by X or Y term. It's not run by African terms. And that is an issue that has to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, very quickly, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Astana Abdulaziz, Ambassador of Malaysia.
We can't hear you. Could you stand up and speak up, please?
Thank you. My name is Astana Abdulaziz. I'm the Ambassador of Malaysia to Morocco. Now, we hear a lot about the world being in a state of turmoil. My suggestion is that the world is in a state of flux. We are on the cusp of change. Part of that brings with it turmoil, but it also brings with it opportunities. Now, what are these opportunities? Now, we are currently all functioning under the 1945 global order, which is a rules-based system, multilateralism, etc. We see China working within that system, but even as it works within that system, it has begun and it will rewrite that system. Is that a bad thing? Well, that's what powerful countries do. They did it in 1945. The newly emergent and powerful countries will do it as they become more powerful. And herein, to me, lies the opportunities, particularly for states that were not able to participate in the setting of the rules in 1945. We have the agency to do it now. For Asia, I'm bringing it into the discussion. For Latin America, certainly for Africa. Let's work with the emergent powers, with the powers that are sitting at the table, work with them. Let's set what the agenda is. And to this, my last point, I would like to take up something that Madame Diop asked. What is the role of Africa in this? My hope is that as Africa coalesces, you become more coordinated, decide what the agenda is. Do not fit into answering or working on the agenda that is set for us by others. We decide what we think the agenda is, and let's all work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I had a question particularly to Minister Vedrin about the role of states. So the question becomes, and the Sahel is a very good example of this. The money that goes into state building, and state building is not working in the Sahel. It's not working in Mali. So a lot of the money continues to be spent in Bamako, does not reach anywhere up north. And when are we going to stop focusing on building top-down states modeled on realities that do not work in other places, which is something that the UN keeps on doing, European countries keep on doing, on focusing on state building rather than on governance that may work in other areas.
Okay, thank you. Please give the microphone to the lady behind you. And if you could get to a microphone, please, Mr. Borges. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Ritika. I am part of the Emerging Leaders cohort.
Go ahead.
And I had a quick question. We've talked a little bit about global public goods. If we expand the conversation to security and that to global security, clearly the 2 days we've had a conversation on the breakdown of trust. We've discussed populism. We've discussed protectionism. Who do we trust to provide global security? Who do we trust to provide security to our waters that are channels of so much of our trade? Who do we trust today to be the policeman? And the US, whether we consider it to be an American world or not, American-led world or not, has played that role for so long, since particularly post the Cold War. Who do we trust in today?
Thank you.
To provide that global security?
Mr. Borges.
Moi, je vais parler en français.
I will speak in French. Nous avons très peu de temps.
OK. Je ne suis pas sûr.
I'm not pretty sure that we are in the post-American world. I'm not convinced of that fact, but assuming that we are, and that we are going to define or design a new world order, I believe, and I am speaking from the African perspective, I think that Africa should be playing an active role in the definition of this new world order. But it is also possible that Africa is not heard enough, because one of the subtle dimensions of power is to lose this listening capacity. We're no longer hearing others or listening to others because we are so convinced that we have understood everything that even people cry or scream around you, you don't listen. There is a kind of incapacity to learn. And that's a real characteristic and feature of power. Now, for those who are going to be defining the new world order, let's be aware of the fact that I don't know if the world that will be defined will be based on order. There is this edification of the past. But I want to agree with Ambassador Almeida. He needs to really be aware and be conscious about it, because in the meantime, we made the apology of democracy, of equality, and so on. And this will result in making unacceptable any order that has a minimum of balance. And this cultural dimension, if it is not fully taken on board or embraced, even those who will be able to define the order, they will be able to do so, but they need to be aware, because the idea of democracy is not only political, but also cultural.
Much. And so, panelists, we have a tough to do. We are going to respond to the questions that we've heard as we wrap up. Zachary has been very generous with time, but we're out of time. And so, Mr. Vedrin, I'll ask you to start, because there was a specific question to you around, pouring money into state building rather than governance. Yes.
Je répondrai très rapidement à la...
I will respond very quickly on the question that was asked before on the fact that money or funds from whoever it comes, Europe or elsewhere, is concentrated on the construction of the state. I don't know. Well, I think this is done because nothing else is possible, because the states are not even capable of the minimum of the control of their territories, a minimum of welfare and social distribution. All the rest is meaningless. We can't talk about development, and on the other hand, we don't know what to do in order to achieve that development. It's a prerequisite. Is it done well? That's another subject. But it really depends on the leaders of these countries. It really does not depend on the Europeans or others, or France or the UK. Obama had the courage to say that the African countries should stop blaming others, because they have been leading for years. And when he said it in Ghana, it was a mark of respect.
Very quickly on...
Très rapidement.
We are working hand in hand with our friends from the G5 at all levels, and I have my colleague Karel Lozada, who is our special representative for the Sahel over there. And this is a great partnership, and we are with you also because, as the General said, the problems of the Sahel are our problems. In today's world, no one can say, that's not my problem, and particularly when we have geographic proximity. So full speed and full support to the Sahel efforts. Who to trust on security? I mean, on the global level, we have to trust the international system, the Security Council, the cooperation within the United Nations. This is the pillar of security, or supposedly the pillar of security in the world. I cannot invent anything better than that. I put aside the issues of composition of the Security Council, on which I have no position because my member states are also divided on that, to be very frank. I don't think it will happen tomorrow, to be even more frank. But the issue is there. But this is the structure that underpins the global security. On the regional level, you have military alliances and others. But I think if we don't trust the international system and strengthen it to be able to reply, I don't think we go anywhere. My last point is about the future possible bipolar world. And my point is, I don't think, at least I don't accept, to be condemned to choose between the US and China.
Yep.
And I think none of us should be condemned to do that. No. In order to prevent that, we need to do a number of things that we talked about, and my call on the goodwill of Africans and Latin Americans, the southern part of the Atlantic, to join efforts with all of us to try to rebuild, to strengthen and to reform the international rules-based order.
Thank you. General.
Merci. Moi, je ne ferai que rebondir sur ce qu'a dit.
I would like to react to what His Excellency said. In Sahel, a lot of money was invested in the Sahel, but it's never enough. It's a void, an empty region, a desert area with ignorance, with no infrastructure. It's a huge area, no man's land of insecurity that we need to invest and increasingly invest. I would like to applaud the action of the EU, who is our main partners, and the G5 Sahel is the first ones to give us a hand. Many powers are there, but they do it bilaterally, and some powers help us or help some countries that don't help others. But in the framework of the 5G Sahel, the action has been great, and I'd like to applaud the action of France. France has sent its equipment and its human resources to help the Sahel region. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, I don't think that the world needs policing to continue living and keep on living. If you take all the disbalances around the world, if we find the center of gravity, we won't need policing. It will be the cooperation between people that will help. Thank you.
I think you know, I always say that the time of conflict, and this is a time of turmoil. It's a time for opportunity.
And that's where we started.
And for us, I'm just saying that for Africa, is a time for us to rethink and take the driver's seat in our transformation. This is a time. And I think while we are looking into crucial points like the Sahel, which is a global issue, it's not just an African issue, but we need also to put our house in order as African. We need to say the good governance. We need to make sure that, you know, we fight against corruption. We need to fight against corruption. That's why I like what the whole reform of the African Union that we see happening. We are looking at more prevention. We are merging the two architectures, the APSA, the peace and security architecture, and the governance architecture, because we see some of the roots of our conflict as well. And that's why good governance should be also part of our discourse in the context of Africa. So we need to clean our house.
And the final word goes to Ambassador Abdelaziz.
Thank you very much. Who do we trust? We trust the family in the sub-region, and then through that to the region, to the regional organization, and through the regional organization to the international community in the UN. Yeah. Because if you go alone to the international community in the UN, you'll be eaten alive. I don't think that nobody has already spoken about replacing US by China. It's never been thought of like that. US is continuing to be a strong partner and a strong power. The fact that they are retreating from certain aspects and taking negative positions from some other activities does not mean that they will not, but we have to add the new and emerging powers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your engagement with this panel. It was clearly a big panel with heavyweight panelists with a lot to share. And so I thank you for your patience. Let's thank our panelists for their time and their brilliant insights. And it's now, is it tea time yet? Yes, break time. Thank you so much, Zakaria. Thank you. And my apologies for going over time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a coffee break and reconvene at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Bonjour, nous sommes ici avec le général Znaghi de Sahel G5 et avec Monsieur Loussada de l'Union européenne, représentant de l'Union européenne au Sahel, un débat sur la situation actuelle au Sahel. D'abord, je vais poser la question général Znaghi. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner une idée où sommes-nous aujourd'hui, tout le monde se demande, sur l'opérationnalisation de G5 Sahel?
En me posant la question sur l'opérationnalisation du G5 Sahel, vous avez tendance à me poser sur la question sur l'opérationnalisation de la force conjointe du G5 Sahel, alors que la force conjointe du G5 Sahel est une chose et le G5 Sahel est une organisation mère. Je voudrais bien vous parler de l'opérationnalisation de la force du G5 Sahel. Oui. Comme vous le savez, la force conjointe du G5 Sahel est une force composée de 5000 hommes, décidée par les chefs d'État lors du sommet lors d'abord du sommet de N'Djamena en 2015 et puis mise en œuvre lors du sommet de Bamako en février 2016. Actuellement, au moment où je vous parle, cette force est composée de 7 bataillons nationaux, de 7 bataillons, et agit dans les zones transversales. Au moment où je vous parle, tous les bataillons de la force conjointe sont déployés. Elle est à son 3e commandant, c'est-à-dire à sa 3e année d'existence. Elle mène des opérations, elle monte en puissance, tout son personnel est complet. Ses matériaux ne sont peut-être pas complets, elle n'est pas au maximum de sa puissance, et loin de là d'ailleurs. C'est ce qui explique que les résultats demeurent un peu discutables pour certains. Oui. Mais pour nous de l'intérieur, nous savons que c'est une force qui existe désormais, qui est opérationnelle dans des zones transfrontalières, qui fait du travail, et sans laquelle peut-être la situation serait beaucoup plus dégradée que ne l'est aujourd'hui. Nous faisons des efforts au plan national parce que les bataillons sont armés et sont mis en place par des efforts nationaux. Et nous avons l'intervention de nos partenaires, particulièrement de l'Union européenne, qui chaque année dégage de l'argent pour l'équipement de cette force et qui était la première à venir aussi financer l'équipement de cette force. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que les procédures d'abord de l'Union européenne sont longues, que les procédures d'acquisition du matériel militaire particulièrement sont longues, que les délais de fabrication sont longs. La force a un âge de 3 ans, et 3 ans ce n'est même pas suffisant pour commencer une chaîne de fabrication de matériel lourd du début jusqu'à la fin. Donc vous comprendrez que les matériels tardent à se mettre en place, que la force conjointe demande encore des matériels, et surtout demande encore des financements pour la pérennité de son action et le développement de son activité. Voilà.
Merci, Général. Monsieur Loussada, une question que pas beaucoup de monde discute parce qu'on entend beaucoup plus sur les groupes djihadistes, les groupes extrémistes, etc. Mais pour le moment, pour les personnes qui suivent de près le Mali, ils sont vraiment inquiétés sur la situation au centre du Mali. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu sur la situation actuelle?
Oui, effectivement, vous l'avez très bien décrit. La situation au début, après la crise malienne, c'était les groupes terroristes et les différents groupes armés qui agissaient effectivement dans le nord Mali, qui maintenant sont dans le processus de paix, après un cessez-le-feu. Particulièrement ces groupes armés, c'est la CMA et la plateforme, ce sont les deux groupes principaux, qui discutent aujourd'hui, qui mettent en marche qui essaie de mettre en marche le processus de paix, dont d'ailleurs la communauté internationale et l'Union européenne en particulier en est le garant également. Cette situation a évolué. Cette situation a évolué car les groupes djihadistes agissent maintenant au-delà des groupes armés, toujours dans la même zone, dans le nord, mais la situation s'est empirée d'une façon exponentielle, nous pouvons dire. Pourquoi exponentielle? Parce que nous allons au centre Mali, où l'un des problèmes le plus grave, pour ainsi dire, c'est le manque de présence de l'État. Et je dis toujours cette phrase qui décrit un peu la situation: le vide de l'État, c'est l'oxygène du terrorisme, sans aucun doute. Donc, dans le centre du pays, où il y a un vide de l'État, les groupes djihadistes ont fait une stratégie qui est très bien menée, il faut le reconnaître, c'est-à-dire profiter des confrontations ancestrales entre différentes communautés. Je n'aime pas dire ethnie parce que, en fin de compte, ces ethnies sont très mélangées entre eux. Mais oui, il y a des communautés différentes, des communautés qui pratiquent le pastoralisme ou d'autres l'agriculture. Il y a eu des confrontations très anciennes qui se réglaient d'elles-mêmes par les moyens traditionnels. Ceci a disparu. L'État n'a pas pu remplir les fonctions et les djihadistes ont profité de cette situation, l'ont également aggravée pour créer une situation de chaos dans laquelle eux-mêmes apparaissent comme la solution pour amener la sécurité à ces gens qui n'ont pas le choix. Voilà quel est le changement ou la mutation qu'il y a eu, avec une stratégie d'ailleurs, comme je dis, très bien menée, mais que également nous-mêmes nous analysons dans son ampleur et dans sa gravité.
Merci. Je reviens vers vous, Monsieur le Général. Pour l'audience qui sont pas très familiers avec les brigades, les différentes régions, zones où les forces conjointes de G5 Sahel sont présentes. Vous avez dit qu'ils sont déployés
dans les zones transfrontalières.
Les zones transfrontalières et mènent des opérations. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu sur les priorités des zones où ils mènent actuellement des opérations?
Bon, quand je vous ai dit les zones transfrontalières, vous pouvez déjà, pour ceux qui connaissent, en regardant la carte, vous voyez la frontière, par exemple, en allant de l'ouest vers l'est, prendre la frontière entre la Mauritanie et le Mali, prendre la frontière entre le Mali et le Niger, entre le Mali et le Burkina Faso, entre le Burkina Faso et le Niger, et entre le Niger et le Tchad. Donc nous définissons ainsi 3 couloirs. Le premier, c'est le couloir ouest, Mauritanie et Mali. C'est un couloir qui est très long, qui va de la frontière algérienne jusqu'à la frontière tripartite Sénégal, Mauritanie, Mali, où il y a des zones extrêmement désertiques et il y a des zones forestières, particulièrement ce qu'on appelle la forêt de Ouagadou, qui est paraît-il, un repère de terroristes et qui est une zone extrêmement dangereuse. Vous avez maintenant la frontière tripartite. Je ne vais pas les séparer, la frontière tripartite entre le Mali, le Burkina et le Niger, parce qu'il s'agit de 3 segments. Imaginez-vous la zone de l'Iptako-Gourma qui est actuellement le véritable foyer de tension dans le Sahel. C'est ce que nous appelons la zone des 3 frontières. Là, il y a au moins 3 ou 4, il y a 3 de nos bataillons déployés dans cette zone. Et vous me direz que ce n'est pas suffisant. Je vous le concède, ce n'est pas suffisant. Nous avons encore de force dans cette zone. Et il y a un effort particulier sur cette zone. Il y a le secteur est maintenant, qui est la frontière entre le Tchad et le Niger.
et qui a 2 bataillons aussi, un nigérien et un tchadien, et dont le PC est à Our, une localité tchadienne. Et bon, actuellement, on en parle moins parce que c'est une zone un peu calme pour le moment. Calme jusqu'à quand, on ne sait pas. En tout cas, il faut savoir dans tout ceci, c'est que nous, après une étude approfondie de la situation, nous savons que le problème majeur d'insécurité nous provient des zones transfrontalières. Ces zones ont été abandonnées, d'abord pas abandonnées, elles sont loin, elles sont éloignées. Vous ne pouvez pas imaginer que le Sahel est une zone de 5 millions de kilomètres carrés, à 80% désertique. Donc ces zones sont extrêmement éloignées des centres du pouvoir. Donc c'est les oubliés, des zones oubliées de la sécurité et du développement. Nous, nos G5, notre finalité, c'est de travailler dans ces zones, essayer de développer ces zones, essayer de sécuriser ces zones, essayer de ramener les populations dans ces zones, essayer de ramener les États dans ces zones. Une fois ceci atteint, on aura réglé plus de 80 à 85% du problème d'insécurité dans le Sahel. Mais je vous concède qu'on en est encore très loin.
Merci pour ces clarifications, surtout pour l'audience qui ne sont pas très familiers avec la géographie de la zone. Quand on entend Sahel, c'est un continent presque. Ouais. Donc c'est très difficile. Je comprends les défis pour les opérations menées dans la zone. Je reviens vers vous, Monsieur Losada, sur un sujet que vous connaissez très bien, sur l'accord de paix signé en mai, je pense, ou juin 2015. Oui. Ça fait presque 4 ans, presque 5 ans. On est sur l'implication de l'accord et peut-être aussi nous parler sur le programme de DDR, donc l'intégration des rebelles au sein de l'armée malienne.
D'accord. Avant de toucher ce point, si vous permettez, je voulais justement suivre dans la même foulée que mon ami le général Snaghi, pour bien insister sur un fait qu'il a très bien dit d'ailleurs, sur la force conjointe du G5. C'est quand même assez admirable, et c'est mon opinion donc toujours, que les 5 pays, parmi les 5 pays les plus pauvres du monde, ont décidé de mettre en marche une force conjointe, et on en est au résultat, on en est aujourd'hui. Je sais qu'il y a des gens qui veulent que tout de suite soit opérationnel, mais dans d'autres pays, dans d'autres continents, mettre une force conjointe, c'est très difficile. C'est presque impossible. Donc l'effort politique qui a été fait est un effort énorme et l'Union européenne appuie aussi bien stratégiquement que financièrement que politiquement cette organisation avec laquelle on a un partenariat stratégique. Je tenais tout simplement à préciser cela, et, puisque je crois que c'est un élément important. En revenant au processus de paix, je dis également toujours une phrase, c'est-à-dire 2 phrases qui le décrivent un peu plus ou moins. La première, c'est qu'il n'y aura pas de paix au Sahel s'il n'y a pas de paix au Mali. C'est une question indiscutable. Le processus de paix est un élément clé dans toute la structure que l'on essaie de trouver de paix et de sécurité dans la zone. C'est un élément clé. Il faut absolument faire un effort énorme dans ce point-là. Et également, pour décrire le processus de paix, je le décris toujours d'une certaine façon, je dis, ça ne va pas aussi vite que l'on l'espérait, mais ça ne va pas aussi lentement qu'on le craignait. Okay. Voilà quels sont les 2 éléments que je voulais dire. L'accord de paix, pour que vous sachiez, qui est issu du processus d'Alger, l'accord de paix lui-même peine à se mettre en marche. C'est vrai. Il y a eu des lenteurs. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes dans une situation relativement assez difficile également, mais je viens juste d'arriver d'ailleurs de Bamako. Il y a une volonté de reprendre le comité de suivi de l'accord, qui est un comité qui doit se réunir tous les mois et qui a été interrompu pendant pratiquement 3 mois récemment à cause de différentes perceptions, de différentes dissensions au sein des membres du processus de paix. Mais quand je disais que le processus de paix ne va pas aussi lentement qu'on espérait, parce qu'il y a quand même des objectifs qui ont été atteints. Premier objectif qui est fondamental, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, l'unité du Mali n'est plus mise en cause. Et ça, c'est accepté par tous les mouvements armés autour de la table, aussi bien par la CMA que par la plateforme, qui ont signé l'accord qui reprend justement cela. Ça, c'est un point important. Et le deuxième également, au-delà de l'accord de cessez-le-feu, c'est l'élément aussi que, en fin de compte, là où nous nous trouvons aujourd'hui, dans la situation où nous nous trouvons aujourd'hui, nous ne pouvons aller que de l'avant. Ça veut dire nous ne pouvons que progresser. Parce que la communauté internationale également est garante de cet accord. Donc voilà le moment où nous sommes. Le processus de paix implique plusieurs éléments. Un élément institutionnel, avec une décentralisation. Un élément également institutionnel et politique. Un élément également de développement, développer les zones du Nord. Un élément réconciliation qui est très important. Aujourd'hui au Mali, nous assistons à un dialogue en dialogue inclusif pour la réconciliation, qui s'appelle le dialogue national inclusif, qui est en marche, qui devrait peut-être donner lieu à une réforme de la Constitution éventuellement, mais qui est aujourd'hui le centre du débat politique aujourd'hui au Mali. Et j'ai reçu la nouvelle il y a à peine quelques heures que les mouvements, au moins la CMA, acceptent de participer à ce dialogue. Ce dialogue est fondamental, il fait partie de l'essence même de l'accord, il est fondamental, mais nous sommes dans un moment politique très délicat dans lequel, malgré tout, j'ai pu percevoir une volonté aussi bien de la part du gouvernement que de la part des mouvements d'aller de l'avant, parce que nous ne pouvons pas rester dans cette situation. La situation sécuritaire est en train de se dégrader, également dans le Nord. Nous avons vu ce qui s'est passé, l'événement tragique et horrible qui s'est passé au Niger, juste à la frontière avec le Mali. Nous ne pouvons pas continuer avec cela. Il faut agir grâce au G5 du point de vue sécuritaire et avec un débat politique interne pour faire avancer l'accord. Vous me parliez avant, et je finis avec ça, je ne veux pas être trop long, vous parliez tout à l'heure du DDR. Un des objectifs justement qui a été atteint par le processus de paix, c'est ce qu'on appelle le DDR accéléré. Ce n'est pas repris dans l'accord, mais peu à peu, nous avons établi ce DDR accéléré qui a déjà porté ses fruits avec plus de 1200 et même presque jusqu'à 2000, je crois, 1200 membres des mouvements armés qui se sont réintégrés dans l'armée. Ils ont dû passer d'ailleurs un screening, ils ont dû passer une revue médicale, etc. Et il y en a qui sont dans l'administration, d'autres dans l'armée. Mais cette armée reconstituée est un élément essentiel pour aller de l'avant. Et nous sommes dans le processus est en train d'avancer. C'est pour ça que je disais tout à l'heure, pas aussi vite qu'on l'espérait, mais pas aussi lentement qu'on le craignait.
Ça fait plaisir d'entendre beaucoup plus sur ce qui est positif et les résultats aussi, parce que malheureusement, on donne l'attention beaucoup plus sur les points négatifs, mais ça fait plaisir de...
Ceci ne dit pas que le moment est compliqué, qu'il y a eu une situation de blocage qui est encore là, mais j'ai l'espoir, parce qu'il y a une prise de conscience de la part de tous les partenaires qu'avec la montée du terrorisme, avec la situation des populations, les populations sont fatiguées. Les écoles ont été fermées. La situation de développement se dégrade d'une façon exponentielle également. La population sont fatiguées de cela. Donc il y a également une poussée de la population et même de la société civile qui veut qu'on arrive à une situation de paix et de sécurité dans laquelle chacun peut se développer. Et voilà ce qui pousse la question. Mais je ne cache pas également mon inquiétude, malgré tout. Je suis optimiste par nature, mais je ne cache pas mon inquiétude, car il suffit de fois de très peu pour faire basculer toute une situation.
Merci, je prends ça comme un dernier mot, comme ça je ne vais pas vous donner 30 secondes, parce que c'est un excellent sujet de terminer la parole, mais je vous donnerai 30 secondes, Monsieur le Général, de dire si vous avez des derniers mots à dire sur le G5 Sahel ou sur la situation au Sahel en général.
Le dernier mot, je ne le dis pas, il ne sera jamais dit, parce qu'on s'inscrit dans la continuité et dans la durée. Mais ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que le Sahel est une vaste région, peuplée de populations anciennes, qui se connaissent, qui ont longtemps vécu ensemble, et qui se trouvent actuellement en crise multidimensionnelle, en crise climatique, en crise économique, en crise de gouvernance, en crise sécuritaire. Et que le Sahel est la porte de la rive sud de la Méditerranée. Et que depuis l'éclatement de la Libye, La crise au Sahel s'est intensifiée, ça a été un catalyseur qui a fait brûler la mèche et l'explosion est venue de là. Et qu'en dehors du règlement de la crise libyenne, il serait illusoire de croire à une paix durable au Sahel. Ça, c'est un. Deux, et aussi, je ne voudrais pas que les gens continuent à assimiler les G5 en tant qu'organisation à la force conjointe du G5 Sahel, qui n'est qu'un projet du G5 Sahel. Le G5 Sahel est d'abord et avant tout une organisation de développement et de sécurité. Bon, c'est vrai que l'axe sécurité a pris un peu le devant sur le développement du fait de l'urgence, du fait de la situation actuelle, du fait de la situation que vit le Sahel de façon globale. Mais nous travaillons sur 4 axes principaux qui sont la gouvernance, les infrastructures, la résilience des populations et les droits humains, et enfin la défense et la sécurité. Donc vous voyez que les 3 quarts de notre travail sont consacrés au développement. Voilà un peu, pour ceux qui ne connaissaient pas les G5, et voilà aussi pour une ouverture de la résolution future, en tout cas des problèmes sécuritaires de la zone du Sahel.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci pour vos réponses.
Merci à vous.
Merci.
Merci à vous.
Merci.
So I'm Andreas Krämer from Ecologic Institute and the Oceano Azul Foundation in Lisbon, and I'm here for the 9th time at the Atlantic Dialogues. And when I look at what happened over the years is that at the beginning everybody was surprised that Morocco organized the Atlantic Dialogues and positioned itself in the pan-Atlantic discussion among all the countries around the Atlantic basin, and put a focus onto not just the North Atlantic but onto the wider Atlantic, looking at the all Atlantic in that context. At the beginning the discussions were very difficult because people were not used to using the Atlantic as a frame and having Morocco as a host for this discussion. But now, 9 years later, we find that there is a community building, that we're building on the progress on the discussions from last year, and we are really processing issues with an element of respect and an element of understanding that has been built up over a decade. So I can only congratulate the OCP Foundation that has set up the dialogues and the Policy Center for the New South for arranging all of this in such a way that brings the world to Morocco and explains Morocco to the world.
Hi, my name is Chika Owazie, and it's such a pleasure to be back at the 2019 Atlantic Dialogues. I was an Adele alumni in 2017, and it's really great just to see another set of emerging leaders talking about gender, talking about diversity, and talking about the turmoil across the Atlantic. And so I feel like this is one of the places where you can actually come and see a diverse audience, people from public and private coming together to really share about how they can move the agenda forward.
I just got done with my panel titled Democracy in Crisis at the Atlantic Dialogues South at the Time of Turmoil conference. The reason I was really interested to come here and attend this conference was because this conversation was being led by the Global South. The truth is, democracy is in crisis. We are in the times of crisis of failed leadership, where we're seeing a rise of hyper-nationalist rhetoric, and we're seeing a decline in multilateralism and faith in institutions, which is why I think it's so important to for spaces like this, where conversations are being raised by the people who are most affected by these issues and the relevant key stakeholders in the governance space who are coming here and debating on very real issues and the nuances to democracy and how can we safeguard democracy. Also, for me, the biggest takeaway is our role as active citizens. I think very often we do a sort of raise a point of contention in terms of thinking democracy is for the elite, or democracy is a point of conversation solely that starts and ends with leadership. But for me, the biggest takeaway is what is our role as civil society or as people in general to make sure we're active citizens to safeguard the tenets of democracy. So I'm really glad to be here and to have had the conversation with the fellow panelists and learn and unlearn from their perspective.
Center a organisé cette session de l'Atlantic Dialogue dans d'excellentes conditions. Ça, je peux vous parler de l'aspect accueil, de l'aspect logistique et surtout des conférences qui ont lieu. L'aspect logistique est excellent, l'accueil était d'une qualité exceptionnelle, le cadre de travail est agréable, on ne peut trouver plus agréable. Quant aux conférences, elles traitent des sujets de fond qui se posent à notre sud, pas les temps qui courent, aussi bien en partant de la sécurité, l'énergie, les problèmes sociaux. Les conférenciers sont d'un très haut niveau, les questions sont extrêmement pertinentes et je ne doute pas que le résultat sera d'une qualité exceptionnelle.
Je suis une fellow, c'est-à-dire c'est pas la première fois que je viens, mais c'est toujours avec plaisir que je reviens parce que c'est des moments d'échange intenses entre des experts qui viennent d'horizons différents, de régions différentes, l'Amérique latine, l'Afrique, l'Europe et même l'Asie, sur des questions qui sont d'intérêt commun. Nous avons beaucoup discuté aujourd'hui, le thème de ce dialogue est autour du Sud en période de tourmente, mais j'insiste pour dire que nous ne sommes pas tous dans la tourmente. Et la tourmente, c'est une situation qui s'est posée tout au long de l'histoire humaine. Et je pense que nous avons aujourd'hui beaucoup de raisons d'espérer un monde nouveau pour nos jeunes, pour nos femmes, tout en prenant en charge les défis, parce qu'il y a des défis. En Afrique, il y a le défi sécuritaire, le défi du terrorisme, mais en même temps, il y a d'immenses opportunités. Il y a une classe moyenne africaine très très importante qui se développe, des revenus qui augmentent. Et tout cela voilà, fait que nous avons des raisons d'être optimistes. Et nous l'entendrons tout au long de ces 3 jours d'experts qui viennent de différents secteurs. Et évidemment, il faut qu'on puisse créer de la richesse. C'est pour ça que le secteur privé doit être intéressé par ce type de discussion. Le secteur privé a également des responsabilités, une responsabilité sociétale. Il faut le savoir. Le secteur privé doit également prendre en considération la préservation de l'environnement dans voilà, les choix de production qui sont faits. Et tout cela voilà, est discuté. C'est des moments intellectuels, d'échange, de fraternité très très importants. Et je voudrais toujours saluer les organisateurs de ce forum auquel on participe depuis plusieurs années, toujours avec un plaisir renouvelé.
Here. This conversation will be in Spanish. So if you haven't done it already, please take your translation devices, unless you speak Spanish. And I myself will turn to Spanish from now on. Buenas tardes, gracias.
So good afternoon, and thank you very much for being here. Today we've got 2 guests who are very interesting and who've got the unique experience of representing their countries at critical times. So critical that I was actually there as a journalist, so that was quite serious. And these are times that are somehow opposed, because our Argentinian guest was there a few weeks before the de-dollarization of Argentina. at the end of the year 2001. While our Ecuadorian guest was at the presidency, while Ecuador got dollarized between 1998 or after 1998, and he paid quite a high price for that. He faced protests that also covered us as a journalist, that led him to leave the power, to leave the government as a president. So let's begin with Mr. Ramon Puerta, former President Ramon Puerta, who's also being a senator of the Republic. He's a businessman of mate herb, something quite important, also in southern Brazil, and he's also an engineer. So please take a seat, Ramon. And he was actually an ambassador of the Republic of Argentina to Spain. He was based in Madrid until the 10th, because after the 10th, a new president and a new deputy president took office, and they belong to the other political group. We also have former President Jamil Mawad, and 19 years ago, since the last 19 years, he's been a professor of leadership and negotiation at the Kennedy School of the Harvard University. He's been the mayor of Quito and member of the Ecuadorian Parliament. So we have thought about splitting this conversation in 3 moments, beginning with what's actually happening in our region. You might see it from afar, and you might see a big turmoil, but all of a sudden, people have the trend to generalize, and they think the same thing is happening in the whole of Latin America. And here we get to the second part, which is the particularities of each country, not just Ecuador and Argentina. And these are people with international experience with Mercosur and the European Union that Ramon has monitored quite closely. And Mr. Mawar has been appointed to the Nobel Peace Prize due to the peace process between Ecuador and Peru, mediated by Brazil. He also teaches at Harvard, so they've got a lot of experience regarding other countries and the relations between our region and the rest of the world. So let's talk about the future, about what they think will happen in Southern America and in the world. So I'm actually take a seat here. And let's begin with Ramon. So dear former President Ramon Puerta, Argentina has just had important elections and a change of direction opposite to Brazil. And other countries such as Chile have had protests, Ecuador, Colombia. And then we have the Venezuelan situation. Uruguay had calm elections, but also a change of direction. Bolivia, of course, they got fed up with Evo Morales, only because he was there for 13 years. But these are changes in directions that are different, ideologically speaking. So, is it possible to look at Latin America in a more standard way? What can we sum up there? Well, it's actually a geographical space with continuity. We have Colombia, then Ecuador that had problems with the fuel rates and large mass movements with certain violence. Same thing happened in Chile, Bolivia, also in Peru. Yeah, a bit before actually. And now in Barcelona, something is similar in Catalonia, also in Hong Kong. So I think that there is a way to solve problems that is quite ad hoc, quite specific. The collectivity and cell phones and the cyber world allows us to communicate and coordinate mass actions with a very small cost. Before, that barely happened. We barely had those structures who could actually move millions of people that didn't exist. Only a war could do that. Nowadays, however, with just a small mobile device in our hand and a certain ideological coordination, people can move for different claims. The claim of the Bolivian people is not the same as the one in Chile. They have opposite directions. But seeing them from the outside, even breaking a window shop and stealing TVs makes the owner of that shop to get out with a handgun and kill the robber. So blood is spilled, and that creates uproar, and there are substances that right now you throw out and they generate fire. That happened in Buenos Aires. And then firefighters will come with water and the fire will get bigger. So there are new techniques that could actually confuse us, and we think that it's a general claim. But these are the specific elements, and we have a dosage of genuine claims, but there's also a high dosage of usage of certain interests that are difficult to clarify immediately. If you make a quick reading, you'll probably get it wrong. And with time and with cautious analysis, we'll be able to know what each case was due to, because apparently they were not spontaneous causes, were they? Well, I don't quite believe in spontaneous causes. I think that someone made use of that moment they were awaiting to grow politically or economically, or to create a ideological shift. What about Venezuela? Is there a hint? Well, there are hints that there are power factors that have coordinated those claims. Because it finishes in a country and it continues in the other. It doesn't happen in two countries at the same time. And that kind of goes to show that there is some labor that has been used in the same places. But for so many people to get together, so many citizens making a claim, there must be a genuine claim. So, President Mawar, do you think that social media has changed the dynamics of these popular movements and politics in themselves? Yes, that's definitely that way. I'd like to refer to an initial framework, if you allow me, because every society must decide who receives what and in spite of whom. Every society needs to decide who gets the awards and who pays the price. And how do they do that? With a human activity or mechanism that we call politics. And politics is in charge of defining those rules of the game. There are several ways of doing politics. Some countries think that monarchy is the best. Other people think that aristocracy, knowledge, or blood is the way. Most of us think that democracy is the way, so we're actually using a democratic system to solve a distribution system of resources in a certain society. In my life, I've gone through several closed loops where it's become fashionable, some sort of economic term, to solve the problem, so to say. Because our society wants two things: to grow more, to produce more, and to distribute better. These are the two main objectives. But I do remember the beginning, the golden rule was to accumulate capital. That was the way out for development. Accumulation could happen in the private sector or in the state, but that was capital accumulation. Then it was seen that that was enough, and a second thing came about: education, which will get us out of here. And we get to the extreme of having, for example, doctors graduated in Montevideo with very good qualifications who ended up working as taxi drivers because the productive system could not absorb them to work in what they had trained. So it was not just education, we needed something else. So a new wave came: institutions. And the claim was, well, you're not respecting institutions, you don't have institutions. And to me, that was always a bit weird, because an institution is any shape that a society gives to itself to organize itself and explain its role in the world. And lately, It's not just institutions, we're now talking about technology change, about innovation. So we go from one thing to the other. And in Latin America, if we take the last 50 years and going very quickly, and let's think of the 80s actually, we have the so-called lost decade of Latin America that began with famous case of the ministry, of the tax minister of Mexico going to New York to tell the largest bank president, I regret this news, but I cannot pay the external debt. And the banker said, well, I'm afraid that you have a big problem. And that minister said, his name was Silver Hersol, I'm afraid we are in a big problem, mainly you, because you're not going to get your money. So the big creditors in the world at that time were banks. And debt was negotiated in smaller rooms than this, with a bankers' committee, that was all. So that was the last decade. Population grew more than the economy. We all went downward. In a bipolar world, Russia and the USA, and the communication system was TV, normal TV. Next decade, the 90s, the time of the Washington Consensus, already mentioned here this morning. The mantra of the Washington Consensus was threefold: become Democrats, open up the economy, and reduce the size of the state. And that was a mantra because they repeated it on end all around the world, and if you did that, you would be happy. After the 90s, we saw we weren't happy, and in fact, at the end of the 90s, we had 10 presidents in Latin America who couldn't finish their mandates, their political terms, from 1997 to 2002. 10 presidents. And you may say, well, were the left ones falling? Well, the ones on the left, in the center, on the right, people without experience, people with experience that had been re-elected, people who had begun, not begun, or in the midst of reforms. So what did they have in common? Just economic problems, with one or two exceptions. The economic crisis was killing us all. And very quickly explained, we got into the 2000s and we got a new factor in the world called China. And China begins buying all of us, everything we produce, with very good rates, or very good prices. And after having lost 10 presidents who couldn't finish their terms, we went into a decade where only 2 presidents fall for problems that haven't got anything to do with the economy, one in Paraguay, another one in Honduras, and it's the time of the commodities, the boom of the commodities. Absolutely, with high prices, and that coincides with a world that becomes multipolar, and the communication system is now the internet, not TV anymore. They coexist. And then we go into last decade that we're now closing, where China becomes getting lower growth levels when we feel that in Latin America. So we don't have that much money, problems begin to arise. The stories of governments, especially the ones on the left with commodities in hand, does not add up. Problems appear, people get fed up, abuse is rejected, corruption is revealed, and things change again. So that's what we're doing now, closing that decade. We're getting into a new stage. TV has gone down, internet is quite important, and now we have a completely different phenomenon called social media. So Ramon said earlier, that is changing the whole basic scheme of the communications. So Mawad is saying that people got fed up and are getting fed up. And some people, some leaders, may have availed of that to present themselves as someone who is outside or who is going against the establishment. The parties, institutions. I see another problem there, which is quite concerning. The exhaustion of politics nowadays in any of our countries, because we survey a politician, and just for being a politician, they have a negative perception, and political parties have a lot of attrition. People see that democracy is the less evil or the best of the systems. But when you ask the second question, which party do you like, they don't like any party. They like a person. They're voting for the person, not for the party. And that's super dangerous because people can fail. And parties are institutions with many different brains thinking and different levels to make decisions that have been thought about and reflected with background and with projections. One person with just one head may get it right once or twice, that may fail. And history shows that from one person we end up having a tyrant or a dictator. So democracy has risks if we don't reinstitutionalize it through parties, but not too many parties either. The party automation means that this becomes totally inefficient. You may have 2 or 3 large democracies. Do not exceed these numbers. Fortunately, we do have a solution for the many parties, which is creating fronts, a left side or right side front, 2 fronts, such as in Uruguay, and that's a democracy that may have certain problems, but it has proven that it can get over conflicts, and in other countries, through people, we end up badly. Well, in the case of Uruguay, there is a certain consensus regarding how the economy will go in Uruguay, because there are parties, and in a party, the main topic of debate is economy. We talk about economy. In a person, however, and in my political life, I've talked to 3 presidents of my country who all told me the following thing. I am the Minister of Economy. They all failed in economy. And I'm like, you cannot be the Minister for Economy. You need to be a president. You need to have a minister with several teams to cater for every topic. Because the actual institution have more possibilities of getting it right than the individual. And mainly in economy, the individual will definitely fail. Well, so in Brazil, the president does not care about the economy and he's put everything in the hands of the minister. Well, in economy, he's not doing too bad. He's got a team. And all the opposite case of a president who did well everywhere except for economy because they thought they were economists. 3 cases in my countries. Who are they? I'm not going to give them names because they're friends. Carlos Menem. Oh, no, not Carlos Menem. Carlos Menem had a great team. Domingo Cavallos got with 150 economists to the Minister of Economy. And he's being also your advisor. In each ministry, we had a couple of delegates of the Minister of Economy to coordinate the figures. I was actually the government of Missions, a province that is close to Brazil and Paraguay. And at that time, it had a bit over 1 million inhabitants. It was the 8th economy in Argentina. And Mr. Cavallos sent me 2 economists to coordinate with mine and tell the same things. So there was a team. And there's also a trend to change constitutions, like in the case of Ecuador, to give them more stability. And there's a discussion in several countries, like in Chile, and President Piñera has offered certain things to calm people down, to change the constitution. And do you think that there's a problem in the laws that should be changed? Is that a cultural problem? Is that an economy problem? What is the main thing here? Well, whenever I can actually give a lecture, and this is usually to students from many countries, I love asking them at the beginning, which degree of importance do you think geography has in a country? If 1 is the least importance and 10 is the most important, how important is geography? Most hands raise up to 10, because there are economists who think that if an economic formula is good, it should be applied unlike in any country in the world, and that was part of the Washington Consensus.
One size fits all. No importa dónde.
It's a kind of one-size-fits-all thinking. And second question, how important do you think history is from 1 to 10? Everybody says 10. Then how important do you think culture is? Understanding culture as the way in which a given society looks to itself. And everybody said 10. And that is important to analyze each country. And as we all say in Spanish, the warmth is not in the sheets, in between the sheets. No doubt that constitutions have problems, but I do not think that the main problem is the constitution. It's rather the production of that wealth, and constitutions can help to make that better. But I think that it is rather simple to think that because we change the constitution, we're going to change the reality. Constitutions can change, but it cannot replace the rest of the work that has to be done. In Argentina, you carried out some experiment with Mr. Macri, and after having that experiment with the Kirchner couple, and then you're going back to the earlier combination or formula. Do you not have other criteria? It's a good question, and this is something I pondered about every night. What happens that we do not actually get it right from the point of view of the economy? The problem in Argentina is that from 1969, when we reestablished our democracy, with all the sets of rules of that democracy, what happened is that the economy has not made the progress that it should have done. We've gone back in poverty levels, unemployment rates, and also in the level of debt. My response is that in these 40 years of democracy, we only had two models of democracy, one with President Alfonsín, with an austral plan, with a minister called Surin. They worked on very much every single front, and they were successful, but the political branch of that government did not like the economic model, because from the politics they wanted to distribute before generating any wealth. This effect is rather commonplace elsewhere in the world. If you distribute before you generate wealth, then the end will not be very positive. We ended up with hyperinflation. Then President Menem used the economic model that I recently mentioned. It was called one-to-one. It was a dollarization under a different name. It lasted for more than 10 years. All indicators improved around economy, but we got far too easy on things, and our currency was extremely strong, and the efficiency of the economy did not come together with that strength. We should evaluate how your country did it in 1998 after the elections, but we did not devaluate. So what happened then? Well, the one-to-one came out, then it went bust. And after that time, we did not have any economic plans. We did make some amendments when commodity prices went up. It seemed as though we had found that way to go. But we just had the good structures, good competition, because commodity prices went up, but the moment they went down, we found ourselves with the same problem as 40 years back. Our conclusions, we still lack an integrated economic model, a comprehensive model. I hope that the next president will actually get his act together on this. Yes, we axed fuels, and the president in Ecuador came back and started saying that he would negotiate with two main indigenous peoples leader groups, and they negotiated a way to reach certain tax balance. Do you think that that is a possible or intelligent way out? Well, we just summarized it very nicely. This is where we are, and there are many opinions and many different thoughts about what will happen in Ecuador in future. But let's go back to the actual root of the question. What is a democratic system? Why do we believe in one of those? Why can democracy be useful? And someone yesterday mentioned the famous quote from Lincoln, when let's get this work he did not think that that would be the main basis for democracy. What he said was that he hoped that governments from the people, for the people, and by the people would not disappear from the planet. And those three words are the essence of democracy. From the people, what does that mean? Well, there are three types of legitimacy. First, we have the origin legitimacy from the people expressed in a voting system, in an election, in a clean election. Second, the exercise of that democracy, how you rule, with which procedures you must use, the constitutions, you must use the laws, you must respect the rules of the game. And then finally, for the people, in line with the results of democracy. I am surprised that because we give so much importance to the first of those levels and we kind of neglect the second and third levels, this is another question that I like to ask people when we meet in fora at an international level. The essential thing is that the three levels must be in line. The government of Mr. Bill Clinton, for instance, it was balanced. This is how we should govern. This is how we should rule. This is an absolutely perfect situation. What happens, and this is a very provocative question and a difficult to answer one, what would happen if you are in a position where you need to sacrifice one of those areas? Would you sacrifice the origin, the procedures, or the results? 80% of people cannot even answer that question. It is too frightening, that question. People, generally from Europe and from developed countries, would never sacrifice either the first or the second level. They want elections and they want respect for the rule of law. Because with either government that we have, the difference is going to be in the third one. If we ask that same question in Latin America, most of the people would never sacrifice the third level. So give me a job, give me certain income, give me a quality of life, and then I will start thinking whether you are respecting, observing the law, and how you got to power. So just think about the difference in culture and the situation we live in each area of the world. I am already thinking about gathering questions from the floor, from the audience, and then keep the third block for the end of the conversations. I'm not sure if there are any questions, however.
¿Alguien tiene algo a preguntar?
Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, so we will continue with a question from myself. Ramon. Also, you, Mawad. Democracy is maturing in South America. It is being reinforced, consolidated itself, or is it going back? Insofar as the politics is being destroyed, we will be going back. Democracy in my country was progressing for 20 years, very clearly between 1983 and 2003. What happened in 2003? Well, we had a transparent election process, but there was no internal elections. The candidates in the parties, before, they went for primary elections. Yes, they came back in Argentina later, yes, but modified. In which way? Well, a certain party could have different candidates and then take part in that primary election process. So the offer is more varied, if you like, and the political project disappeared. So just to keep it short, all Argentinian citizens are obliged to vote in primary elections. Yes, but let's go back to the origin in 2003. Since there were no internal elections, for example, my own party, Justicialismo, there were 3 candidates that stood. So 70% of the votes from the Argentinians actually were shared among those 3 candidates, when in reality we are not the representation of 70% of the population. We account for much less than that. Let's imagine that we have primary elections and then you have a certain number of candidates standing up. In those conditions, the voters will vote the opposite party to choose the words because they can say, well, then I can win them over. So they just try to play sabotage on those internal elections, on those primary elections. So this is a system that has been in place for a long time, and we know that even if we go 600 years back, you can see that this type of system was already in place. In our continent alone, we have had this type of politics for more than 200 years. We cannot do without politicians and without political systems. The media system, those short real-time news headlines through WhatsApps, etc., do not analyze the issues thoroughly. This is the information that's needed for the people to make a consented vote and an informed decision. I see that there is no efficiency, the necessary efficiency to give an answer to the questions that Shamil just asked. I am optimistic insofar as we are able to keep the system strong. Without democracy, we can't do anything. So, Jamil, what we have seen in the United States for a long time, we have two big parties, but now we have the figure of Mr. Trump. We have a president. He actually swept in the country. He defeated all his opponents, and now they are in a situation that they are seeking an impeachment of the president. Taking into consideration that situation and what happens in South America, do you still think that the parties are the guarantee for any democracy? Well, I would like for us to be very attentive to three possible dangers. The first of them is the false analogies. Since the people are unhappy because of the status quo, and they take to the streets in Beirut, in Barcelona, and in Santiago de Chile, for instance, then people think that everywhere is the same. It is not. The people take to the streets for different reasons, for different conditions, and the background is also different. The other danger is the fact that you can analyze what's going on and have a clear view of it in half of the event. There is a big chaos, and then someone stands up and says, I can't see the future. Well, we need to wait for a while before things can be clarified and analyzed. So I cannot see a way to compare the US with any country in Latin America. I just cannot find a way to do that, because even if we compare countries in Latin America, we are very similar in many ways. We are very mixed, and except Brazil, where they speak Portuguese, the rest we speak same language, Spanish. We don't have any religious issues. We are very homogeneous. However, we are very different. There are countries, you just mentioned, Uruguay, with a formidable division across two different parties, and that works. There are countries, such as mine, where there are 17 parties. We are one of the smallest Latin American countries after Uruguay, and where the presence of candidates from any party is actually heavier and more important than the parties themselves. Chile has very well-defined groups also. There was a shift when Bachelet went or shifted to the left, but you can kind of map the political situation in Chile. Well, this is a very fluent one. Colombia, for instance, is a similar case. There were only two parties, and now there are many more. Peru is just a process where countries come and go, very similarly to what happens in my country. So you need to analyze case by case, because otherwise you might actually be wrong in many ways.
A few questions together from there first. Let's start there. Entonces,
what should neighboring states do in the case of a Venezuela which has a government which is neither of the people, nor by the people, nor for the people? I'll pose the same question, but this time with a microphone. What should neighboring states do in the case of a Venezuela who has a government neither of the people, nor by the people, nor for the people?
okay, shall we take another question before they answer?
Mohamed Cherkaoui du Maroc. Je voudrais d'abord remercier les deux conférenciers qui nous ont délivré une remarquable leçon de sciences politiques. Le niveau qui a été le vôtre est extrêmement élevé et c'est réjouissant, surtout de la part de deux anciens présidents. Je voudrais, si vous me le permettez, faire deux remarques. Donc, première remarque pour Monsieur le Président.
Well, in the world, and the second remark is, first remark, I have two remarks. The first remark pertains to the means of communication that we have today available, i.e. smartphones and the like. You have put forth, quite rightfully put forth that the problems of mobilization today are not met with thanks to these communications means. And you may have given us the impression that this is an unconditional blanket rule or general rule. I don't think that it is an unconditional rule for the sheer reason that I can give you a certain number of counterexamples. What took place in the Philippines and mostly what is now occurring, what has occurred during the Arab Spring. When you analyze, if I may have 2 minutes to answer, do I have 2 minutes to answer or no? I'm asking whether I have 2 minutes to be able to complete. Yes. 2, not 10. Well, 1 minute, it's negotiable because we have a lot of other persons who really want to. Okay, in which case I will not delve into the details. Suffice it to say that when we analyze what occurred in the different Arab countries, and when we also take into consideration the rate of penetration of a mobile phone in the Arab countries, it's not working even with that. So that is for one. For two, a remark with respect to what you've said about democracy. And you did also add, by ending, that when, and even when we ask the question to the Southern American inhabitants, they are going to answer probably that the first and the second solutions of democracy, we cannot discard them, provided that we may have the third solution that is, say, pro-people, for the people, i.e. economic development and the like. You are fully right, but once again, provided that you generalize, when you do an analysis of about 60 countries, both LATAM countries, Latin American countries, and Europe countries, etc., and we raise the question as to what do you prefer in democracy, the economic development or human rights, all or substantially all developing countries or countries, emerging countries, will give you as a reference and as a first fundamental answer is the second solution, i.e. not the human rights based, but the economic development based. Thank you. Prenons.
Here before to that side. I will go to that side, I promise. It's just here, 2 questions.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the presentations. I'm Ángel Losada, the Special Representative of the EU for the Sahel. That has not much to do with Latin America, but I have had the honor of having lived in Latin America for many years. I have a short question to the point, and today we've talked a lot about the crisis of democracy, of populism, that has actually always existed. We've talked about this whole trend. What's true, though, is that there's a new element, which is technology, that has a direct influence, but I see a change. Before in Latin America, you used to talk about political systems, and we also refer to Cuba, that polarized pretty much the whole debate in one or other direction. Now, with this explosion of tech media, probably the least ideology, because people could be talking about Venezuela, but are we really witnessing a new stage where we need to rethink that whole division of power that currently exists? It's a very specific question. Thank you. Marcus? Well, I had two questions. You're my friend, Marcus. The first question is, what's the real function of a government? And according to your criteria regarding the function of the government, what's the best government we currently have in the world? And that we need for our countries to achieve something similar to this. Okay, that's the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shuba from Senegal, and I'm a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the South. I'm an economist, and economists do not agree or concur on the relation between democracy and economic efficiency. And if you compare now to Asia, if you compare Asia that has emerged in Latin America has, Asia has emerged, LATAM countries and some countries are performing towards emergence. But anyway, of course, there's a lot of questioning on this in Latin American countries. The heads of states, how do you see the balance to be struck between the multilateralism nous have? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your presentation. Professor at the Qadi Ayad, the University of Economics in Marrakesh. You did refer to democracy for the people. It means democracy finding solutions mostly for developing countries. My question is, how can we reconcile democracy and development and investment? In most cases, these countries need FDIs. So how can we therefore achieve this economic development if we impose on them taxes?
What do the neighbors need to do with Venezuela? And then the rest is regarding the relationship between economic effectiveness and democracy. I'll try to answer what I can actually remember about the questions, also the division of power. But regarding the exception mentioned, regarding the press, media, and the speed we have with the internet now, and the problems that appear in our continent, I think they're different from the ones that happened in the Arab Spring. I did say that with a cell phone, you can actually replace an army. And the Arab Spring, had a big army dispute. And the uprisings we have mentioned in our continent and what's happening in Hong Kong or Catalonia, these are this is mass rebellion without the need for armies, with a tiny cost to look for political results. So this really has the advantage for those who want to destabilize the government, and it can do what few can do. And since you added another element, Venezuela, I was interested in that. But in Egypt and Tunisia, that happened too. It was not an armed fight, but in Libya and Syria it was. But some armies did protest, but in these countries it wasn't this way. This is just a mass movement. I'm talking about the cost to actually produce a result in a certain uprising. In the case of the Philippines, that's an exception that confirms the rule. All rules have an exception. And with Venezuela, what will you do? Well, let me tell you, there's a common denominator, a common factor in all the countries that have had problems in our Latin America, were the whole Lima group. And what did the Lima group think about? About backing up a government that was not Maduro, but rather Guaido's. And there are elements to suspect of a strong influence in some sort of revenge before a political claim that had advanced quite a bit. And we need to keep that in mind. So here we have all sorts of interests. And you have talked about the results and about democracy, and there were several questions about that. How do you see that balance? Well, if you allow me, I'll address a couple of words to Venezuela. A government that, as you mentioned, and I do agree, is not the people's government, is not for the people, and is just not a democratic government, full stop. We need to begin with radical definitions such as that one. So what do we do when there is a non-democratic government in a country with a project to stay there for decades? And the American Sales Organization has a national charter or international charter signed at the beginning of the 2000 decade with mechanisms for that. And Venezuela, in the opinion of many countries in Latin America, is in that situation. And the countries in Latin America are requesting to be treated appropriately. What happens now in real politics is that Venezuela has a very complex situation due to the presence of armies from other countries and due to the presence of groups that are perfectly organized that have tasks on behalf of other countries. And that, so they have the fear of an armed confrontation or having an uprising that will become a war for 2 or 3 years. And they don't want that. No one wants that. Because the point here is to get back to a system that allows the Venezuelan people to live better. Maybe we're getting into a worse street here. That's why the governments are counterbalancing to see how they act. But Maduro still has the army support, or at least the generals' support from the army generals. Well, I promised myself something a few years ago when I heard so many crazy things about my country regarding people that had read 4 articles on newspapers or who maybe had been in Ecuador for a week and they thought that they knew the country, its reality, its problems, and the solutions to them. And they could actually teach on what needed to be done. And I said to myself to never do that with other countries. So that prevents me from answering Marcus's question. How can I say which is the best government in the world? I do not have the knowledge. I do not have the information. I do not have the ability to do so and to assess all the governments in the world, compare them and be objective and bring an actual specific answer. I do not feel enabled to do that. So regarding what happens in Venezuela, I've read many theories. Which is the right one? I'm not sure. Because I should have been there, present, and hearing many opinions, and I was not there. So, regarding your opinion, Mr. Ramon Puerta, what's the best government in the world? I'd like to add 2 elements that are not too precise, but that might help. Here, regarding Asia, we did say that these are economies that are faring better than Latin America. And I'd say that the Pacific is going better than the Atlantic. And here we are meeting to look for the complementation of Africa and the Americas to use this beautiful ocean, which is the Atlantic. But ideologically, it has become outdated. The Pacific has more modern ideas. It's not a coincidence that California is twice as big as New York in gross product. And 40 or 50 years ago, it was the opposite side, because the economic model of freedoms, competence, and integration in the Pacific advanced more quickly. And ideologically, we're still criticizing neoliberalism from a no left-wing perspective that was criticizing neoliberalism. So our elders in our continent were fighting for the freedoms, not just in human rights or democracy, but also economic freedom, to be able to sell wherever people paid better or produced were more efficient. Well, in the Pacific Ocean is doing that, and the Atlantic Ocean kind of lagged behind. That's the way it is. Unfortunately, the Atlantic, to which I belong, because I'm from Argentina, needs to take an important leap forward in its perception of the economy. And we need to look at the success of the European Union. The European Union seeks a cohabitation of 27 democratic nations. I met some of them when they were very poor, not just my parents' home, Spain, but also other European countries years ago in the 70s. And together with democracy, integration, and the intelligence of using economic policies that have already been proven to be successful in the Pacific Oceans, we should delve and carry out this task. But Mawar, this morning has been said that the USA and the UK, which are the places where liberalism was born, nowadays have rulers who are the result of a concerned or hopelessness regarding problems that have been generated with free trade. And talking about economic effectiveness in its relationship to democracy, do you think that liberalism still works in Latin America? Well, first of all, each system needs to be managed. It's not about adopting a system and just leaving it to produce any given result. At one extreme, we have the people who think they're liberal 100%, the invisible hand of the market, Adam Smith. On the other hand, at the other extreme, we have people who say that the market is extremely negative for a country and that everything needs to be controlled by the state. And I'm actually halfway. I think that we need to let the invisible hand of the market work. And we need to add the visible hand of the state to correct the abuse of the market, to correct monopoly, to regulate, to control, because otherwise any system can be shattered. So I actually feel rebellious when I hear very negative statements, often regarding experiments that have worked well for decades. Please let me refer to the case of Chile. Chile has been for us an example to follow in Latin America. We've perceived it with respect, admiration, and even jealousy. But many Chileans do not see themselves that way. However, it's a country that has grown at 5% year on year for 25 years. Oh my God, give me another country that has achieved that. The way they grew at that rate allowed them to get out of poverty. Poverty went from 40% to 10%, and inequality also went down. And other things went up. Well, it's a country, and here we have the councilwoman who signed one of the agreements with China. But let's go part by part. We don't have much time, but we need to state things the way they are. Okay, so go for it. Chile's trade with China went from $5 billion to $45 billion, times 9, times 9 increase. There are things well done in Latin America. We have met quite well the millennium targets socially. We've had a successful experience financially and also environmentally. We just finished with the FARC problem in Colombia, which was one of the problems that couldn't be solved in the world. We had two problems, Ecuador, Peru, and the FARC, and we solved the two problems in 20 years. So that's good. Does that mean that everything's okay now? No. People are concerned, upset, frustrated. They do have the right to protest. That is right, but we shouldn't say that nothing worked, but we have specific problems that we need to assess, look for solutions, and implement them. It's about a reformation rather than a revolution, a well-done reform. And I think that's the role of the government. When they ask me about the role of the government, is to act subsidiarily, because what the market cannot be done needs to be done by the market, by the government rather, but not otherwise, not the opposite way. Well, regarding Argentina, I do not know I do not believe in anything else but the regulation that needs to be done by the state. But having a state-owned company, so the state keeping everything, is a different thing. That's the opposite of what's been proven to work. And in Chile, I need to say that Piñera replaced politics, and politics lost ground. I say Piñera because he's the president, there are other figures too. So the fact of just looking at people and looking less at institutions shows a problem. That those people who benefited from Chinese growth figures from 30 years, the claims might work if they hadn't destroyed the best metro in our continent. So that is a subject for a longer debate. But what will happen in Argentina, only God knows, to be honest. Maybe the Pope knows. Well, we have our messenger who speaks to God, the Pope, who's also Argentinian, so we need to talk to him, not to me. So, Mahwar, what will happen to Argentina? I can't even speak to the Pope. I'm a friend of the Pope. You are? I am. And I'm asking him what will happen. So far, we're not getting it right. I hope we will soon. So what will happen in Latin America? I think we're getting into a new cycle. I think the new cycle has 2 or 3 very important features. And there are words that will become the core of every conversation in the future, and that's very good, such as equity, parity. Those words didn't have the central position they have now. And talking about development and human development, without mentioning the word equity or equality, is like going to World Congress of Malaria not talking about the word mosquito. So parity is also essential, as well as the equity and equality, to have human development, not just human growth, or economic growth rather. And as Mom was saying, if we give a lot of importance to the Excel spreadsheet, to macroeconomics, and we stop seeing people, the political economy, which is how everything started. Economy began as political economy. So we have Excel and repression on the one hand, and that's very bad. It needs to be Excel spreadsheet and communication. Technology needs to tell me what's the metro rate, and then I need to use politics to speak and negotiate, and even include different solutions. Well, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much to the former presidents. Thank you very much. I'm going to speak to the Pope, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Señoras y señores, ahora tendremos una breve pausa para el café y volveremos a las 5:30. Muchas gracias.
Bonjour, nous sommes ici avec le général Znaghi de Sahel G5 et avec Monsieur Lusada de l'Union européenne, représentant de l'Union européenne au Sahel. un débat sur la situation actuelle au Sahel. D'abord, je vais poser la question à Général Znaghi. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner une idée où sommes-nous aujourd'hui, si tout le monde se demande, sur l'opérationnalisation de G5 Sahel?
En me posant la question sur l'opérationnalisation du G5 Sahel, vous avez tendance à me poser sur la question sur l'opérationnalisation de la force conjointe du G5 Sahel, alors que la force conjointe du G5 Sahel est une chose et le G5 Sahel est une organisation mère. Je voudrais bien vous parler de l'opérationnalisation de la force du G5 Sahel. Comme vous le savez, la force conjointe du G5 Sahel est une force composée de 5000 hommes, décidée par les chefs d'État lors du sommet lors d'abord du sommet de N'Djamena en 2015 et puis mise en œuvre lors du sommet de Bamako en février 2016. Actuellement, au moment où je vous parle, cette force est composée de 7 bataillons nationaux, de 7 bataillons, et agit dans les zones transversales. Au moment où je vous parle, tous les bataillons de la force conjointe sont déployés. Elle est à son 3e commandant, c'est-à-dire à sa 3e année d'existence. Elle mène des opérations, elle monte en puissance, tout son personnel est complet. Ses matériaux ne sont peut-être pas complets, elle n'est pas au maximum de sa puissance, et loin de là d'ailleurs. C'est ce qui explique que les résultats demeurent un peu discutables pour certains. Oui. Mais pour nous de l'intérieur, nous savons que c'est une force qui existe désormais, qui est opérationnelle dans des zones transfrontalières, qui fait du travail, et sans laquelle peut-être la situation serait beaucoup plus dégradée que ne l'est aujourd'hui. Nous faisons des efforts au plan national parce que les bataillons sont armés et sont mis en place par des efforts nationaux. Et nous avons l'intervention de nos partenaires, particulièrement de l'Union européenne, qui chaque année dégage de l'argent pour l'équipement de cette force et qui était la première à venir aussi financer l'équipement de cette force. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que les procédures d'abord de l'Union européenne sont longues, que les procédures d'acquisition du matériel militaire particulièrement sont longues, que les délais de fabrication sont longs. La force a un âge de 3 ans, et 3 ans ce n'est même pas suffisant pour commencer une chaîne de fabrication de matériel lourd du début jusqu'à la fin. Donc vous comprendrez que les matériels tardent à se mettre en place, que la force conjointe demande encore des matériels et surtout demande encore des financements pour la pérennité de son action et le développement de son activité. Voilà.
Merci, Général. Monsieur Losada, une question que pas beaucoup de monde discute parce qu'on entend beaucoup plus sur les groupes djihadistes, les groupes extrémistes, etc. Mais pour le moment, pour les personnes qui suivent de près le Mali, ils sont vraiment inquiétés sur la situation au centre du Mali. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu sur la situation actuelle?
Oui, effectivement, vous l'avez très bien décrit. La situation au début, après la crise malienne, c'était les groupes terroristes et les différents groupes armés qui agissaient effectivement dans le nord Mali, qui maintenant sont dans le processus de paix, après un cessez-le-feu. Particulièrement ces groupes armés, c'est la CMA et la plateforme, ce sont les deux groupes principaux, qui discutent aujourd'hui, qui mettent en marche, qui essaient de mettre en marche le processus de paix, dont d'ailleurs la communauté internationale et l'Union européenne en particulier en est le garant également. Cette situation a évolué. Car les groupes djihadistes agissent maintenant au-delà des groupes armés, toujours dans la même zone, dans le nord, mais la situation s'est empirée d'une façon exponentielle, nous pouvons dire. Pourquoi exponentielle? Parce que nous allons au centre Mali, où l'un des problèmes le plus grave, pour ainsi dire, c'est le manque de présence de l'État. Et je dis toujours cette phrase qui décrit un peu la situation: le vide de l'État, c'est l'oxygène du terrorisme, sans aucun doute. Donc, dans le centre du pays, où il y a un vide de l'État, les groupes djihadistes ont fait une stratégie qui est très bien menée, il faut le reconnaître, c'est-à-dire profiter des confrontations ancestrales entre différentes communautés. Je n'aime pas dire ethnie, parce que, en fin de compte, ces ethnies sont très mélangées entre eux. Mais oui, il y a des communautés différentes, des communautés qui pratiquent le pastoralisme ou d'autres l'agriculture. Il y a eu des confrontations très anciennes qui se réglaient d'elles-mêmes par les moyens traditionnels. Ceci a disparu. L'État n'a pas pu remplir les fonctions et les djihadistes ont profité de cette situation, l'ont également aggravée pour créer une situation de chaos dans laquelle eux-mêmes apparaissent comme la solution pour amener la sécurité à ces gens qui n'ont pas le choix. Voilà quel est le changement ou la mutation qu'il y a eu, avec une stratégie d'ailleurs, comme je dis, très bien menée, mais que également nous-mêmes nous analysons dans son ampleur et dans sa gravité.
Merci. Je reviens vers vous, Monsieur le Général. Pour l'audience qui sont pas très familiers avec les brigades, les différentes régions, zones où les forces conjointes de G5 Sahel sont présentes. Vous avez dit qu'ils sont déployés les zones transfrontalières et mènent des opérations. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler un peu sur les priorités des zones où ils mènent actuellement des opérations?
Bon, quand je vous ai dit les zones transfrontalières, vous pouvez déjà, pour ceux qui connaissent, en regardant la carte, vous voyez la frontière, par exemple, en allant de l'ouest vers l'est, prendre la frontière entre la Mauritanie et le Mali, prendre la frontière entre le Mali et le Niger, entre le Mali et le Burkina Faso, entre le Burkina Faso et le Niger, et entre le Niger et le Tchad. Donc nous définissons ainsi 3 couloirs. Le premier, c'est le couloir ouest, Mauritanie et Mali. C'est un couloir qui est très long, qui va de la frontière algérienne jusqu'à la frontière tripartite Sénégal, Mauritanie, Mali, où il y a des zones extrêmement désertiques et il y a des zones forestières, particulièrement ce qu'on appelle la forêt de Ouagadou, qui est paraît-il, un repère de terroristes et qui est une zone extrêmement dangereuse. Vous avez maintenant la frontière tripartite. Je ne vais pas les séparer. La frontière tripartite entre le Mali, le Burkina et le Niger, parce qu'il s'agit de 3 segments. Imaginez-vous la zone de l'Iptako-Gourma qui est actuellement le véritable foyer de tension dans le Sahel. C'est ce que nous appelons la zone des 3 frontières. Là, il y a au moins 3 ou 4, il y a 3 de nos bataillons déployés dans cette zone. Et vous me direz que ce n'est pas suffisant. Je vous le concède, ce n'est pas suffisant. Nous avons encore de force dans cette zone. Et il y a un effort particulier sur cette zone. Il y a le secteur est maintenant, qui est la frontière entre le Tchad et le Niger, et qui a 2 bataillons aussi, un nigérien et un tchadien, et dont le PC est à Our, une localité tchadienne. Et actuellement, on en parle moins parce que c'est une zone un peu calme pour le moment. Calme jusqu'à quand, on ne sait pas. En tout cas, il faut savoir dans tout ceci, c'est que nous, après une étude approfondie de la situation, nous savons que le problème majeur d'insécurité nous provient des zones transfrontalières. Ces zones ont été abandonnées, d'abord pas abandonnées, elles sont loin, elles sont éloignées. Vous ne pouvez pas imaginer que le Sahel est une zone de 5 millions de kilomètres carrés, à 80% désertique. Donc ces zones sont extrêmement éloignées des centres du pouvoir. Donc c'est les zones oubliées de la sécurité et du développement. Nous, nos G5, notre finalité, c'est de travailler dans ces zones, essayer de développer ces zones, essayer de sécuriser ces zones, essayer de ramener les populations dans ces zones, essayer de ramener les États dans ces zones. Une fois ceci atteint, on aura réglé plus de 80 à 85% du problème d'insécurité dans le Sahel. Mais je vous concède qu'on en est encore très loin.
Merci pour ces clarifications, surtout pour l'audience qui ne sont pas très familiers avec la géographie de la zone. Quand on entend Sahel, c'est un continent presque. Ouais. Donc c'est très difficile et je comprends les défis pour les opérations menées dans la zone. Je reviens vers vous, Monsieur Losada, sur un sujet que vous connaissez très bien, sur l'accord de paix signé en mai, je pense, ou juin 2015. Oui. Ça fait presque 4 ans, presque 5 ans. On est sur l'implication de l'accord et peut-être aussi nous parler sur le programme de DDR, donc l'intégration des rebelles au sein de l'armée malienne.
D'accord. Avant de toucher ce point, si vous permettez, je voulais justement suivre dans la même foulée que mon ami le général Snaghi, pour bien insister sur un fait qu'il a très bien dit d'ailleurs, sur la force conjointe du G5. C'est quand même assez admirable, et c'est mon opinion donc toujours, que parmi les 5 pays les plus pauvres du monde, ont décidé de mettre en marche une force conjointe. Et on en est au résultat, on en est aujourd'hui. Je sais qu'il y a des gens qui veulent que tout de suite soit opérationnel, mais dans d'autres pays, dans d'autres continents, mettre une force conjointe, c'est très difficile. C'est presque impossible. Donc l'effort politique qui a été fait est un effort énorme et l'Union européenne appuie aussi bien stratégiquement que financièrement que politiquement cette organisation avec laquelle on a un partenariat stratégique. Je tenais tout simplement à préciser cela, et, puisque je crois que c'est un élément important. En revenant au processus de paix, je dis également toujours une phrase, c'est-à-dire 2 phrases qui le décrivent un peu plus ou moins. La première, c'est qu'il n'y aura pas de paix au Sahel s'il n'y a pas de paix au Mali. C'est une question indiscutable. Le processus de paix est un élément clé dans toute la structure que l'on essaie de trouver de paix et de sécurité dans la zone. C'est un élément clé. Il faut absolument faire un effort énorme dans ce point-là. Et également, pour décrire le processus de paix, je le décris toujours d'une certaine façon, je dis, ça ne va pas aussi vite que l'on l'espérait, mais ça ne va pas aussi lentement qu'on le craignait. Okay. Voilà quels sont les 2 éléments que je voulais dire. L'accord de paix, pour que vous sachiez, qui est issu du processus d'Alger, l'accord de paix lui-même peine à se mettre en marche. C'est vrai. Il y a eu des lenteurs. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes dans une situation relativement assez difficile également, mais je viens juste d'arriver d'ailleurs de Bamako. Il y a une volonté de reprendre le comité de suivi de l'accord, qui est un comité qui doit se réunir tous les mois et qui a été interrompu pendant pratiquement 3 mois récemment à cause de différentes perceptions, de différentes dissensions au sein des membres du processus de paix. Mais quand je disais que le processus de paix ne va pas aussi lentement qu'on espérait, parce qu'il y a quand même des objectifs qui ont été atteints. Premier objectif qui est fondamental, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, l'unité du Mali n'est plus mise en cause. Et ça, c'est accepté par tous les mouvements armés autour de la table, aussi bien par la CMA que par la plateforme, qui ont signé l'accord qui reprend justement cela. Ça, c'est un point important. Et le deuxième également, au-delà de l'accord de cessez-le-feu, c'est l'élément aussi que, en fin de compte, là où nous nous trouvons aujourd'hui, dans la situation où nous nous trouvons aujourd'hui, nous ne pouvons aller que de l'avant. C'est-à-dire, nous ne pouvons que progresser. Parce que la communauté internationale également est garante de cet accord. Donc voilà le moment où nous sommes. Le processus de paix implique plusieurs éléments. Un élément institutionnel, avec une décentralisation. Un élément également institutionnel et politique. Un élément également de développement, développer les zones du Nord. Un élément réconciliation qui est très important. Aujourd'hui, au Mali, nous assistons à un dialogue inclusif pour la réconciliation, qui s'appelle le dialogue national inclusif, qui est en marche, qui devrait peut-être donner lieu à une réforme de la Constitution éventuellement, mais qui est aujourd'hui le centre du débat politique aujourd'hui au Mali. Et j'ai reçu la nouvelle il y a à peine quelques heures que les mouvements, au moins la CMA, acceptent de participer à ce dialogue. Ce dialogue est fondamental, il fait partie de l'essence même de l'accord, il est fondamental, mais nous sommes dans un moment politique très délicat dans lequel, malgré tout, j'ai pu percevoir une volonté aussi bien de la part du gouvernement que de la part des mouvements d'aller de l'avant, parce que nous ne pouvons pas rester dans cette situation. La situation sécuritaire est en train de se dégrader, également dans le Nord. Nous avons vu ce qui s'est passé, l'événement tragique et horrible qui s'est passé au Niger, juste à la frontière avec le Mali. Nous ne pouvons pas continuer avec cela. Il faut agir grâce au G5 du point de vue sécuritaire et avec un débat politique interne pour faire avancer l'accord. Vous me parliez avant, et je finis avec ça, je ne veux pas être trop long, vous parliez tout à l'heure du DDR. Un des objectifs justement qui a été atteint par le processus de paix, c'est ce qu'on appelle le DDR accéléré, Ce n'est pas repris dans l'accord, mais peu à peu, nous avons établi ce DDR accéléré qui a déjà porté ses fruits avec plus de 1200, et même presque jusqu'à 2000, je crois, 1200 membres des mouvements armés qui se sont réintégrés dans l'armée. Ils ont dû passer d'ailleurs un screening, ils ont dû passer une revue médicale, etc. Et il y en a qui sont dans l'administration, d'autres dans l'armée. Mais cette armée reconstituée est un élément essentiel pour aller de l'avant. Et nous sommes dans le processus est en train d'avancer. C'est pour ça que je disais tout à l'heure, pas aussi vite qu'on l'espérait, mais pas aussi lentement qu'on le craignait.
Ça fait plaisir d'entendre beaucoup plus sur ce qui est positif et les résultats aussi, parce que malheureusement, on donne l'attention beaucoup plus sur les points négatifs, mais ça fait plaisir de...
Ceci ne dit pas que le moment est compliqué, qu'il y a eu une situation de blocage qui est encore là, mais j'ai l'espoir, parce qu'il y a une prise de conscience de la part de tous les partenaires qu'avec la montée du terrorisme, avec la situation des populations, les populations sont fatiguées. Les écoles ont été fermées. La situation de développement se dégrade d'une façon exponentielle également. La population sont fatiguées de cela. Donc il y a également une poussée de la population et même de la société civile qui veut qu'on arrive à une situation de paix et de sécurité dans laquelle chacun peut se développer. Et voilà ce qui pousse la question. Mais je ne cache pas également mon inquiétude, malgré tout. Je suis optimiste par nature, mais je ne cache pas mon inquiétude, car il suffit de fois de très peu pour faire basculer toute une situation.
Merci, je prends ça comme un dernier mot, comme ça je ne vais pas vous donner 30 secondes, parce que c'est un excellent sujet de terminer la parole, mais je vous donnerai 30 secondes, Monsieur le Général, de dire si vous avez des derniers mots à dire sur le G5 Sahel ou sur la situation au Sahel en général.
Le dernier mot, je ne le dis pas, il ne sera jamais dit, parce qu'on s'inscrit dans la continuité et dans la durée. Mais ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que le Sahel est une vaste région, peuplée de populations anciennes, qui se connaissent, qui ont longtemps vécu ensemble, et qui se trouvent actuellement en crise multidimensionnelle, en crise climatique, en crise économique, en crise de gouvernance, en crise sécuritaire. Et que le Sahel est la porte de la rive sud de la Méditerranée. Et que depuis l'éclatement de la Libye, la crise au Sahel s'est intensifiée, ça a été un catalyseur qui a fait brûler la mèche et l'explosion est venue de là. Et qu'en dehors du règlement de la crise libyenne, il serait illusoire de croire à une paix durable au Sahel. Ça, c'est un. Deux, et aussi, je ne voudrais pas que les gens continuent à assimiler le G5 en tant qu'organisation à la force conjointe du G5 Sahel, qui n'est qu'un projet du G5 Sahel. Le G5 Sahel est d'abord et avant tout une organisation de développement et de sécurité. Bon, c'est vrai que l'axe sécurité a pris un peu le devant sur le développement du fait de l'urgence, du fait de la situation actuelle, du fait de la situation que vit le Sahel de façon globale, mais nous travaillons sur 4 axes principaux qui sont la gouvernance, les infrastructures, la résilience des populations et les droits humains, et enfin la défense et la sécurité. Donc vous voyez que les 3 quarts de notre travail sont consacrés au développement. Voilà un peu pour ceux qui ne connaissaient pas le G5, et voilà aussi pour une ouverture de la résolution future, en tout cas des problèmes sécuritaires de la zone du Sahel.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour vos réponses.
Merci à vous.
Merci à vous. Merci.
My name is Chidioga Konyele. I'm the founder of She Roars, and I would love to use this opportunity to really share how grateful I am to the Emerging Leaders Program. It's really special when an organization, a community like the Atlantic Dialogues believes in us and what young people have to offer, not just believes through words, but action, bringing us together here to really strengthen what it means for us personally to be leaders, strengthen the bonds within us, and really put us in this incredible space that has been the last days dialoguing and debating and charting the way forward with leaders from around the world, around the Atlantic Basin, and really seeing that the future is now and the future is young and perhaps even female.
You come this side. Oh. Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to be presiding over this final session. We've saved the best to last. And it's not only an extremely intelligent, talented panel, it's also the most beautiful one, as you can see. Thank you. I had to nip back to my room to put some lipstick on. This competition is terrible. So it really is wonderful to be with the Emerging Leaders panel, the emerging leaders of the Atlantic Dialogues. And they are people who've been listening to the last 2.5 days, all the older generation talking. They've been sitting there diligently taking notes, and now it is their turn to speak and to let you know what they think. And I'm normally not as generous as this with young people because I have 4 children between the ages of 19 and 24, and I normally don't let them say a word. I tell them that I am boss. But in this case, I'm being very, very kind to this young panel. So, you know there's the word in English, youthquake, which means the ability of young people to really effect change. And this past year, since we last met, we've seen that in all sorts of ways, haven't we? We've seen the young protesters in Hong Kong and how they've really managed to, inject new life into the political debate in Hong Kong and so on, at a cost, of course. We've seen Extinction Rebellion in London. We've seen in Colombia, where one of our panelists comes from, street protests and so on. So young people are always in the vanguard of change, aren't they? They are the ones who lead older people into really grasping chance. And of course, Greta Thunberg, the young Swedish climate activist, has been declared the Time Person of the Year. So in all sorts of ways, young people are really leaders. I mean, emerging or emerged, take your pick. We're going to hear from them, but before we do that, we're going to watch a short video, because before this major conference takes place, the emerging leaders have their own get-together here in Morocco, where they talk about lots and lots of issues. So we're just going to give you a flavour about those discussions. So roll the film, please. it looks like you had a lot of fun. Did you? So the age group is roughly about 25 to 35. Why wasn't I on that? Yeah. Just slightly above that. And you're all in your early 30s, apart from you, Shaima. So I'm going to start off by very quickly asking all of you. The theme of this conference has been the South at a time of turmoil. Shaima, you're from here in Morocco, our host nation, and thank you very much indeed, of course, to everybody who made this wonderful gathering possible. So, is the South in turmoil, and if so, why? Just very quickly give us a rapid-fire answer.
So I'm Shaima Aburjish. I am from Morocco. I'm the National Project Coordinator for the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, and I'm very much a huge youth advocate for inclusion of youth in decision-making. Therefore, last year I was able to receive a UN award for mobilizing more than 6,000 Moroccan youth around the SDGs agenda. And I mean, starting with the question, is the South in time of turmoil? If it wasn't, would we even be discussing it right now?
So it is.
But not, yes.
It is.
It definitely is, because most of the discussions that we've been having already are about populism, are about education being in crisis, are about democracy in crisis, are about the climate crisis. So basically a lot of climate crises that can actually showcase that the South is indeed in time of turmoil.
All right. Okay.
So
a bit of a pessimistic start, if I may say.
Sadly,
Okay.
but it is sort of part of the reason why it is in turmoil is because a lot of vulnerable communities have been excluded, including youth, women, refugees, migrants, indigenous people.
All right.
And
we'll come to all that in a moment. So, okay, so very, very much a crisis. Let's go to you, Chido.
Oh, first of all, shout out to my emerging leaders.
And just introduce yourself.
We're
to the
50
panel,
of us here, and it's really a pleasure to be one of us here speaking on behalf. My name is Chidioga Konyele. I'm the founder of She Roars, and we work on supporting women on their self-actualization journey as leaders, as entrepreneurs, and most certainly as powerful agents of change. To your question.
Chidi, yeah?
Yes. As a writer and someone who really believes in the importance of words and stories, I do not like that word, turmoil. And I think while the period we're in could be rephrased as a time of flux, and within this time of flux, there's a lot of challenges, but a lot of opportunities. So my interest is to explore the two and not move
Right.
into the fear space.
So time in flux
Absolutely.
is a better word
and
for you.
before the colonization era, for
Right.
example, time of flux, and a lot of moments of massive change and transformation, it's been flux. So how do we perhaps step back from that narrative of turmoil that brings up the emotion of fear and rather lean into perhaps that narrative of change? And then the question becomes, how can we be
All right.
powerful
Okay.
agents of that change?
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Emmanuel, you're the only chap amongst It makes a change, though, ladies, doesn't it?
For sure.
I think actually at one stage you wanted... At one stage, you all wanted an all-female panel, didn't you?
I guess I made the cut.
You're an interloper. Yes. All right. We'll allow you.
Yes. Well.
So, Emmanuel.
Yes, for sure.
Is the South in turmoil?
I do believe so. Simply by looking at the fact how a lot of youth have been rising up, and I do believe that the reason why a lot of youth, be it in the South or either in the North, why the youth have been rising up is mainly because a lot of times they feel excluded from the decision-making process, particularly with regards to the policy-making realm.
Right.
I believe, just looking at current developments, there have been so much negotiations going on, be it the EU or the renegotiation of the Cotonou Agreement, for instance.
Right.
And this is an agreement which will affect, obviously, the African youth, the European as well, but then again, where is the youth being included?
So is it more a question for you then that there's turmoil because youth are excluded or because there are factors out there that make the South in turmoil?
I do believe mainly because the youth is being excluded.
Right,
but then,
from decision-making.
Yes, but then
and so on.
simultaneously, the youth lacks representation.
Okay, but is the South in turmoil?
I do believe so.
Yeah?
I do believe so,
In a
yes.
difficult way, not just in flux?
Yes.
Okay, Liliana from Colombia. We saw a lot of you in that video.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Edna Liliana Valencia. I'm a proud Afro-Colombian journalist. I'm TV anchor in France 24 in Spanish, and I do the only news show talking about Africa in the Spanish in the whole continent. So I'm very committed with highlight Africa because I think the lack of identity we have as Afro-descendants in Latin America come from, we don't know where we come from. And to answer the question, I think the answer is inside the bridge we can build between South America and Africa. Because we have been so focused on looking at the north, you know. In my country, in Colombia, all the young people is trying to go study in the United States, go live in the United States. But what if you come and study in Lagos University, for example, or Marroquin University?
That's a solution, an idea you're giving. But is the reason why people want to leave the South, is it because they see no future there as a result of there being problems?
Yeah, but I think it's a perception. Sometimes the perception is even more powerful than the reality.
Right.
So for some reason, people used to think that Africa is not available to grow and to develop, for example, in the economic and new businesses or something, you know. But I think it's just a perception. The perception about Colombia here in Africa is very bad. People used to say to me like, but your country is dangerous, you're in war, drugs and everything, but the perception in Colombia about Africa is the same. So I think we are just blamed to each other, and that's the barrier we have.
All right, okay, and Omaira from Niger originally.
Yes. Hello, I'm really happy to be here. I'm Omaira Issa. I am a reporter with Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and Radio Canada. And I'm actually originally from Niger, but I was born in Morocco, so it's beautiful to be back in my country of birth. Thank you very much, indeed. So I do believe that the South is in turmoil, but there's also a lot of hope. In turmoil because we have a lot of things to figure out. We have questions of inequality, we have questions related to climate change, related to safety and security, but I'm very hopeful because we are the youth is here, the youth is very, very engaged, and there's a lot of hope. I kept hearing solutions across the hallways, I kept hearing positive talk, and so yes, I'm very, very hopeful.
So, yeah, so you really are the lone voice of being a pessimist, aren't you? And you should be happy, Shaima, because last week you were awarded the Zaid ibn
Tariq ibn
Zayed Prize, which is an NGO organization based here in Morocco, as the most outstanding young person of the year.
One of the most outstanding young people.
Yeah, that will do.
Yes.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
good indeed. All right, yes.
Thank you.
So, right, well, let's pick up just one topic, first of all, which is something that a lot of people associate with younger people, which is climate, because you're going to be around for longer than the older generation and you're going to bear the brunt of that. But does any one of you feel that the current climate debate is one that doesn't really include the priorities of the South? So by that I mean, for example, there's a lot of energy poverty in the South.
Yeah, no.
Please,
no,
Liana.
I think even in that kind of spaces, we need to make deeper reflections about it. I have seen, with all respect, I will say this, but I have seen thousands of bottles of plastics here around, you know, and we are supposed to be leaders in our countries, in emerging leaders or leaders. So my question is, what are we planning to do with all these bottles of plastic? Because it's a big problem in my country. We have a lot of rivers, we have 2 oceans, and all the rivers are full of plastics. Also, we have, for example, minery that is creating very, very big damages to the environment. So I think we need to understand that the Occidental idea of development is not the only one. Development or innovation is not only have a road or have an iPad in your hands. Development for me is how you can create new opportunities with the things you have in your environment, from who you are, from understanding who you are, where you come from. For example, in my case, I come from Africa and from Colombia, you know. So I need to understand that to create new ideas and to develop new opportunity, new innovation. It's not only technology. Innovation is how we can keep our youth and our people growing in the same territory and in equilibrium with the territory and the nature.
Judy?
Thank you.
You want to come in, yeah?
Sure, I'll just speak to something that struck me during the energy session that we had, and there was that debate between, well, Africa has to develop, and we need to be as dirty as we can be because the rest of the world got to do that. And on the other hand, I think Auntie Obi pushed back and said, well, we must not ignore that the effects of climate change, I hope I'm not quoting you wrong, are real for us, and that we can't just look at black and white. It's really complex. And I think I agreed with the conclusion of that session, which is that there is a hope of leapfrogging. And that's something, of course, we saw with the mobile technology, and we moved away from landlines, and because you specifically mentioned energy. So
well, energy poverty, yeah,
energy
I would
poverty,
say. It's
so-
only because I was at the UN General Assembly in September talking to some Africans and at a dinner, and I said it was off the thing, and I said, what would you like to talk about? The main theme this year is climate change. And some of these very well-established African businessmen said to me, oh, Africans are not interested in climate change in the way that the West frames it, is what they were saying.
And that came up here in discussion as well.
Yeah. But I mean, please do.
I actually think that climate change is huge. I am from the Sahel, I'm from Niger. And with climate change, we have seen an erosion of our lands. And we know right now that in the global world that we live in, we have millions of people who are refugees because of climate change. We talked about it during this incredible conference. Climate change is a huge issue, and I think young people are thinking about it in the global south because they realize that they are the safeguards of the future. And so whether we are here, or we are in Colombia, or we are in Nigeria, or we are in Congo, or we are here in Morocco, we're able to see incredible work that the Moroccan people are doing in terms of solar energy. I think the youth are very, very engaged.
But what do you say to Chidi's point when she said, you know, during the energy debate, there was discussion about we want to industrialize. You speak to any African leader now and they've got their blueprint for how to industrialize their economy. And by that, I don't just mean, you know, factories and manufacturing, but modernizing the entire economy, the service sector, infrastructure, and so on. And they say, as things stand, we cannot rely on renewable energy just to do that. So, okay, we'll keep the coal in the hole, but can we use gas? And there are a lot of people who say, yes, use gas and even oil. I mean, Nigeria, there's a $12 billion oil refinery that's being developed by the Dangote Group. Should they stop that? Is that what the youth want?
Okay, can I?
Yes.
I want to address the fact that whenever we discuss climate change, it's usually discussed within big conferences full of agendas, just like the one we had this week. And afterwards, everyone goes back home, and there's no actual action afterwards. And I feel like that's one of the biggest problems. It's that especially developing countries, including those in the south, don't really have an example or a model of countries to look up to. Now, Morocco is trying to take the leads in terms of renewable energies, but we have countries like the US that are withdrawing from the Paris Agreement. So what kind of example are we even setting for developing countries to step up their game also and encourage renewable energies in their own context? And that is the big problem. And I feel like youth, we actually have a responsibility to own up in that sense. And you can actually notice that. You mentioned Greta Thunberg in the beginning, and she has been one of the biggest climate advocates, but there are a lot of us. There isn't just Greta. There are so many in every country.
Do you have the same concerns, young people, as Greta Thunberg does in Sweden when she says, don't fly? What's the figure? 1% of Africans have actually ever been on an aeroplane. Is that kind of debate relevant to young people in the South? Africans or whatever?
I mean, sorry, no, I think it's very important, at least in Latin America. I come from Latin America, as you know, and we are reflecting from capitalism, from consumerism, to climate change. For example, we are promoting in my country that young women start to use the menstrual cup just to change. But to use that, you need to change a lot of stereotypes in your mind. I don't know if maybe here you have ever reflects about that, but it's an issue. We could just take a personal decision to affect our environment too. So I think youth is very committed with, for example, vegetarianism, stop eating meat, take care of water, that personal actions you can
But
face.
how far do you take it? Do you want Nigerians to go and protest against the building of this new oil refinery?
Yeah, why not?
For
Social
example,
mobilization
because
is
you
very
say
important to
fossil
me.
fuels are dirty.
Well, we expect us to speak up. while it might not be to protest the building of the refinery, but truly to influence the discussion around the pollution that happens. Because ultimately you see a whole part of the country that has suffered and livelihood and futures decimated because there is no thought around sustainability and protection of the environment. So in as much as Greta's fight is very relevant globally and we take that on, our battle is basic, is how don't you have clean water because it's polluted by oil. So it's on that level that we must move beyond that comfort zone of, well, we get to have our energy and realize that we are thinking very short term. And in terms of the bigger picture, for example, the productivity of the land that we're destroying, well, that we're not being very long term, and it's the youth that would suffer from the short termism. So that's why we have a responsibility to challenge that.
Something. I just wanted to add the fact that, especially in the South, for example, in Africa, we can actually include youth in order to have more innovative solutions. Because the problem, for example, in Morocco, at the time of the COP, there were a lot of solutions about stop using plastic, etc. But it was, first, like, they decided next day we're going to stop using plastic. And that was a big problem. The solutions have to come from the people and include the people in consultations in order for us to come up with solutions that can be implemented on a grassroots level. Well, if you come up with very neat, high-level solutions, it's not going to go very far. And I feel that that's the problem with the talk on renewable energies and climate change.
All right.
We always come up with solutions that are very high.
We'll wrap up on climate change, but Emmanuel, we've not heard from you. Let me just try this with you. You know, we know Africans are interested, young people particularly, about, and in Colombia and, you know, the global south, about climate change, global warming. We know that, you know, as you said, the climate refugees, and that if global temperatures go up by 1.52%, Ghana's cocoa industry is going to be decimated and so on. But where is your African Greta Thunberg, who is standing up saying climate justice, Africans only account for, what is it, 3 to 5% of global carbon emissions, and China, European Union, United States represent the bulk of global carbon emissions. We want a fund that you will put lots of money in to help the global south when it comes to tackling this.
Well, obviously, I'm not an expert on climate change. And
I know, but I'm just wondering, your conversations with young people, you know.
Yes, I mean, it's definitely not my forte, but then again, knowing the policy process happens oftentimes to be reactionary, particularly in nations where there's actually a constituency that votes, right? So there are certain subjects that have been picked up within political agendas that kind of address the short term as opposed to long term. So yeah, people may criticize Dangote for building or seeking to build a refinery in Nigeria, but then at the same time, everybody knows also the African continent needs jobs.
And needs energy.
Exactly, true. That's true. But I guess government or policymakers and the private sector both kind of have to strike a balance between what the country or the continent particularly needs on the ground, and at the same time being also considerate of the environment.
All right. So, in conclusion on this particular thing, climate change, do you feel that the voice of youth in the global south is listened to?
I don't think so. I was at the climate change session, and there was no woman on the panel. While we know that women are very, very affected by climate change, there was no young person on the panel. I was stunned to see that. While we are in the room, while there are powerful women as well who could speak on this topic from the global south, there was no such voice. And so as we move forward, wanting to actually have solutions to grave situations, like you said, Africa, for instance, does not contribute a lot to climate change. Yet, we are not here. We are feeling the effects of that. So we do need to do better in terms of young people being heard and women being heard, period.
You all agree with that about the climate change and the younger voice in the global south is not heard?
There's also two sides of that. We must also engage, right? And I am absolutely with you. I'm not sure I would say that young people are fully engaged in the climate change discussion on the continent. There is a little bit more of a distance from my experience.
That's why I was asking you, where's the global south Greta Thunberg?
Yeah.
She's sucking up all the oxygen from you guys. All right. So you mentioned women, Omira. Yes. That's another thing that concerns you all, and that emerged from your discussions preceding this conference. Girls and females, adult females. So you both have done work on this kind of issue. You both work as journalists on television.
Yes.
Very good profession. So in what way are young women overlooked?
Okay, there's many ways. There's many ways. You can find 100 million black women in Latin America. And we are affected for a lot of stereotype of identity. For example, in my case, I face something that looks to be superficial, but I think it's very deep. It's a reflection about who we are. And I'm just trying to empower young black women in Latin America through the reflection of why don't you use your natural hair? Why do you straighten your hair using chemicals, very aggressive chemicals, in your head once by month? And why do you prefer to spend your money trying to look like Europeans? Do you think the aesthetic, the African aesthetic, the Afro-descendant aesthetic is not professional enough? Do you can, for example, waste professional opportunities? Do you can waste educational opportunities if you wear your natural hair? Why we are just following a stereotype of beauty that we are not? And we are wasting opportunities of, for example, new entrepreneurs just trying to follow or to be what we are not. So that's just an excuse to talk with young women and to tell them you can be exactly who you are. Afro-Colombian, Afro-Panamanian, Afro-Dominican, Afro-Colombian, African, African-American, Afro-Caribbean. But at the same time, you can be a good professional looking how you look. So it's only an excuse to empower people, empower young women.
Are you extrapolating from that then, that even in the global south, you've still got the kind of racism that is an international thing, that basically the blacker you are in the global south, the harder it is
For
to be a
sure.
woman?
I think, of course, this is not an issue only in Latin America. It's not an issue only in my country. It's an issue here in Africa also. But I'm just trying to highlight something that looks to be superficial to tell you that there's a lot of stereotypes we are facing. If we're just trying to have the hair we have in our heads, we're just trying to be black women with dark skin, curly hair.
I think it's a surprise to a lot of people that there are about 12 million people of African descent living in Colombia. And of course, we know about the so-called Afro-Brazilians who, left West Africa during the transatlantic slave trade. But I mean, in Latin America as a whole, there are huge diaspora communities, Cuba, obviously, and so on. So it's very good that you are raising the profile. But just let me ask you, how far do members of the community, people of African descent in Colombia, how much connection do they have with the African part of the global south?
We have a huge connection. We are Africans essentially, but we don't know we are. That's the fact. For example, I was showing a couple of people yesterday here, I was showing them that we have a balaphone, African balaphone. We have exactly the same instrument. The name is marimba de chonta, and it's the most important instrument in my whole country, in the Pacific Gulf, for the black community. It's patrimony of the humanity, actually, by the UNESCO, but they don't know this is a balaphone.
All right.
They don't know this come from Senegal and from
So that's another area where you think there's lots of room for improvement. All right. Does anybody else want to pick up on this thing of females, women, girls?
If I may pick up, if we were to speak on the topic of identity and perhaps that identity challenge, I think it really is important from, it's almost like know thyself. Right? And in our continent, I think because of the many years of external influence, there's been a crisis of identity. And within that, there is also now a movement that is really reclaiming what it is to be African, rejecting the narratives that put us in different boxes that don't serve, be it the boxes of HIV/AIDS you mentioned earlier, and diseases and poverty. And we might all have heard by now of Chimamanda, and she talks about the danger of a single story, and those single stories that define a whole continent that is so diverse. So how are we challenging that and reclaiming that we, as Africans, as women, as young people, we have so much more to offer than any little box that you want to put us in. And that's a journey that is very personal. And in reclaiming that power and the narrative and what you have
have to offer, then you can really step into how the roles you can occupy in society.
And young people are alive, you're having these discussions. I mean, there's a lot going on identity politics all over the world at the moment. The United Kingdom, where I live, has basically just had an election that's based on identity politics, you know. A lot of people saying that the Conservative Party essentially won this election as the English National Party, and it's caused a lot of issues in Scotland and Northern Ireland, which voted very differently, and people are now saying this has paved the way for Scottish independence and the integration of Northern Ireland with the Republic. So identity politics, that's another thing that's important. Do you see it very differently from your generation, from the older generation?
I think when it comes to identity, one of the most important issues has to do with inclusion and making sure that people are at the table. Right now, I'm based in Canada, and I've learned a lot in Canada. Canada is a country that prides itself on its multiculturalism. Also, we have a lot of Indigenous people who are involved. So really, when it comes to identity politics, inclusion is a big, big deal. We have to be at the table. We have to be at different tables. And when it comes also from, when we're talking about identity, it's for sure personal identity, but also collective identity. What are the narratives that we are saying about ourselves? For me, as a journalist, narrative is very, very important to me. It is, in fact, at the center of what I do, because I know that it's through stories that we connect with humanity. And so that's why identity is foundational. And it's incredible, here we are. I'm seeing all the diversity and all the different countries in the room. I've met so many different people, have learned so many different words across, through the few days.
Right, thank you. I'll let Emmanuel, because Emmanuel's... You're intimidated by all these women.
Please, Emmanuel.
All these women on the panel.
I'm just waiting for my time to speak.
No. You've got to chip in, otherwise you lose it. But Emmanuel was born in Germany, but his family are from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and has worked in management consultancy for a long time. They're all very talented, you know, this panel. I mean, this young lady here speaks like 7 languages. Her native Igbo, English, French. She studied at Sciences Po. She worked in China in management consultancy, speaks Mandarin, Italian, Spanish, German. You know, we had that session on the United Nations. She's like a walking United Nations herself, you know, with all these...
and I'm a young person and I'm African.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, and he's very talented.
But maybe I can also just jump in, because...
please, about inclusion, because, I mean, one of the things is that you see it as the youth are excluded from that top table.
So, well, although I was born and raised in Germany, but I was fortunate to relocate to the US, where I spent 8 years. I studied in the US and then also worked in the US. And the first job that I actually had in the US was in the US Congress. So I was a Congressional Black Caucus emerging leader.
You found an Emmanuel, like you. You found an Emmanuel to work with. Emmanuel Cleaver at the, in the Black American Caucus.
Yes, I worked for a Black American congressman.
Yeah.
But what this program actually enabled me was to live in DC, which is quite expensive if you don't happen to have the means, right? So this program was pretty much constructed to help people of color actually experience positions of power and leadership. And I believe that fostering inclusion can really occur when more programs like this exists.
Really,
Yes. Yeah.
So you need programs. But what about effecting change through protests on the streets?
I mean, I'm of the opinion that protest is good.
You look forward to... I can't see you out there with your
exactly.
Molotov cocktails.
I'll probably get arrested immediately, but hey. I do believe that protest is really good, and I'm actually fortunate to have grown up in a country where people are allowed to protest. But then there has to be some structure after the protests. So I do believe, therefore I'm so passionate about actually providing the youth a stake in the policy-making realm, because I myself have worked in the realm of lobbyism.
But like in what way? What, sort of like have a youth quota in the cabinet, or what? What would the mechanism be? You've worked as a civil servant, essentially.
Yes.
You worked in the German Department for International Development.
Yes.
You've worked, as you said, in the US Congress, and then you moved to the private sector.
Yes.
You saw sense and abandoned the public sector. So, what's the mechanism when you say include the youth at the top table? What would it be? Youth quotas?
For one, yes, but I do believe the youth needs to lobby. You know, I know lobby has really received a bad connotation, and a lot of people kind of associate lobbyism with corporate greed.
Right.
But then at the same time, that's just part of political participation.
So do you think there should be specific lobby groups
Definitely.
that are youth
Representing youth, yes.
that represent youth?
Yes.
Right.
I do
And
believe
not
so.
just attach yourself to a major lobby group and then just have young people involved. Yeah.
If I can pick
Shaima?
up on
Yeah.
that, I mean, we've been discussing a lot, having women in panels, having youth in panels, youth inclusion, etc. And there is something that I don't exactly agree with, which is that usually within a panel, within a conference, or within whatsoever atmosphere, we bring youth and women as a quota. And that's not enough. If you bring them and they're there, it doesn't mean they're actually included. And that's one thing that we can actually do to include them more, which means that if you actually harness youth ideas and women's ideas, make sure they actually exist on the final strategies that you're going to implement afterwards. Make sure that youth voices are actually heard and that you have youth advisory groups. I mean, we've been discussing populism, democracy, education, and not once youth were mentioned. Not once the youth power and youth creativity and their ability to actually bring in solutions was mentioned. And I was pretty shocked by that, to be very honest. We were talking about youth not being adapted to the market or to the employability market, but not once have we discussed entrepreneurship and people's youth's ability to create actually development and to have an identity that is young and ambitious and creative. And I feel like that is a big problem. We keep on saying youth and overlooking youth as not an actual stakeholder, which they should be from now on.
Right.
So that is definitely something very important and something to keep in mind, because we keep on inheriting problems that seniors create, just like climate change.
So youth ideas, policies and so on have got to sort of right across the board.
Definitely.
In decision-making bodies be incorporated. Because it's often not enough, very quickly, I come to you, Liliana, it's often not enough to have a youthful leader, is it? I mean, in your native Colombia, okay, President Ivan Duque, sorry, excuse me, I don't speak Spanish like you, early 40s, but I mean, and he's only been in power since last year, but you've seen protests on the streets. Being young doesn't necessarily make you responsive to the needs of the young, does it?
Actually,
he doesn't. Oh, he's from a centre-right coalition, yeah.
So actually, being a woman not necessarily make you being a feminist. Yes. So you can be a young person not working for the young people.
Yeah.
You know, you get. I need to be, agent of change to my community, because I can be African and not working from Africa. I can be, So I think in the case of my country in this moment, we have the biggest strike we have ever had in Colombia. We are not a community allowed to protest a lot. That's very bad. And maybe we will not achieve nothing from the government because they are not listening to us, and I include myself.
Right. Did you go on the protests?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So they started. They started in November and they've dwindled a bit, but they're still
November
ongoing.
21.
But they've been mostly just in Bogota. Is that right?
No, in different cities, like more than 14 cities in the country. It has been like almost 1 month protesting. I think the government is not paying attention. Right. But what I want to highlight is that protesting is also an exercise of conscience that our community is making. Not only the result can be the things that government can give us, but I'm very happy to have the action.
Do you want to say anything
I just
on
wanted
this,
to,
Amira? Yeah.
Sure, thank
on
you.
On the crisis in democracy, you all agree, or in government?
In governance
exclusion,
especially.
yeah? Okay, go ahead.
Just on the question of youth, since we are a youth panel, or young people, emerging leaders, youth is such an abstract word, right? It's almost like innovation or development or reconciliation. It's vast. It can mean so many different things. Within the young population, I would like to add that also that there is a lot of diversity around gender, around race, around sexual orientation, and all those things are important. And that's why we need diverse youth experiences and opinions and also narratives at the table.
Absolutely.
Right, good.
And if I may add, it's not a theory, should youth go out, or we are doing this, and the change has been seen, be it from my home country, Nigeria, because you mentioned democracy specifically, where youth were able to pass a bill not too young to run, challenging the age for young people to run for government, be it with Ballet Citoyen that we saw from Burkina Faso, Ilyona Ma and Ballet Citoyen from Burkina Faso and Senegal, be it These are real examples of change and young people saying enough is enough.
Can I ask you very quickly, do young people have the courage to take on vested interests, very deeply entrenched vested interests in the country in which they live? And even though it may be at the expense of their own progress. I don't know if many of you know, but Chidi's mother, late mother, was a wonderful woman, a real heroine, a real hero of Africa and the whole of the global south. Because she made a very, very principled stand when she was brought in by President Obasanjo at the time, wasn't it, to clean up public life in Nigeria, and she mounted a very effective campaign against corrupted drugs, in the pharmaceutical industry, where people are literally giving antibiotics to an extremely sick infant, only to find there's, I don't know, talcum powder in the tablet or whatever, and it's basically doing nothing. Death threats, was it bullets skimmed the top of her head and so on? I mean, sadly, she died of natural causes a few years ago, but really, that kind of courageous stand is few and far between, but your mother did it, obviously, as an adult. But can young people, do you think, really make such a brave stand in the exemplary way that your mother did?
Thank you so much. And I suppose what I'm saying is we already are. And we must and we need to be empowered to do even more. And of course, role modeling is critical. You mentioned the example of my mother, and she has inspired so many young people to know that the norm does not have to be that we've inherited for so long. There are other ways to be a servant to the people. You can challenge the way it's always been, right? You can really challenge that terminology. So it's a case of we are already doing it. We need your support. That's why we're sitting on this stage saying we are ready. We need for you to trust that we are ready. We need for you to support us because that's how it works. Championship is real and our role models are real, and we need for them to continue to move beyond the status quo of a low bar of leadership, to really encourage us to step into the future that we want to claim as ours.
Well, I'm sure, I know your mother has 6 children, including you, but she'll be very proud of what you're doing, Chidi, who's worked, as I said, all over the world, Geneva, at the World Economic Forum, you name it, she's done it. We've got about 12 minutes left. I'd like to, at the very end, just go for a minute to the panel at the end. But I'd just like some comments from the floor. I'm going to go to Obi Ezekwesili here from Nigeria. As many of you know, she made a stab at standing in the Nigerian presidential elections, but has done many things. Another great woman in Africa. Is there another microphone? Could you bring the microphone and give it to this lady, and really just rapid fire from the hands here? Probably not enough time for questions, comments. Obi, yeah, thank you for standing.
So first, I want to really do a shout out to them. I get very emotional when I see the younger ones on our continent without the albatross of colonialism, militarization, or the sense that Africa must be about bad governance. All of that is not something that you're carrying as an albatross. And so it has freed you to be able to have this freedom of thought that means you can shape and design what today and tomorrow can be like. So, bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I just want to plug, I want to say that this structure that we have, where people frequently end up with saying that our problem is leadership. They're not really saying that we don't have leadership. It is that we don't have leadership in the appropriate place. And the key appropriate place that we need leadership for scale, all of the little things that people are doing are great. But as I said the other day, small is no longer beautiful. And so we need scale. And if you need scale, the most important entity is government. And therefore, it means that political leadership frequently is the issue we're dealing with. And what I am hoping that we will do is that we have our leadership production system for our political process, but in a way that enables the young to build a new ecosystem of political class that has a mindset toward character, competence, and capacity. I want to see a percentage of Africa's youth vote for being politicians, a new class of politicians.
Thank you.
Away with the old.
Thank you, Obi. So just hand the microphone to this gentleman. Very short. Grand Lady of Africa, I gave her more time. Sorry. Very briefly, a brief comment. Introduce yourself quickly and your organization if relevant. Thank you.
I'm Jihad Nimusa. I'm one of the emerging leaders this year, and I'm a psychologist, and I have a mental health social enterprise. So my comment, we've been talking a lot about including youth. And I think there is a disparity between why young people are actually not on the table. Because although we do have a lot of energy and acceleration and innovative ideas, one of the things that we do lack is the wisdom of experience. And we need to acknowledge that in order to start looking at how can we prepare young people in order to be effective in creating solutions that scale, in order to be in leadership, in order to be around these tables.
It picks up from what Obi said, creating a new class. Thank you very much.
The risk of not doing that, my last element, is that by learning in the natural way, we keep taking steps towards the status quo, and by the time we are adults, we are exactly the same.
Got it. Thank you. Very briefly, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Marcus, I just wanted to say one thing. Yesterday, I decided to leave this ivory tower and go to the souk.
Yeah.
And I saw that the situation is not so good. It could be any place in the world.
Right.
And Confucius says that the best time for you to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The best time is now. What tree would you plant today so that people who are out there, not living in this
Okay, we'll take that as our last question then.
there.
What tree would you plant today is your closing thought? Hand the microphone to the young lady behind you, and microphone here and there, and then that's it. Briefly. Oh, yes, you have you want it, yeah. Briefly, yeah. Afterwards.
My name is Chiara Cocchiara. I come from Italy. And my comment is on the fact that it is true that we have to do so much more for women and the youth and reaching leadership positions. But I also want to say that we have done already a lot. And the proof is that we have the new Prime Minister of Finland. She's a woman and she's
33, the youngest Prime Minister ever.
I want to say it is really good.
It's happening. Great, thank you, good. Yes, young man, introduce yourself and your organization if relevant, and we'll come to you last. Go on.
Hello, my name is Leonardo Parraga from Colombia. I'm one of the emerging leaders from the past, so I don't know, I'm an emerged leader now.
And your point?
My point, well, I think the new generations need a lot of inspirations and role models to look up to. And hearing you all, I think I'm very hopeful of how the South is going to look like in a couple of years, because I feel in your words, in your power, in what you represent and what you want to bring to the world.
Thank you.
A lot of hope.
Lovely sentiment. There was another hand up there, yes? And then we give the microphone to this gentleman here. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Morsipali. I'm going to keep this super quick. You mentioned that we don't have a Greta Thunberg of the South. I want to point out that we have a ton of activists. We have Ridhima Pandey, we have Kaluki Paul from Rwanda, we have Ridhima Pandey from India. My point that I'm trying to make is we are out there. We do have a ton of young activists from all over the world who are doing incredible things. What I want to let everyone here know is that please talk to us. Start asking us questions, because I guarantee you that we have answers, we have ideas. That's how we create engagement, is by talking to each other, by discussing issues. Today at the gala, come to us, give us advice, give us mentorship, give us that platform to actually make a difference, because that's how we make change.
You want the visibility and the access. Thank you. And very briefly.
Merci, madame. Je m'appelle Hassan Saoudi.
Thank you, madam. My name is Hassan Saoudi. I'm a grandfather. And people of my generation have maybe attended contradictory debates. What kind of planet are we going to leave our children with? And what children are we going to leave our planet with? So you gave the striking answer that you and the planet are only one. And thank you and bravo for this leadership. But I can tell you that you can't be leaders alone without lifting up people. And what we are asking you to do, lift up your generations, lift them up on the environmental protection. You're just great. You are incredible. Thank you. Vous comprenez tous
So, in the last few minutes, panel, let's just go very quickly. What would be the tree that you would plant for the next 20 years? A minute each, starting with you, Liliana, very quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Sarala. We have a leader, the name is Francia Marquez. She's the Nobel Prize of Environmental Care in my country. She's a black woman from the Pacific Coast. Okay. So we have a lot of leaders like that. You just need to look at us. Oh, I'm just here to tell you, all leaders around the world, there's 200 million black people in Latin America, and we need to achieve our roots here in Africa. Please look at us. We can start new businesses. We can start new alliances. We need to reveal our identity. So I think we need to stop looking only to the north, and we need to start looking like south-south to
building those bridges within the south.
Yes,
fantastic.
Visibility is very important.
Thank
That's
you.
my point. Thank you.
Myra, thank you.
Building the bridges is absolutely essential. For me, as an individual who was born in Morocco, raised in Niger, and now I live in Canada, and I have one foot in North America, one foot here, it's absolutely incredible to see that the conversations are happening already. So building bridges, continuing to do that, but also understanding that within the larger conversations, we also need to make sure that the narratives that we are telling about ourselves and telling others are hopeful, because there is a lot of hope. And I agree with everything that was said from the emerging leaders in the room about hope.
Thank you. Shaima?
I would like, first off, to thank the Policy Center for the New South for giving us even this opportunity to sit here and talk to you about youth. That is quite an important topic,
yes,
indeed.
Thank you.
And again, shout out to all of the emerging leaders that actually nominated us to be even sitting here and talking on behalf of them. But we're not only talking on behalf of them, but on behalf of a lot of youth around the world and a lot of youth around the South. And I also want to do a quick shout out to Lilia, who really made this program happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Emmanuel? Yes, very quickly.
Just one last thing. I mean, I feel like the discussion was quite different than our perspective. We're not asking you to include us. We're telling you that you are doing yourself a favor by including us. We're quite creative, we're very ambitious, and we're gonna come at you whether you want to include us or not. So might as well.
Emmanuel?
Well, I mean, obviously, one thing I'm super passionate about is the policy-making realm. And one knowledge that I would like to share with the next generation is how to actually believe in something, having a vision, but then address that vision with policymakers. So creating access and ways how to engage policymakers and share some of those things that we would like to see changed.
Good.
Yes.
And Chidi, final word.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Sarala, for bringing that up. I remember being, it's not that we don't have a Greta, that was a topic, that point that stood out with me. So thank you for pointing out that we definitely do have people doing great work around the environment, perhaps
but
just
they need greater visibility.
Exactly.
Yes.
And thank you to Antioquia Ezekwesili for really being one of those role models I mentioned, and also all the other people in this room that have spoken to us all throughout the week, really supporting us. Please encourage you, as was brought up by my colleague, to keep talking to us. We need your support, and we are here to stay, and we have so much to offer, and this is really a beautiful thing. And to my fellow youth, to really, truly believe that you have everything that you need to serve in this global new world order that we are designing. And the imposter syndrome comes up a lot in the work that I do, that we might really move beyond it because of all the years of narratives of the role of youth. You're young, what do you know? Time is gone to play small, and we must really step into what it is that we can do. And within that, I really love the point of the gentleman on the power of working together. We have that African proverb that if you don't know, I'll share with you in this moment. If you want to go fast, you go alone. And if you want to go far, you go together. And there's a power that I've seen in working with young people, in this case specifically the Global Shapers community. When we work together, magic happens. So let's put our hands together, young, older, and move forward.
So, yeah. I mean, perhaps not planting trees, more building bridges is the kind of idea we got. They often say that youth is wasted on the young. I don't think it has been wasted on these people. The global south in turmoil, there was so much we could have talked about, the unemployment crisis for young people and so on, and all the challenges ahead. But I think that the global south, I mean, it's young compared to the global north. You know, Uganda with a population average age of 15. One's got to believe in the global south when it's got young people like this. Thank you to my wonderful, beautiful, intelligent, talented panel. Thank you to you. It's been my pleasure. It's been my pleasure doing this panel. And please do take your seats, and please welcome a group photo. And to close this panel, we have the president of the of the Centre for Policy Studies.
Thank you, Zainab.
Kareem, where are you? Somewhere. There. He's coming. But we're just going to have our photo, and then we're going to vacate the stage for you.
Okay.
Come, panel. Thank you. We look like a good basketball team with this chap. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, good. Where is Kareem? So follow that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed our last plenary for this edition of the Atlantic Dialogues. Before enjoying our gala dinner, which will take place tonight at the Museum of African Contemporary Art Al Maden, please welcome to the stage for the closing remarks the President of the Policy Center for the New South, Kareem El Ainaoui.
Okay. Ok.
Bon, merci.
All of you, you should be very proud of yourself. And for those who are still here after almost 3 days, so you should applaud yourself. Bravo. One friend told me I should step up here, but I said no. I mean, it's. Well, I think we're very proud ourselves at the Policy Center and the friends that have been putting this together. It's been a great experience. I think we've all lived to our values, which we mentioned at the opening. Passionate dialogue, agreeing to disagree. There were some strong discussions at some point. But still with the values that we would like to carry. And of course, our young leaders are very much into that spirit, the values of fact-based analysis, fact-based work, openness to dialogue, tolerance to difference, and the notion that we can build something together in difficult times. I will spare you the details, but there's a long list, of course, of challenges ahead, climate being one, of course, and its impact on the livelihood of people, because we shouldn't forget behind all this there are people, real people, families, you know. Trade is another challenge that we've looked at, education with all its complexity and challenges. So we'll not go into the details here, but first, really a big thank to all of you. Of course, there are many people that are behind this organization, so they are all around here, and they really, really deserve our appreciation. I don't do much. Maybe they can stand up and show up. So they are all the colleagues at the Policy Center, of course, but many people that are putting this together, the hotel here, and a lot of people in this room. It's a lot of work. I can tell you maybe it's about 80 people working almost full-time to make this happen, take care of you and take care of me. I don't do much, as you know. So we see ourselves as creator of space and maybe resources rather than anything else. I liked also the positive attitude. Many of you have networked a lot. I've seen you in corners doing all sorts of deals. I don't know what are they, but I myself also was very happy to meet many friends and also build partnerships for the future. Share experiences, also the capacity to bring to our students at the university, not so far away from here, various perspectives, disruptive way of thinking. We belong to our world, to where we are, but very interesting for us to listen to people coming from Zimbabwe. I was talking to Moyo just before coming here, to you, Mr. Wagner, your perspective from Chile, very interesting for us here in Morocco. I can name many. I mean, we had discussion with our friends from Ethiopia, our friend Koulibaly from Mali, very interesting perspective. They should listen to you more, politicians. You had great ideas. I had the chance to listen to you. I learned a lot. So 65 countries, I think, in 3 days. I mean, if you just listen, and I have to apologize, I was also talking to Sergio. Where is Sergio? From Brazil. I don't see him. But Sergio also, I said, I would like to stay a full day with Sergio. He has so many things, worked in Shanghai and then managed the bank. And all of you, Jean-Louis Sarbi, Ted Aller, so many familiar faces. Really, really, really thank you. And please keep us somewhere in your mind, in your reptilian brain. Sticks for generations, huh? That's what they say. If any opportunities, any partnership, any new ideas, and we had so a great meeting. I want to thank them. I cannot list all of them here, but with our small advisory board of the Atlantic Dialogue, and they came up with fantastic ideas. Also, how can we sustain the energy from one year to another? There were ideas of task force, working groups. Daniel Hamilton must be here somewhere. He promised he will do something. Where are you, Daniel? Difficult to see, or you hide. Don't hide. I see Jan Lesser there. Raise your hands. So also he promised to help, to spend some of his time helping us, making sure we continue this process and try to build something original. It can even end up to some institutional arrangement at some point. That's also something we may want to think about. Some will tell, institutions are useless, but if we didn't have the World Bank and the IMF, we always criticize them, Marcus. Huh? But we will try to create one of those, because they're not perfect, like we are. We're imperfect. We're full of, defaults and all of us. So it's at our image, and really. But there's still a path, there's still a way, sort of a journey we would like to continue with you. So please feel that you're part of a community. This is your community. As I said when I opened up 3 days ago, this is not we're not proprietary. This is your community. You can use the brand if you want to do smaller events, etc. You want to involve us, research, joint project, whatever you think may be useful in your country, you want to give to this visibility, you will always find us behind you as much as we can. Of course, we don't have enormous capacity. We have some capacity, but together we have a huge capacity. So let's make sure we try to harness this in a smart way. And we try to spare sometimes also to prepare the future. All of you know, particularly those who are in political positions, that one of the most important things we lack is time, and also the capacity to reflect and to think of things with distance and to try to prepare a little bit the future is very difficult. And this kind of places, think tanks, this kind of conferences, this kind of network we've created together are very important for us to think a little bit the future and give the space to this to the younger generation, as we said. Fantastic program. I think now we've reached 350 people. So it's a huge network. Be careful, don't do a revolution. This is how it starts. Huh? So again, they are projects. They have it's a fantastic group, and we will keep on working with them. There were a couple of good news. I don't want to hear about bad news, but there was a couple of good news while we were here. The first one is Sarah Glover. Where is Sarah? She left. Don't tell me she left. Sarah was greeted like a head of state at the airport. You know why? She was the number 6 million passenger entering Morocco. She couldn't understand for 20 minutes, crazy Moroccans, what do they want, you know? There was everybody, you know, the cameras, and then 6 million during. And she said, where do you come from here? We're coming from Atlantic Dialogue. Wow, I was happy, free advertising, you know? All the Moroccan TVs. So I don't know where she is, but she must be around. In Marrakesh, yes. So landing at the airport. Even the Wali was there. Another good news, John Yearwood. Where are you, John? Where's John Yearwood? He's hiding again. Wow. John Yearwood is just starting early next year with Politico. So he'll be the chief editor for agriculture and trade, global chief editor at Politico. So bravo, John. So there was another good news, the Gnawa, the music you heard, which is, you know, of course, a tribute to Morocco's, you know, deep roots in Africa. They were just like yesterday or the day before integrated by the UNESCO in the World Immaterial Patrimony of the World, this music that you saw. Last but not least, it will be a little bit mysterious, but one of the participants here has been appointed a minister while here. I'm not going to say who, he doesn't want, but he has been appointed minister. So with this nice word, let me all thank you heartfully again, and please stay within the community. Every 3 months, say, what can I do for this community? We will remind you maybe through emails, and we say at some point, unsubscribe. There's a very nice gala dinner tonight, which I encourage you to come to. It's also taking place near side the Museum on African Contemporary Art. So and there's, I'm sure, nice music, etc. So once again, many thanks. Safe travels back to your homes, all of you, and looking forward to see you again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to join us for the concluding gala dinner. Buses will be heading to the venue at 7:30 sharp. We thank you for your generous participation, and we hope to have you.
Thank you for being here, Mrs. Ezekwesili. You're former Minister of Education for Nigeria, but so much more also, co-founder of Transparency International and founder of the initiative Bring Back Our Girls. We are going to talk about demographics in Africa today, and I would have liked to ask you, what is the main challenge now in Nigeria, your country, considering that its population is already one of the highest, most populous in Africa, and what do you think the right policies should be?
Well, Nigeria is already the largest country population-wise on the continent, and it's estimated to be 200 million people. The age structure shows that more than 60% are youths and children. It shows a balance between men and women at almost 51 to 49%. The youthful population
Thank you for being here, Mrs. Ezekwesili. You're former Minister of Education for Nigeria, but so much more also, co-founder of Transparency International and founder of the initiative Bring Back Our Girls. We are going to talk about demographics in Africa today, and I would have liked to ask you, what is the main challenge now in Nigeria, your country, considering that its population is already one of the highest, most populous in Africa, and what do you think the right policies should be?
Well, Nigeria is already the largest country population-wise on the continent, and it's estimated to be 200 million people. The age structure shows that more than 60% are youths and children. It shows a balance between men and women at almost 51 to 49%. The youthful population has very serious pressures because you do need investment in education especially, as well as in health. Every population of a country is just human beings until there is a translation of just being a human being to being human capital. That's when that population becomes very, very useful, not just to itself, but to the rest of the world. And so making sure that today's data, which shows that Nigeria has the largest number of out-of-school children, doesn't stay haunting us by just continuing to grow as the size of the population grows, making sure that maternal and infant mortality does not continue to go above the continental average, making sure that the number of young people who come out of the school system or fall out of it or graduate from it and cannot find any meaningful job, any decent job according to ILO standard. And today, about 2 to 3 million of such young people every year. making sure that all of these things are reversed because they are negative. That's really at the heart of policy, so that the demographic can either be designed in a way through policy to be demographic opportunity and advantage, or it could be demographic disaster. And the gap between one and the other is the presence or absence of sound policies and appropriate investment. And for me, and also actually regulatory systems that work. So for me, I think that at the heart of this conversation is making sure that the country experiences high growth, high economic growth, but not just growth. Inclusive growth, growth that is diversified, because you need for economic opportunities to expand so that people can have the basic services. For example, I want to be able to see as many children as possible go through the school system and assure basic education for every child, universal access, and then make sure that they have not just access to education, but quality education, and at the secondary level, that they can have not just knowledge, but skills, so that what you're doing, in effect, is you're already producing a large population of people who can take their destiny into their own hands.
Okay.
And that is really something that requires very strong, very effective political leadership.
Yes, you said during the conference that there was a lack of audacity, political audacity. Mabini Ngom, you are the regional director for the UNFPA in Dakar, covering West and Central Africa, 23 countries. What is the most worrying side of the demographics in Africa today for you, on your point of view?
What is the most
worrying
side?
Well,
I think the minister touched the real issue. I think it's really about having the right policies in place. But I want to come back to Nigeria, because Nigeria accounts for about 2% of the world population. At the same time, Nigeria accounts 10% in terms of maternal mortality. I think this shows a fundamental issue that need to be addressed. Second, I think the minister also said rightly, how can we make sure that we invest enough in the education sector so that we can keep every child in a school? And it's even going to be even a stronger requirement as we enter the fourth industrial revolution, where there will be a drastic change in terms of the type of job that need to be performed, the kind of education that we need to give to our children, but also, the big issue is where we're going to find the fiscal space to deal with this huge cohort of young people, given the current concerns we're facing. That's one bucket. The other bucket, just want to move it from Nigeria to one or two countries like Niger and Mali, just to make a case about the lack of fiscal space. In Mali or in Niger, for instance, they're spending 18% of their public expenditure on the security response because of the current situation. In Niger, it's 18%. In Mali, it's 24% already. And I believe that after this week's event in Niger, they will have to do more in terms of dealing with security issues. If you connect the dots, these countries will not be able to meet, for instance, the Abuja target of investing 15% of their resources in health. In Mali, currently, they're below 5%. Rather than increasing public expenditure in health. It's decreasing at the time that the population have doubled. To come back to your original question, I think if there is one thing that can change everything is really dealing with high population growth that lead to a high social demand, individuals, families, communities, countries themselves and their partners are unable to respond to, making fragile states even more fragile. So we're not talking about a chance to to hit the target we have established for the 2030 agenda. But even when it comes to the Africa we want, especially in the aspiration 6, where they really want to focus on the human being, putting women and young people first, and caring for children. I think this is a time where we need to have the right policies the minister have rightly spoken about.
There is a contradictory perception around the African population growth nowadays. Some perceive it as a hope, a motive for hope, and some perceive it as a threat. The migration issue is entering the discussion, and people worry that the jobless youth in Africa will really now migrate massively to Europe and elsewhere. Do you think it's a real reason of worry that
well, I've said it to Europeans that they should stop making the issue of migration the topic of engagement with Africa. I think that this is think of even the data doesn't prove this necessity for Europe to get so angsty about Africa and Africans. The migration into Europe has mostly happened from within the Europe itself. The Eastern Europeans have largely migrated to the European, the Central European nations, right? You look at the migration that has come from the Middle East. Africans are not the most people. I saw a recent data that was released by the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, and it just disproves any of these prioritization of Africans and migration to Europe. So that's number one. If Europe wants to have a relationship with Africa, it has to define that relationship where partnership and economic cooperation and collaboration will yield a better outcome for both continents, right? And even in terms of the demographics, I think that, as I said, if we got the political courage and the kind of intelligent governments that we require in order to have the right sets of policies that translate our human resources into human capital, we would be in a position where actually Europe would have to be sad that it ever thought of Africa in terms of migration in a negative way. Absolutely. Because this could be the opportunity that Europe has as its own demographic structure, changes, and it's and it's an aging population that's going to bust its pension, and it needs to maintain a certain level of productivity.
And at some level, we could say that the lack of vision that you often criticize in African governance is also there in European politics. With Africa, there's a sheer lack of vision, isn't it?
I do say to because I've been spending a couple of months now in Europe, specifically in Berlin, where I'm at the Robert Bosch Academy, being a Richard von Weizsäcker fellow, and the key message that I've been giving to them is that Africa is not a charity case. Africa is a business case, and somehow Europe hasn't come to a shift of its mind. This mindset of Africa as a backyard and as a charity case, it's going to haunt Europe.
Yes,
in the years ahead. Because, by the way, Africa is the last frontier of development, right?
Absolutely.
And ultimately, in all this bumbling leadership that we see around, we are at the cusp where people are waking up to the requirement of effective leadership, and they are going to demand it. And when this tide changes, what it means is that you would see from out of Africa the right economic policies, the right institutions being developed, the right investment being done. And at that point in time, if your mindset is still toward an Africa that you do charity for, you would be missing from the table. And another second thing that I say to the Europeans a lot is, stop having to ask me about China every time you see me. Why don't you ignore whatever China is up to and design your own reference for engaging with the continent? Because as an African and as a policy leader on my continent, I'm not defining my relationship with Europe or China on the basis of what they want. I'm going to define it on the basis of our own interest.
Your agenda.
Precisely. So our interest has our friendship happens when there is a meeting of interest.
Of the agendas,
right? Yeah. Of the agendas. So this idea that it is either Europe or China for Africa, that's absolute nonsense.
Don't you think that African demographics have a potential of political revolution? But I won't ask this to you because maybe... But the mere fact that Africa is in its demographic transition later than all the other continents because it has known slavery and colonization is just a normalization of its demographic, because the continent is actually empty, and we tend to forget that. People think it's overpopulated, but no, it's an empty continent. Do you think that the sheer African demographic will shift the perspectives on the continent one day?
No, let me push back a little bit about the idea that Africa is an empty continent. And I think I don't think that it's about the size of the population, but I think it should be about the ability of Africa and African countries to keep their people, to give them good education, give them good health, give them jobs, so that they don't cross the Atlantic or they don't get, to the kind of situation.
I think they should be able to cross. Yeah. The only thing is to not look at the crossing as a burden, because the movement of people, of capital, of services, this is all part of our global world. You can't, on the one hand, like globalization at a particular time and not like it at a different time. And by the way, why should Europeans who found it very easy to migrate into Africa now have a problem with Africans, coming in that direction? I think that movement should happen. The only thing is that for African leaders, they should, it should worry us that any of our citizens would consider whatever is at home too difficult to face than the prospects that they could die trying to cross into another continent. That should be a source of pain for us.
No, but I think it's a little more complex. When I mean cross, it means what we have seen last week. These young people, about 65, dying, the condition of crossing, the chance of succeeding, and the chance of, I would say, a positive outcome at the end of the day.
Putting
and I
your
think
life in danger.
we can create. I think the first thing is if we educate our people, if they have good health, if they have opportunities, then I think it will no longer be a kind of a forced migration like what we have seen, where people, I know young people who say, you're going to cross or you're going to die. I think that's the stage, the situation, I think that we need to change as Africans. That's one. But I see hope because there are some strong signs that Africans are adjusting their mindset much faster than Europe. But coming back to the idea, the vision Europe still have about Africa, part of it is also part of the growing populism. I'm not sure that what is being said very often is what people think. Similarly in the Africa side. I know, for instance, it will be difficult, most of the leaders in Africa, those who are sitting, to say exactly their idea about the population. Very often when you sit with them, they're convinced, but they're politicians. As soon as you signal right, the opposition signal left. I think it's part of the game. The 2 or 3 things I want to put on the table as sign of change. First, we have a strong engagement of religious leaders. I have seen, for example, the Sultan of the Emir of Kano making a presentation on the demographic dividend, and President Buhari was sitting in the room. These are the kind of things that didn't happen in the past. In Burkina Faso, the Moro Naba is very, very engaged. I met the religious leader last week in Cotonou, and they're pledging for support from UNFPA and UNFPA partners so they can continue the crusade against high fertility rate. So this means things are moving. Young people are on board, parliamentarians are on board, everybody is on board. Now what we need to happen today is how can we build on the success stories to scale up? And because as long as you have 1 or 2 bright spots, you will not have the critical mass you need to bring about impact. So the challenge today is really making sure that the few bright spots are promoted, they're supported, so we move to scale and change the landscape in Africa.
But we are sitting in Morocco, a country where the demographic transition has happened quicker than expected. Don't you think that the example of Morocco could widen up and spread in West Africa with a quicker transition than expected?
I think it's happening, because I was in Dakar about 4 or 5 months ago, and we brought religious leaders, including some from Morocco. And the deputy imam of Al-Azhar issued a fatwa against child marriage. And we know that child marriage is a key driver of maternal mortality, a key driver of high population growth, and it's a terrible gender-based violence. So you see, that fatwa need to be promoted, need to be communicated in places like Kenya, in Sudan, in Somalia, in Nigeria, in the north part, where the minister have flagged, a few minutes ago, the importance of the youth population. I was in Kaduna, and the governor told me young people represent 83% of the population. So how can you handle such a youth population? And what does this mean in terms of their education, their health?
So
that's the issue.
So really, I think that Morocco's example is also when you look at how the king leveraged his influence to promote girls' education. Girls' education really responds to a lot of the challenges we have in terms of the issues of population growth. When girls go to school, they delay marriage. When girls go to school, they are so empowered they can make better decisions. When girls go to school, some of those decisions they make determine the legacy of generations to come, and therefore can determine how healthy a country's population will be, can determine how informed a country's population will be, and ultimately can determine the kind of speed, the speed with which a population can achieve development. So girls' education is so much at the center of everything we discuss concerning population bulge. And I think that, to end on a positive note, the more that we look at the successes, I remember that one of the interventions we did in Niger was on this matter of dealing with high fertility levels through girls' education. And we began to see the impact. Most of the girls that went through that program reduced number of children that they were going to have from the average of 8 and they began to have like 3 children. You know, so it is how we sustain the successes that we have seen in terms of those kinds of intervention, and then use them in ways that that are very deliberate, and we can achieve speed and scale while doing so.
No, I think you're right. Niger is a good example. The highest authority told me a few days ago they have every year 600,000 new young Nigerians who are supposed to go to school. Unfortunately, they're able only to put in classroom 300,000. By the age of 13, half of them are leaving because of child marriage. Okay. So it means 75% of the population are not going to school. Now, with the security situation, I think the challenge is even greater. So the only way forward, from my limited perspective, will be to build partnership, to build a strong partnerships that go beyond the lamentation we're hearing from around the world about, you know, how to help Africa, how to create a rupture, but I think through strong, genuine partnership, supporting girl education, I think we should be able, in the next decade, I'm not talking about 20 or 30 years, in 10 years, 15-year time, we're going to see drastic change in the development landscape in Africa.
Thank you very much, both of you. Very interesting conversation, and hopefully you will come back next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marat, you are coming for the first time to the conference Atlantic Dialogues, organized in Marrakesh by the Policy Center for the New South. What was your main message today in the plenary session you attended?
We were in a panel with a former president of Argentina, and we were talking about the new winds, the new future for Latin America. We are ending a cycle, I think, in the year 2020, and opening for a new decade. So that fits with the overall thematic of the conference. I think the quality of these dialogues is very high. The quality of the speakers, of the panels, the quality of the people, the human qualities of the people are really remarkable. So I am very happy that I was able to come and participate.
And what was the experience what is the experience you can draw from the fact you were president of Ecuador?
I was president in a very bad moment for my country. And of course, that means that it was bad for me as well, for myself. Because our main export is oil. And the oil price went down to $7 per barrel. And the Ecuadorian government uses the oil revenues to pay for everything, like salaries to public servants, providers, contractors, etc., the external debt, etc. So the moment that the oil price is going so low, it was the lowest price since we started exporting oil in 1972. We had a lot of problems, a lot of demonstrations, a lot of protesters. And this happens sometimes in life. You understand the people that are protesting on the streets. They don't understand why you are making the decisions you made or why you are not doing different things. Because problems are complex, solutions are complex, the implementation of solutions are complex. There's a sense of urgency in the population, the sense of frustration. Many times plans need time to be put into effect. So that kind of reflection about my own life, the things I was able to achieve, like a peace treaty with Peru that ended what President Clinton called, quote, the longest armed conflict in this hemisphere, unquote. Or I decided to dollarize the economy of Ecuador. And next month, in January 2020, the dollarization will have its 20th birthday. So that has become the longest policy in currency policy in the country. So those are the good points, the good moments. At the same time, We faced a lot of problems. So this kind of reflections from a human level, we're just human beings occupying public positions, trying to do our best, having some successes, some problems, some things that didn't happen as we wanted. I think it is necessary to share with others, to be more realistic about life and public service.
Do you think that the span of time the politicians have a mandate, a presidential mandate, 5 or 7 years, 4, 5 or 7 years, is enough to deal with the problems? Is the political time in phase with the time that the problem need to be actually fixed?
It's a question, very good question, very difficult to answer with just one phrase. I would say, in the ideal world, you would have political parties with clear ideas about the present and the future, the problems and the solutions, and with the mandate from the people to implement those solutions. So in those cases, you have a political party, the political party has a leader, the leader ends his or her term, then comes another person, either from the same party or the different party. So you have a kind of succession instead of a lot of interruptions. And some problems need that kind of treatment. They took many years to be formed, they need some years to be solved. It's part of the nature of the problem.
Yes.
Some other problems are different. They can appear like a mushroom, and if you are lucky and you can read what it is going on right now there, and you can get a good idea, you can solve many times a problem. And this happens because the stars are aligned. So both things are true in my experience.
Thank you. What is the fact that you are of Lebanese origin make you different in Latin America? Do you have a curious or attentive eye on what's going on in the MENA region?
Yeah, my grandparents emigrated from Lebanon to Ecuador, and my great-grandfather on my mother's side emigrated from Hamburg in Germany. So the first lesson I received in my life was the lesson of tolerance. My grandparents were Maronites from Lebanon. My great-grandfather was a Lutheran from Germany. And we were a Catholic family in Ecuador. So the main role is respect the other beliefs, the other's faith, and do not make differences in perceptions, in this case, religious perceptions, the cause for conflicts. And probably that is something that you learn in your home. There are no lessons or books, it's just the way you behave, the way you see how your family behaves. And that's why I have dedicated a big part of my life to conflict resolution. That's what I do now. I teach negotiation. I'm affiliated with the program on negotiation at Harvard Law School. And I teach negotiation at the Kennedy School. Because I believe that it is in our hands to get better agreements, to live more in peace, to be more friendly with each other.
What's your take on this relationship between Latin America and Africa?
I would say that it is part of the colonial times. I mean the origin, not on the main cause or the actual cause. Because when it happened in Latin America, when we were colonies of Spain, part of the rules of the game was the colonies could not trade among themselves. You had to trade with Spain, and Spain, let's say Ecuador or Quito at that time, with Spain, and Spain with Guatemala. So that's the way Quito would relate to Guatemala. So we have this thing first. Second, we have been living for so many, I would say, centuries, thinking that we should look up north either Europe first or the United States later. But if you look at the maps, Sabine, carefully, imagine the shape of South America and the shape of Africa. It's like they were one piece.
They were one piece together, yes, absolutely.
A flight from Dakar in Senegal to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil takes about 4 hours.
Exactly.
So we are so close. And we have many common problems. We have had many solutions created in our part of the world, both sides, that we can share. The best organization I have been part of was a union of mayors of capital cities in Ibero-America. Because all the cities have the same problems. You have to deal with garbage and potholes and parks, etc., etc. And there's always one mayor someplace that is doing a great job in that field. So you get a phone, call the mayor, says you have a great team doing with recuperation of historic cities, for example. And he says, yes. So can you send me a couple of people to my city so we can talk? He says, yes. And the advantage of mayors is they don't have all the protocol and all the complications that presidents have. You can travel without any problem. You don't need an agenda to announce that first. It's easier to connect like that. And if you look to the world from a satellite, you don't see countries. You see cities.
That's true.
So we can be closer than we are now, and we hope that the South-South dialogues and connections will increase.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.